Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda, or Swamiji, is a revolutionary spiritual master of our millennium. He walks on a mission to heal the world through the powers of meditation. Swamiji chose to be born as Rajashekaran in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai in southern India. Mastering yoga and rigorous spiritual practices at a young age, Rajashekaran finally left home for the Himalayas in the quest of the ultimate truth. This quest led his feet to the holiest of pilgrimage spots and to great spiritual masters in India and Tibet. After years of wandering, study, and intense penance, the boy Rajashekaran experienced the ultimate flowering of consciousness on January 1st, 2000. Rajashekaran became Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Guided by a divine vision, Swamiji set up Dhyanapita, a worldwide movement for meditation in Bidadi near Bangalore in India. At the ashram, seekers aged between 8 and 80 live and learn in the Master's presence. Ananda healing, a unique healing science formulated by Swamiji, has been baffling the medical world by curing diseases ranging from migraine to cancer. Qualified individuals are also initiated by Swamiji into Ananda healing. Today there are over 300 healing centers and over 700 healers worldwide. The Ananda Spurana program is an intensive workshop for chakra healing and meditation that brings together philosophies and techniques from the world's major spiritual streams. The Nithyananda Spurana program, or NSP, is an advanced level course where participants work on all their 7 energy bodies. Ananda Yoga is an introductory program to help integrate meditation into our normal lifestyle with practical and powerful techniques to cope with work stress, ill health, and failing relationships. Swamiji also reaches out to people with dhyana satsangs or mass meditation camps that take meditation to the remotest towns and villages of India. Swamiji travels the world, committed to spreading awareness about the role of individual transformation in shaping global communities. With a pragmatic vision that links Eastern philosophy to the Western scientific thought, Swamiji continues to awaken humanity to the significance of spirituality in our time.
Brahmanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvaditam Gaganasatrisam Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcome you all with my love and best thoughts. The discourse topic is, what more do you want? Let me start with a story from great epic Mahabharata, the greatest book ever written on the planet Earth. There was a king called Yayati in olden days living. After the full 100 years of enjoying the world, enjoying his kingdom, all the pleasures, all the comforts, all the joys of the world, physically, mentally, and in all the other forms. After the 100 years, Yamadharma, Lord of Death, came to take him. He invited him, please come, it is time that you leave the planet Earth. King said, no, what is this? Suddenly you have come. You did not even give a notice. You have come. Please give me some more, a small extension. Yama said, no, there can be no extension in the life. You have to come. Yayadi begged him, please allow me to live. I am the king. The country needs me. Finally, Yamadharma said, all right, if any of your sons are ready to give their time, their life for your sake, you are allowed to live on the planet Earth. Immediately he called on son. The son gave his whole life. So Yayadi's life was extended 100 years more and son died immediately. Yayadi enjoyed 100 more years, the same way of life, enjoying all the pleasures of kingdom, living. Again after 100 years, Yama appeared. Again Yayadi started pleading, please, it is too short, you have come very quickly, please give me little more time, I am not prepared. Yamadharma said, all right, one more chance. One more son came forward, gave his life. So 100 years Yayadi had an extension. And after the 100 years, second 100 years, after the second extension, again when Yamadharma came, again the king was in a dissatisfaction. Yayadi said, I am not yet satisfied. Please, can you come after 100 years? Yama said, no, this time we are not going to have the same game. This time I am going to do my job. Then Yamadharma gives a beautiful teaching to Yayadi. Few words. He just says few words. Can you quench fire by pouring ghee? Just few words, Yamadharma says. And then the Mahabharata, the story says, the sutra says, Lakshmi happened to Yayadi. Mahabharata is not saying Buddhi happened to Yayadi, Lakshmi happened to Yayadi. Mahabharata is not saying Saraswati happened to Yayadi, no. Mahabharata is saying Lakshmi happened to Yayadi. Means he had the Lakshmi in his being. He experienced Lakshmi in his being. Then he understood. He realized how many years you may live. The number of years is not going to help. The amount of pleasures is not going to quench the thirst. How many years you may have extension, it is not going to satisfy you. He realized the truth, left the body peacefully and rested in the feet of the divine. This is a wonderful story, the very small story, but we need to understand. Even if you live hundreds and hundreds of years, enjoying, experiencing the outer pleasures, without the inner quality, you will never feel fulfilled. Lakshmi means the feeling of fulfillment. Lakshmi is not quantity. Please understand. Lakshmi is quality. Lakshmi is not the quantity of your life. You having Lakshmi in your life means, we always understand, having Lakshmi in the life means having so many things in your life. More car, more houses, more richness, more bank balance. That is what you think as Lakshmi. No. Our masters interpret the word Lakshmi in a totally different way. They say Lakshmi means the quality of your life. The quality of your life. Lakshmi is not the quantity of your life. Lakshmi is not the number of things which you have accumulated. Lakshmi is the quality of your life, quality of your mind. The very birth of the Lakshmi, if you analyze it, you can understand. When the milk ocean was churned by the Devas and Rakshasas, by the gods and the demons, from the deep inside, from the ocean, she came out. When your mind, the milk ocean means your mind. When your mind is churned with a clear logic, with a pure analysis, if you start analyzing your mind and its activities, your mind is the most illogical thing. We always think our mind is logical. No, never believe your mind is logical. If you just write down all your thoughts just for 5 minutes, 5 minutes, write whatever you think honestly, without editing. You are not going to show it to anybody. You are going to only read by yourself. Don't edit. Whatever thoughts come in your mind, just write for 5 minutes and read that paper. You will understand how illogical we are. You will be thinking about your workplace. Suddenly you will see, you will be thinking about your house. Next moment, for no reason, you will be thinking about India. Third moment, no reason you will be thinking about your kids. So, your mind never moves based on logic. It is totally illogical. When you start analyzing your mind, when you use the logic is the Meru hill. When you use the logic and churn your mind, there rises the quality of your life. When you analyze your mind, that is what the Upanishad calls Nitya Anitya Vastu Viveka. Analyzing which is eternal and which is not eternal. Analyzing which is right and which is wrong. That is what I call by the word logic. If you start analyzing which is right and which is wrong, which is going to be permanent, which is going to be temporary in your life, from that analysis, a intelligence will raise, a new quality of life will raise. That quality of life is what called Lakshmi. Lakshmi is the quality of life, feeling fulfilled. Most of the time you can see your house is filled with everything, but your being is not fulfilled. Filling your house is very easy, but fulfilling your being is what is real Lakshmitva. Lakshmitva means fulfilling your being. But our mind always works only towards more. It works only in the logic of, only in the line of more. By very nature, by the innate nature, the more can never be fulfilled. More can never be fulfilled. Have you seen any single person who was fulfilled is more? Never. More can never be fulfilled, because it goes on in the horizontal line. There are two dimensions in our being. One is horizontal. What next? What next? What next? Shankara says beautifully, Tatakim, Tatakim, Tatakim. What next? What next? What next? As long as you are moving in the horizontal line of what next, more, it will never end. You will run till you drop in your graveyard. The travel from more to more is traveling towards the graveyard. It can never be life. It is a slow death. It's almost a slow death. A small story. A guy was sitting in a bar drinking. There suddenly he saw an old lady from Christ's Salvation Army going from table to table and advising the people not to drink, to clear their life from the bad habits. He somehow tried his best to avoid eye contact with her, but unfortunately she landed upon his table. Started advising, "Oh son, don't you realize what you are taking is a slow poison?" This guy said, in a irritative mood, "I know I am not in urgent." This lady says, "Don't you understand what you are taking is a slow poison?" He says, "Yes, I know, because I am not in urgent." The idea of more and more is also a slow poison. It is just traveling towards death. The idea of more and more will never let you taste the life itself, will never let you enjoy the very life itself. You will never be allowed to relax as long as you have the idea of more and more. For example, if you are having a deep satisfaction, you will be enjoying the life. If you are living based on the idea of more and more, the greed will be enjoying you. Up to one level, you will be drinking. Later on, drinks will be drinking you. To one level, you will be smoking. Then they will be smoking you. Up to a limit, you will be eating the food. Later on, food will be eating you. If your lifestyle is based on more, based on craving, you will be traveling in a horizontal line, which will never end. There is one more dimension to our life. There is one more dimension to our existence. There is one more dimension to our being. That is what I call vertical line. Vertical line means start living the reality what you have. Start enjoying intensely what you are having in your life. When you start enjoying, you will have such a deep satisfaction. The quality of life will improve so much. Naturally, you will find a different space, a different dimension in your being. When you start enjoying, you will stop craving. We always have an understanding. We crave because we enjoy more. No. If you deeply enjoy, if your awareness, if your sensitivity, if your consciousness starts expanding, starts growing, if you really enjoy this chair, you will never bother about big sofa. If you can't enjoy this chair, you think you can enjoy a big sofa? No. If you can't enjoy ordinary cot, even if you get queen size, you will be thinking of king size. Even if you get king size, you will be thinking of something else. If your mental setup is trained for this more, a new layer is created in your mind, what psychologists call as a cerebral layer. Enjoying mentally. Not enjoying what you have, but enjoying what you are going to have. The moment you get Lexus, you start thinking about Benz. The moment you sit in the Benz, mentally you start holding the steering of Rolls Royce. Continuously jumping, continuously escaping from reality. People ask me, Swamiji, what is renunciation? What is vairagya? Should we renounce to become enlightened? I tell them there is no need to renounce anything. Just renounce what you don't have, that is enough. Just renounce what you don't have. The problem is, what you have never creates problem. Enjoy what you have, nothing wrong. Renounce what you don't have. But our main problem is, we are continuously enjoying what we don't have. There starts a new thing called craving. Enjoying the life, enjoying the reality never disturbs us. It is the ghost. Craving is what I call as ghost. It is the craving, the ghost actually. The word Maya is a wonderful word which can never be translated in English. The meaning of the word is Yama iti Maya. In Sanskrit, the wonderful meaning. Yama, which is not there, is Maya. The craving, you can see, the materials which is not there in your life is creating difficulties for you. The moment you fantasize about some supermodel or Miss Universe or Miss World, your wife looks very ugly. Your husband is looking very ugly. The things which is not there in your life is creating troubles in your life. You can see in the regular life, people come and ask me, Swamiji, should we renounce this? Should we renounce that? Should I become a Swami to realize the truth? There is no need. Simply there is no need. Outer women never disturbs us. Only the inner women is disturbing. Drop your inner women. Drop your fantasies. Drop your imaginations. That is more than enough. Drop what you don't have. That is more than enough to realize the truth what you have. Reality never hurts us. Reality never creates trouble. It is fantasy. When you try to make your fantasies into reality, then starts the whole trouble. Then starts the whole trouble. When you drop the idea of more, when you start living the present moment, when you start living inside your boundary, people ask me, Swamiji, what do you mean by the word start living inside the boundary? Then are we living outside our boundary? If you analyze deeply your life, early morning, if you are in your house, your mind will be in the office. You will be thinking about office. If you are in the office, you will be thinking of evening, beach or restaurant. If you are in the restaurant, you will be thinking when I will go back to my house to rest. If you are in Wednesday, you will be thinking of weekend. If you are in weekend, you will be worrying about the Monday. The moment the Monday starts, you will again start thinking about the weekend. If you analyze, one thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. If you deeply look, your mind never stays in a place where your body stays. That is what I call the lifestyle of more. You are just running without even knowing the goal. Rat race. The big problem in the rat race is even if you win, you are a rat. Nothing more than a rat. When you run with all your energy, with all your speed, you forget to enjoy. You forget to live. You forget to have the Lakshmi in your life. Again, you should understand, Lakshmi is the quality, not the quantity. The lifestyle of more leads to death. This lifestyle, another one option, living inside your boundary, That is what I say, living in the present moment. Living in the present moment creates a new kind of mental setup, new kind of mental structure, what Vedantists call as a cognitive shift. A cognitive shift happens in your being. You start living more intensely, with more awareness, what Buddhists calls Zen, what we Vedantists call as cognitive shift, are living from moment to moment, living deeply centered on your being, living deeply centered on your very life itself. When you start living deeply centered on your being, centered on your very life, life feels like a blessing. So much of fulfillment, so much of joy, such a deep ecstasy. Life opens a different dimension for you. Instead of continuously feeling dissatisfied, feeling threatened by desires, you should understand this word, threatened by desires. The moment desire happens to you, you feel a deep uneasiness in your being. You can see the moment craving starts in your being, you feel a deep uneasiness, a deep uncomfortable feeling in your body, in your mind. If you observe, you can very clearly feel the moment the craving starts, the moment a desire starts, you will have a deep uncomfortable feeling in your body and mind. Because if the desire is fulfilled, the problem is you will start thinking, oh, when I will have it again, when I will have the same joy again, or will this joy leave me? If it is not fulfilled, a deep craving, hangover feeling. So if it is not fulfilled also, problem. If it is fulfilled, again, problem. So the moment desires enter into your being, the moment craving enters into your being, you become off. One side which starts craving, the other side which starts working for it. You become a schizophrenia. And half of your mind is visualizing about the thing which is supposed to happen, about your desire. The half is living the real life. The gap between the reality and your imagination is what I call tension. Tension, immediately, the moment you become half is a reality, half is a imagination, immediately tension starts happening in your body, in your being. There are only two kinds of lifestyle. One is living with the word more. Another one is living with the joy, this. Only two words. Either you enjoy now or never. There are only two kinds of mental setup. The man who enjoys the path and the goal, or the man who never enjoys path and the goal. Never think you can enjoy the goal if you don't enjoy the path. Always we think, when we are young, we think, somehow if we settle in the US, it will be really grand, we can enjoy. Once you come and settle here, you think, if I get a good house, really I can enjoy. Then you plan, if I get married, I can enjoy. Then you feel, if I get kids, we can enjoy. Then you think, if I am retired, I will have social security, money I can enjoy, relax, rest. By the time you retire, already your mental setup is created to run behind the word more. You have lost, you have forgotten the habit of enjoying or living. The very idea of relaxation has become just a word, not an experience. Then naturally you see, the quality to enjoy, the sensitivity to live is lost. It's almost like a selling your eyes to purchase a painting, selling your life to purchase a house. Either you enjoy the present moment and enjoy the whole life. Either you enjoy the path and the goal, or you don't enjoy both. When Krishna says, Karmanye Vadikaraste Mabaleshu Kadachanaha, he means, when he says, do your duty, don't expect the result, it does not mean work without getting the salary, without taking the salary, no. He never says, do your job without taking the salary, no. He says, let the job itself become enjoyment. Let the path itself become the way to joy. Let you start feeling the fulfillment in the very path itself, in the very life itself. If you postpone, the habit of postponing will become a mental structure. That will become the mental attitude. One thing, be very clear. Whatever you may acquire in the quantity, it is the quality of your mind which is going to give joy and sensitivity. You may have king size bed, but it is your mind which has to sleep. So your mind is only going to decide. We work so much to increase the height of our bed, but we forget to increase the depth of our sleep. When you work towards increasing the height of the bed, you forget you need to increase the depth of your sleep. Small story. One guy wanted to do 3 works when he goes back to his house. So he never believes his memory. He always thinks he forgets things. So he made 3 knots in the kerchief. Went back to the house. Did 2 works. He remembered 2 things to be done and did 3rd thing somehow he was not able to remember. He was sitting, thinking. Whole night he was thinking. Early morning around 4 o'clock, suddenly he remembered. The 3rd knot he made, thinking, I should go and sleep nicely. Tomorrow is a weekend. Thinking that I should sleep, he made the 3rd knot. But when he was trying to find out what for he made the 3rd knot, he lost the whole sleep. Our whole life is wasted just like this. You plan to enjoy, but you never enjoy. If you don't have the quality of mind, even your weekends, what will you be doing? You may have a weekend, you may just change the place, but you are carrying the same restless mind, same restless attitude. What can you enjoy? You can never enjoy anything unless you have new quality of life, unless you work on the quality of your being. The immediate thing which we need to work is the instrument with which we enjoy the life, not the quantity of things which we acquire. One important thing you should understand. The moment you create a sensitivity in your being, even ordinary water looks like amrita. Ordinary water will taste like amrita. That is what the Purana says. There is a beautiful sutra in the Kathopanishad. If you give all your things away in the Vajpaya Yajna, you will become Indra. Based on this sutra only, the Ujjasravas, he starts doing the Vajpaya Yaga to give away all his properties. Originally, the Upanishad sloka means, if you sacrifice everything, you will become Indra means. If you sacrifice the idea of having more and more and more, your whole being will enter into a new sensitivity. It is not the outwardly things. Don't think if you give away your house and if you give away your properties, you will have that quality. No. If you give away the idea, if you drop the idea of craving, if you drop the idea of having, if you drop the idea of more and more and more, you will have a different space, you will have a different sensitivity to live, to enjoy what you have. There is a beautiful story in Buddha's life. A great king called Aparasanjita. This king goes to Buddha. Wife of the king is a relative of Buddha. The wife of this king is a relative of Buddha. from the very young age, the queen is associated with Buddha and she knows about the quality of Buddha. Even after becoming enlightened, the queen used to go and have the darshan of Buddha. So the queen was continuously inspiring the king, please go and see the Buddha. Just see what kind of human being he is. Why don't you just have a look? Why don't you just check out? The king decides, all right, let me go and see who is this Buddha. Of course, he doesn't want to go as an ordinary person. He wants to show he is a king. So he takes all the best diamonds from his treasury. Queen says, don't take diamonds. He is not the man whom you think. Take at least few flowers. He may accept the flowers, but never the diamonds. King says, all right, let me take both. Diamond and flowers, both. In one hand, jewelry box filled with diamonds. In the other hand, plate filled with flowers. He goes to see the king, see the Buddha. King goes to see the Buddha. But his mind is thinking, let me show my greatness by giving both these things to Buddha. He goes, there Buddha is sitting in front of 10,000 disciples. The moment he entered the Buddha's court, he was about to offer the diamonds to Buddha. Buddha said, drop it. The king was shocked. But no other way, because 10,000 people are sitting. He dropped that diamond. And he was about to offer the flowers. Again Buddha said, drop it. He dropped the flower also. He felt like a stupid in front of a big crowd. Again Buddha says, drop it. Now it is too much. The king was not able to understand. He said, what are you talking? I am not having anything in my hand. I already dropped the diamond. I have dropped the flowers. What you are asking me to drop? The senior disciple of Buddha, Sariputta, was standing nearby. He says, Buddha is asking you to drop the idea of more and more and more. He is not asking you to drop diamonds or the lotus. Diamonds are not even worth dropping. He says, drop the idea that these things have got value. Drop the idea that diamond has got a special value. That is what Buddha wants you to drop. Not the diamond itself. There is no need to drop the diamond. Even dropping the diamond means you have a fear that it is a valuable. Unless I drop all these things, I cannot become enlightened. No. Not even dropping the diamond, but dropping the attitude, it has got value. That is what Buddha says by the word drop it. Sariputta says beautifully, Buddha is telling you to drop your ideas about what is valuable and what is not valuable, which is great, which is not great. Buddha is not asking you to drop the physical things. He is not asking you to drop your kingdom. He is asking you to drop your mind, your idea. So understand, it is not the quantity of things, it is quality of things. First thing, neither running behind the idea, more, nor dropping your outwardly comforts is going to help you. It is dropping the idea of more and more only is going to help you. Bring your mind to present moment, to live the life in the moment to moment, to live the life with joy, with bliss, with ecstasy, more intensely, more consciously, with more awareness. When you are drinking water, drink totally. When you are eating, eat totally. When you are walking, walk totally. When you are driving, drive totally. When you are sleeping, sleep totally. A great king goes to a Zen Buddhist master and asks him, Master, I heard that you always live with joy and bliss. What's the technique you practice? Please teach us. Master says, technique. I know only one thing. When I eat, I eat. When I sleep, that's all. King asks, then what do you mean? Are we not doing the same thing? Master says, yes, surely you are not. Look into your life. When you eat only, you will be planning about all your future, or worrying about all your past. When you eat, totally eat. When you sleep, totally sleep. You will see your whole life will become a worship. If you are living your life with the attitude of more, your whole life will be just work. If you are living your life this enjoying in the present moment, your whole life will be worship. Only two things. Either your whole life is work or your whole life is worship. Never think you can have part-time work and part-time worship. No. Work or worship depends on your attitude. With the right attitude, even your work can become worship. With the wrong attitude, even your worship will become work. With the right attitude, even your work can become worship. Joy, ecstasy, bliss, relating to the God, relating to the divine, relating to the whole existence. With the wrong attitude, even your worship will become a work, dry routine. Understand? With the right attitude, anything can be converted into meditation. With wrong attitude, even meditation can be converted into work. One disciple goes to a master, comes out after getting the beating. The other guy goes and comes out laughingly. The guy who was beaten asked the disciple who came out with joy and bliss, what did you do? What did master say? Why are you so happy? The guy who got beaten, he said, I asked, can I smoke when I meditate? The guy who came out with joy, he said, no, I asked, can I meditate when I smoke? The same thing, two different attitudes. One guy was beaten, the other guy was praised. So it is our attitude. With the right attitude, you can meditate when you smoke. With the wrong attitude, you will be smoking when you meditate. So, it is the attitude which decides your whole life. With the right attitude, you don't need anything more. But you will be showered with more and more things. There is a beautiful sloka in the Puranas which says, Ananda Kamranaha, means Ananda attracts the fortune. That's a beautiful one more saying. Where bliss is, there automatically Lakshmi walks in. If the bliss is there inside your house, automatically Lakshmi comes inside your being. And there is one more thing you need to understand. This is not a simple faith or belief. The modern day psychologists, they say, if your mind is blissful, happy, you attract the same type of blissful, happy incidences, blissful, happy persons, blissful, happy situations around you. If you are sad, if you are depressed, if you are dull, you attract the same type of persons and incidences around you. Your being acts like a dish antenna. If you tune yourself to joy and bliss, you naturally attract the adrishta, fortune, Lakshmi. If you tune yourself to the depression, dull mood, you naturally attract suffering and pain. It is your being which attracts the incidences of your life. Being in the present moment, being in the bliss, being with a joyful mood is one of the basic things to worship Mahalakshmi. The attitude of Lakshmi will happen to you when you start living in the present moment. Either you live this moment and enjoy, or you never. Because tomorrow is also going to come only as a today. Tomorrow is also going to come only as a today. So if you postpone today in the name of tomorrow, tomorrow you will postpone in the name of day after tomorrow. That's all. So it is your choice. If you understand about the whole life, you will understand you don't need anything. You will feel you are just showered. You are not even given, you are showered. If you don't understand you are showered, how much is showered on you, you will take your life for granted. You will take your whole life for granted. If you understand you are showered, you will understand what more do we want. Let us understand what more do you want. You are showered so many things in our life. We always think God has given very less for us. He has not given what is my right is. A small story. One guy went to the temple and started praying to God. Oh God, just give me $100. I will be able to manage with that $100 my 1 week expenses. After 1 week, I will get my job and I will start donating to you. The priest heard the prayer and really felt compassionate towards that boy, towards that young guy. So he put $50 in a cover and went near him, gave that cover to him and told, see, God has asked me to give this cover to you. Please have it. The guy ran to his house, opened the cover, saw $50 and started praying, oh God, next time when you send money, please send directly. See, the priest has taken away half of it. We always think what is not given, not what is given. He never bothered the $50 which is given to him. He started bothering about the $50 which is not given. So when you understand how much life has showered on you, you will understand what more do we want. When you don't understand whatever life has showered on you, you will never understand even after entering into the graveyard. Even after entering into the graveyard, you will think, oh, next guy has got a good flat. Next guy has got good sight. My tomb is not as big as his. Either you understand now itself what more do we want, or never. Understand what more do you want. Your life will be filled with bliss, ecstasy and joy. Let you experience the bliss, eternal bliss. Thank you. So, what is time?
8:20.
It is showing different time. What time we are supposed to finish? It's already time.
We have some time for question and answers.
How many minutes? 15 minutes. So you have 15 minutes to put any questions. Any question you want to ask, you are welcome. We'll try to see your questions. Please. Sorry, little loud.
We are just ordinary human beings. However, we try to live in the presence.
So when you say you are ordinary human, when you
wonders, oh, like what's going to happen tomorrow, and then about the past also.
when you say you are ordinary human being, do you mean I am extraordinary human being?
I think so.
No. There starts the trouble. Please be seated. You see, did you see when I walked inside? I also walk with 2 legs, ma'am. I have only 2 hands. Please understand, your mind cheats you by telling you are ordinary. One more thing, very important thing to understand. To become a Tagore, to become a Picasso, to become a Ravi Verma, you need intelligence. It's a talent. To be enlightened, you don't need any talent or intelligence. Just your ordinariness is more than enough. Enlightenment is not intelligence. It is not talent. It is just understanding you are ordinary. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, the moment you say that I am Bhagavan, you are ordinary, you miss my whole teaching. The moment you say I am extraordinary and you are ordinary, you hide your ego in a beautiful way. If your mind accepts that what I am saying is an easy thing, you need to immediately practice it. But your mind does not want to practice. Because if you practice all these things, your mind will have to die. Your mind will have to die. Your mind will lose its grip on you. Your mind is also, just like other beings in that world, has got its own instinct to survive. In the world, every being has got its own instinct to survive, to protect itself. Your mind also has got its own instinct to survive. That is the reason it says, no, I can't be alive without worrying about the past, without bothering about the future. Understand, a small thing. By your worrying, have you solved a single problem? Only created a little more problem. If you are worrying about 10 problems, you only created the 11th problem, depression. Never the problems are solved. Why not be a little more intelligent? That's all. Just be a little more intelligent. We can't be so poor to say, Swamiji, I understand the fire will burn, but I am not able to resist my temptation to put my hands in the fire. Do you say that? No. It is just a little more intelligence. Never count the moments in which you have failed. Count the moments in which you have become successful. The problem is, if you think your mind as a chain, you always count the strength of the chain based on the weakest link. But never do that with your mind. Don't measure the strength of your mind based on the weakest link. Never continuously remember by your failures and never think you are weak, you can't achieve this because you have failed in the early times. One thing, people come and ask me, Swamiji, my mind is not silent, it is creating too much of noise, too much of sound. I tell them, you do not know the amount of work which is going on inside. Now the computer people, the artificial intelligence people, they say, if we have to do 1/100th of the work of the mind, the data collection and data processing and giving the solutions, 1/100th, we need 3-story building computer. And the noise will be one full industry noise. So much of work is going inside such a small place with so much of silence, practically no sound. So don't think your mind is too much of noisy. First start understanding. Some way you can also proceed. Some way you can also progress. Don't bother about 9 times which you failed. Bother about 1 time which you are successful. That's a beautiful saying. 9 times if you are failing and only one time if you are achieving the success. Then increase the trial. As 100 times, then 10 times you will have success. That's all. Now you are trying 10 times. 9 times you are failing. Once you are achieving. Then increase the number of struggle. Increase the number of trying or increase your effort. Naturally you will see you are achieving more and more moments of bliss. One more thing. You can very easily hide yourself in low self-esteem. If you are having high self-esteem, society will kick you. It will teach you. Wherever you go, your ego will be disturbed. But if you are having low self-esteem, no, I am not able to, I am not such a extraordinary person, I am ordinary, I am simple. When you hide yourself under a low self-esteem, society never teaches you, society never touches you. You are always praised, oh such a humble person, see how simple person. So you easily protect your ego in a very cunning way when you hide yourself under low self-esteem. So never keep yourself under low self-esteem. I always tell people, whatever esteem you have about yourself, except you being a God, you have low self-esteem. Because you are God. Whatever idea you have about you, except you are divine, you are having low self-esteem. Because you are divine. Understand, it is just low self-esteem. Don't take the stand that you are mind. Take the stand you are divine. You will be naturally helped. And not only that, don't associate yourself continuously with your failures. Associate yourself continuously with a few moments of success. Then you will see the number of success, the moments of success will increase. As long as you say, I am ordinary, I am ordinary, I am ordinary, you will be continue to suffer. When are you going to break and come out? People tell me, no, Swamiji, slowly, slowly I am changing. Change is never slowly, slowly. It is always quantum. It is always quantum. Either you transform or you don't. That's all. Either it's a quantum or you postpone. So, postponing is a beautiful but cunning method your mind chooses. It always says, I am an ordinary person, I am a grihastha, I am a householder, I have so many things. What is there? How can I change? People come and ask me, Swamiji, my mind is too restless, how can I meditate? It's like, I am too sick, how can I take medicine? If you are sick, only then you need medicine. If your mind is too restless, only then you need meditation. If you say I am an ordinary person, only then you need these teachings. These teachings of living in the present, the effort to live in the present is necessary if you think you are ordinary person. If you are extraordinary, you don't need these teachings. If you say you are ordinary, you need to practice with 120% effort. Try it. This time.
You said that you should not always go beyond more and more and more. But if you are not going on doing that, then there will be no development or no improvement.
One thing, when you start really enjoying your being, you will start expressing 10 times more creativity than you are expressing now. As on now, half of your mind is running behind more and more and more. Understand one thing. 80% of your energy is spent only in Icha Shakti. Thinking of more and more and more. Only 20% is spent in Kriya Shakti, creativity. If you start awakening the Jnana Shakti, the living in the present moment, living joyfully, consciously with awareness, 80% of your energy will be spent in creativity. You will start creating, and only 20% will be spent in just spending in a vague thoughts, in imagination. Understand? When I say drop running behind more and more and more, I say drop the mind which runs behind more and more and more. I don't say, I am not telling you, don't get a bigger house, don't make a bigger bank balance, don't make a big car. No. I am not telling you to drop the diamonds. I am telling you to drop the idea of having more and more. When you drop the idea, you will see, you will be more creative, you will be more productive, you will be more active than you are now. A small example, which is just empty race. I always tell people, bothering about this more and more and more is housekeeping in dreams. Do the housekeeping in reality. Please don't do it in the dreams. By bothering about more and more and more, you are doing housekeeping in dreams. When you are doing the housekeeping in dreams, you forget the reality. You forget to clean your house. All our struggle, if you look little deep, you will understand. I am not telling you to become enlightened. I don't even say you become enlightened. Just look little deep, skin deep into your mind. Take 3 days as a small experiment. Take these next 3 days just for a small experiment. Just for next 3 days, drop all your worries. Surely by dropping your worries for 3 days, you will not lose your job. You will not lose your house. You will not die. Just for 3 days you try. Drop bothering about the future totally, utterly. Drop the whole craving. Just for 3 days. After 3 days, if it did not work out, please pick up your craving again. I don't say no. Just for 3 days, try this as a simple experiment. When I say, I am not even asking you to believe me. I am just saying you, take this as a hypothesis and try to work. Just for 3 days, decide consciously, I will not allow any craving. I will not allow any more and more attitude, more and more idea in my mind for only 3 days. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, next day, just for 3 days. Not more than that. I am not asking you to drop eternally. Don't plan, I will drop once for all. You will never do it. Just for 3 days, try this experiment. You will see how active, how fresh, how creative, how bright, how energetic, how blissful you are. The moment you drop the craving, your whole energy gets integrated. Your whole energy gets centered. Your whole being becomes one-pointed. Then you will see 80% of your energy is spent in creativity. As on now, 80% of your energy is spent only in Icha Shakti. Means desiring, 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 desiring. Never working towards it. You are stressed out. Once you realize your energy getting wasted, once you drop the idea of craving, your whole energy will be integrated. You will start spending in creativity. The new dimension, that is what I am telling you. Horizontal is more and more and more, Icha Shakti. Vertical is achieving, that Kriya Shakti. Now, you travel only in the horizontal line. That's why you are tired. If you start traveling in the vertical line, you will understand you are in a different space. Your being is traveling in a different space. You are in a different level. Just take this as a small experiment for 3 days. Of course, in 3 days I am not leaving Dallas. After 3 days you can come and catch me. What did you teach? I am here to answer you. Just take for 3 days. Drop your cravings totally. Drop your more and more attitude totally. And 3 days surely you will not lose much. Even if you lose, you will not lose much. 3 days is worth trying. Try. You will see how fresh, how alive, how blissful you are. Then you will see how much of your energy is wasted, continuously getting wasted in Icha Shakti instead of Kriya Shakti. Awaken your Jnana Shakti. Drop the craving. Start living intensely with awareness in the present moment. You will see you are achieving 1,000 times more than what you are achieving now, what you are doing now. Because it is your mind which supplies energy to you. If you are stressed out, how will you create? The moment you remove the weight from your mind, the moment you remove the basic ingredient which creates stress in your mind, you will see you are just exploding into energy. You are just exploding into creativity, the Kriya Shakti. Thank you. Let you experience the bliss, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Just wanted to thank Swamiji for the wonderful discourse and for sharing his wisdom with all of us, and the temple administration for allowing this wonderful event to happen. Tomorrow Swamiji will be back in the temple at 7 o'clock. The discourse topic is need or grief. During Swamiji's week-long visit to Dallas area, he's also this Saturday and Sunday conducting a meditation workshop where Swamiji is going to spend time working on all the 7 major energy centers of chakras. Swamiji will be cleansing and energizing those energy centers that will help us in our physical, mental, psychological and spiritual growth. if you need more information, there are some flyers as far as details of the program. Now Swamiji will be, will be giving his blessings if you're interested, and those who require any healing. Swamiji is a healer who's healed thousands of people of a lot of their both physical and mental problems. Please, you can form a line and take his blessings if you like. And if you need any special healing, he'll be able to heal. Thank you.
behalf of all of you, and also on behalf of thousands of devotees of the temple, I very humbly welcome His Holiness Sadguru Paramashivam Sri Nithyananda Swamigal of Jnanapeetham amidst us for second day of visitors. All of us are truly blessed that Swamiji really agreed to come to the temple and address all of us and share his wisdom and thoughts on spirituality. And yesterday, you listened to the enlightening lecture by Swamiji on what more do you want. And today, we are going to hear about an equally interesting topic, need and greed. Once again, on behalf of all of you, I extend a hearty welcome to Swamiji. And as a token of our appreciation, on behalf of all of you and on behalf of our temple, I would like to offer.
ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वहि साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I give my thanks and gratitude to the temple authorities for organizing this event. Today's subject is need or greed. There is a wonderful statement from Mahatma Gandhi ji. We have enough of things to fulfill the whole world's needs, but even the whole world cannot fill single man's greed. We have enough of things to fulfill everybody's needs, but even the whole world cannot fulfill single man's greed. I think only a person like a Gandhi can give this type of statements. The very person is a representation or representative of this ideology. His life is a living scripture. His life is the expression of this saying. What he said, he lived. Of course, he is one of the greatest human beings. Apart from a political leader, there are so many other dimensions for him. Only India can boast that it has got ideals like Gandhi. Every country is represented by their ideals, by their leaders. Only India can boast we have an ideal who is a man who preached and lived non-violence. All countries make only warriors as their leaders. All countries represented by the great warriors. Go round and see. All the representatives are leaders of the countries. They are warriors. But here is a country which is represented by a man who died saying, don't punish him, don't punish the guy who killed me. He says, even in the last moment, don't punish the guy who killed me. Even in the last moment, is concerned for the other. Even after giving his life, is concerned for others to the extreme. Living religion is easy thing, but living the religion at the moment of death is not an easy thing. Gandhi is a person, he lived his religion even at the time of passing away. Even when he was shot, his lips uttered only Ram, Ram, nothing else. Only he can give this type of statements. Now let us analyze this statement. Need or greed? The whole world has got enough of stuff, enough of things to fulfill everyone, but it cannot fulfill single man's greed. In Jainism, there is a beautiful concept. According to me, whether it is fact or not, we don't know, but it is truth. You need to know the difference between fact and truth. There are so many things which is yet to become fact. If it is already analyzed, if it is given the form of facts and figures, you call it as fact. If it is already proved by some scientist, some theory, some analysis, we call that as a fact. There are so many truths which is yet to be discovered, which is yet to become fact. Just because it is not yet become fact, you can't say it is not truth. Before the gravitation theory was discovered, before the theory of gravity written, do you think that gravitation force was not there? No. Even before Newton, gravitation force was there. Newton made it as a clear theory. Newton has made the truth as a fact. The truth of gravitation was there, but Newton made it as a fact. So there are so many truths which is yet to become fact. Just because it has not yet become fact, you can't say those things are not truths. In Jainism, there is a truth. Mahavir says, when you come down to this planet Earth, the total amount of food which you will eat throughout your life is sent to this planet Earth. And the energy to fulfill all your desires are given to you. The things which you are going to enjoy, not only food, the house, or the comforts, whatever you are going to enjoy, that is sent to the world, and the energy to enjoy, the power, the capacity to enjoy is given to you. The moment you land on this planet Earth, you have capacity to enjoy what you are supposed to enjoy according to your karma. And the things which is supposed to be given to you, that is also sent to the planet Earth. The problem is, then why we feel here that we are lacking something? Mahavir says, whatever you are supposed to enjoy is already sent to the planet Earth. And the capacity, energy to enjoy also is given to you when you come down. Then why are we feeling always that we are lacking something? That we are missing something? If I ask any one of you, you will tell, no, Swamiji, I think for me God has done a little bit less. He has not given my share properly. I don't think I received my share properly. Somewhere it is stuck. Maybe the courier man did not deliver. Somewhere it is there. It has not yet reached. Everybody feels something is missing. They are deprived. But Mahavir says it is already sent to the planet Earth. What happens? Then why are we feeling that we are deprived? Why are we feeling we are missing something? The problem is, after coming down to this planet Earth, you start seeing from others what others are enjoying, what way others are living, and you start picking up the desires from others. You start picking up your desires from others. You don't work out only your desires. You start gathering others' desires also. For example, from here you go to mall to get a refrigerator. You take enough of money, go there to get a refrigerator. After going there, you meet one of your friend. She is purchasing a color TV and a new oven, so many other things for her house. You slowly feel, I should also have a color TV. I should also have little more jewelry. I should also have better clothes. Instead of purchasing a refrigerator, you purchase so many other things, and finally you don't have enough money for a refrigerator. Naturally think of taking loan. So finally you end up in loan. After that you feel that you are not satisfied. You have to work now to fulfill or to give back that loan. Same way, when you come back, when you come down to this planet Earth, when you come back to this planet Earth, when you come, you bring only few desires and the power to fulfill those desires. After coming here, when you start seeing the people who live around you, from them you start picking up many more desires. If your colleague lives in a different way, you think, I should also have the same lifestyle. If your brother lives in a different way, you think, yes, I should also have more richness, more wealth. Seeing others, you start picking up the desires. You start changing your lifestyle. The main problem, you have enough of energy to work out your desires, your life, but you don't have enough of energy to work out somebody else's desires, somebody else's thoughts. In one life you can work out only one life's desires. If you try to work out others' desires also in your life, naturally you are creating more pressure, more stress, more greed for your being. That is why you feel continuously your time, your energy, your money is not sufficient for your life. That is the reason we feel something is missing, something is lacking. I am not having what I am supposed to get. The problem is you have increased your desires after coming down. The number of desires is increased. The energy which you brought is actually enough, sufficient to live your whole life. But when you start living, you start accumulating more and more and more desires. If your brother brings AC to his house, your house temperature increases. Unless you also get the AC, you feel something is missing. There is a continuous running, continuous comparison, continuous jealousy. From the very young age, you are taught to compare. From the very young age, you are taught to compare. According to me, somehow if we can avoid only one thing, that labeling the kids as a A, B, C grade, if we can avoid that one thing in our education system, we can eradicate more than 80% of violence and misery from the planet Earth. The moment you start branding, labeling the kids, you teach them how to compare, how to feel jealous. The seeds of living with comparison and jealousy is sown in them. We think if there is no comparison, how to grow, Swamiji? How to progress? According to me, nobody can progress by comparing. Each being is unique. He has to flower in his own line. If you compare, you may grow as he is growing. You may progress as he is progressing, not as you are supposed to be. The big problem in the rat race is, even if you win, you are a rat. Even if you win, you are a rat, nothing more than that. When you run based on others' style, naturally you end up only in suffering. A small thing you need to understand. There are some kids who are masters of visualization. You will see they will excel in painting, art, poetry, dancing. There are some kids who are masters of verbalization. They will excel in language and logic. There are some kids who can excel in maths, in other field. But when you grade them, you try to generalize them. When we try to generalize them, naturally we sow the seeds of miseries in them. Either we give them low self-esteem or high self-esteem. Low self-esteem and high self-esteem, both are troubles. Both are going to create violence in them. The guy who is having low self-esteem will try to throw stone. The guy who is having the high self-esteem will try to suppress. Seeds of violence is sown, seeds of misery is sown in the kids, inside the heart of children when they are graded as A, B, C. There starts first seed. From the very young age, you are taught to compare, to compare, to compare. You run based on comparison. When you run based on comparison, naturally you pick up the attitude of violence. You try to pull others' legs. You learn all the technical methods to stop others. The more you learn to compare, naturally more you become cunning, more you become crooked, more we become logical. We may hide with beautiful words. No, Swamiji, unless we compare how to grow. But all our idea, you may hide with different kinds of words, but the truth is truth. When you are taught to compare, naturally you start picking up your desires from so many other persons.
Okay.
You try to work out many more desires than what you can in your life. There is a beautiful sutra in the Upanishad which says, Ichha Shakti, the energy which creates desires in you, is potentially powerful to fulfill the desires in you. Ichha Shakti has got enough of energy to create Kriya Shakti in you. It's a very important thing to understand. It says, if you have the desire to possess a house, you can, the very desire can express enough of energy to create a house in your life. Very strange theory, but our rishis are declaring it. I think very courageous declaration. They say, because you are Purna, because you are God, your existence, if you have the sankalpa, if you have the desire, you have the power to fulfill it also. Then why are we feeling so many times in our life that we are not able to fulfill what we want in our life? Then why are we feeling we are missing something? The problem is you don't work only to fulfill your desires. You try to work to fulfill somebody else's desire also. If you want to have a house, and if you work out your desire, naturally you will see, you will be able to work it out. But by and by, you start picking up all others' desires, and you start working out their desires also. There starts the problem. Now next question arises, how to find out which is my desire and which is others' desire? Which is my desire and which is others' desire? The Upanishad answers beautifully. Your desire means, even when the desire is there, you will see only energy happening to you. You will not feel uncomfortable. You will not have uneasiness in your life. The very desire will give you the joy, will give you a juicy feeling. When you unfold, when you realize the desire, you will have a deep fulfillment. If it is somebody else's desire, the very desire will create uneasiness even before fulfilling. And after fulfilling, the very desire will leave a hangover, a samskar in you. You will not feel fulfilled. You may feel filled for that time. For time being, you will not feel fulfilled. The difference between junk food and the good food. With junk food, you will feel filled but never fulfilled. With the right food, you will feel fulfilled. A deep fulfillment. You will feel you are feeling enough. Not only you are feeling enough, you are energetic to take the next step, next moment, next work in your life. If you eat junk food, just after the food you will feel tired. You will feel like taking rest. See the strange thing. We eat for the sake of energy, but immediately after eating, you feel like resting. Means somewhere seriously something wrong. And if your desires are making you tired, if your desires are creating uneasy feeling in you, if your desires are creating disturbance in your mind, be very clear, there is something seriously wrong in your system. Because according to Upanishads, desires are energy. You can't move even an inch, a single step without having a desire. Just look into your life. Can you move even 1 inch without having desire? No. Desire is your basic energy. Desire is your basic life. Without desire, you can't even get up from the seat to go back to your house. Early morning, if you are coming out of your dream state and entering into your body, physical body, if you observe, you can see very clearly, you will have some deep desire. to enjoy something through this body. Only then you can enter into this body. If you are a little introvert, you can understand what I say. Either you will have a deep desire to enjoy something through this body, to see somebody, to experience something, or you will have the fear of losing something. If you don't get up, if you don't go to job, you will lose the job. So either you will have the desire to enjoy something, or fear that you may lose some enjoyment. But basically, the desire to enjoy. The desire to enjoy is the force which pushes you inside the body. Upanishads very clearly declare, you assume human body just to fulfill your desires. So when you assume the human body to fulfill your desires, you bring enough of energy also to fulfill your desires. To fulfill your desires. You have enough of energy to fulfill your desires, to unfold yourself, to unfold your desires. Understand one simple thing. Basically, your energy can never do anything off. Your inborn nature, inborn tendency is fulfillment. So naturally, any desire you have, the moment you create desire, the moment you get the thought, you create, you release energy also to work it out. If you feel you are not able to release the energy, you are not able to work it out, be very clear, it is not your desire. You have picked up that desire from somebody. You have borrowed that desire from somebody. Borrowing desires from others will only make you more and more dull, depressed and tired. There are 4 levels of desires. The first level is physical pleasures and physical comforts. Pleasure to see beautiful scenes. The pleasure of seeing beautiful scenes. The desire to see, desire to hear, desire to taste, desire to smell, desire for sex. The basic pleasures. This is the first layer of desires. The next, name and fame, the attention from others. Name and fame, the attention from others. Third level, spiritual desires. You should understand mainly. People may think even spirituality can become a desire. Yes, our desires to become more spiritual, to have the darshans, visions, to have God whenever we want to have. Even in that level, even in that line, greed can happen. The fourth, ultimate, but very subtle, just to hang on to this body, the desire just to hang on to this body for no reason. In these 4 level desires, see very deeply where you have need and where you are having greed. In these 4 levels, if you analyze your mind, if you analyze your lifestyle, classify all your 4 desires under these 4 categories. There are no other desires, only these 4 categories of desires. All the desires can be brought under this 4 category. Understand whether your desires are the category of need or greed. If it is your own desire, if it is yours, it will be a need. If it is somebody else's, it is greed. You have enough of energy, enough of power, enough of capacity to fulfill your desires, but you don't have energy, capacity to fulfill others' desires. If you look into this 4 layer, you will understand where all you are picking up others' desires. In the sensory pleasures, you can see how much of fantasies you pick up from outer world. In the real life, the reality never disturbs you. The real enjoyments will never disturb you. The desires which you want to enjoy, the desires which you want to have fulfillment, will never disturb you. People ask me, Swamiji, should I renounce all my desires to reach the spiritual state? I tell them, no. Again it's one more greed. Again it's one more greed. People renounce here so that they can enjoy there. People always renounce here so that they can enjoy in the other world. I asked a guy who gave up drinking suddenly, why did he give up? No, Swamiji, when I go to heaven, I will be given Somarasa. That is the reason. I told him, never give up drinking, thinking of Somarasa. Give up with understanding that I don't want to have. If you give up for the sake of Somarasa, where is the guarantee? You may not have. You may not be given at all. Why are you bothering about Somarasa? I always tell people, give up, but based on understanding, not based on greed. That's a sect of religion which believes if you give money in this world to their spiritual institution or religious institution, the priest gives a receipt, and that receipt will be kept when the person dies, and if the body is buried, the receipt also kept along with the body. They believe if they take that receipt and show to God, there he will be given the exchange. Be very clear, there is no money exchange in the heaven or hell. If you drop your things for the sake of the otherworldly pleasures, again you are in the same trip. Again you are in the same greed trip. Don't think you are announcing. No. Look into your life deeply. In how many places you replace your greed with beautiful words. Most of the time you can see. Even all our prayers are nothing but bargains. All our spirituality is nothing but bargain. I heard one guy was praying for Mahalakshmi, please give me $1 million in lottery. I will put $100,000 in your hundi. If you don't believe me, deduct that 100,000 by yourself and give me only the remaining portion. All your prayers are nothing more than simple business. Greed, named in a different terms. One guy was praying to Venkatacharya. Oh God, if I become successful in my business, I'll put one share. He has got 3 partners. We will make you as a 4th partner. One share we'll put it in your hundi. Some of Venkatacharya works. That much I saw. He does his job properly. I never seen anybody having loss or any difficulty when they go to Venkatacharya. Because the great enlightened master Konganara, he installed a special energy in that area. So you can see it's a real Bhuloga Vaikuntha. It is not a simple place where you can fulfill only your desires. It is a spiritual energy. In front of a projector slide, if you keep a slide, the slide will look in reality. If you keep a temple slide, you can see the temple. If you keep an actor slide, you can see the actor. If you keep an actress, you can see the actress. Just like that in front of Balaji, if you keep your thoughts, you can see them in reality. They will become reality. Because there is a projector light. Any thought you keep, whether it is good or bad, the problem is you pray and finally get into trouble. Most of the time we don't even know what should be asked. We pray something and he fulfills it. Then we are in trouble. Then you are in trouble. Anyhow, he never misses. That much I have seen. He always fulfills. Whether it is good or bad, that is your responsibility. Anyhow, these guys had a good profit. It came Only Venkatachalapathi's share came 1 crore. Now problem starts. If it is just 5,000, 10,000 rupees, they don't mind putting in only. And it's a big money. Among the 3 partners, one guy said, why God needs so much of money? After all, we have children. He doesn't have any issues. Why he needs so much of money? The second guy said, yes, after all, we are the children of God. Why not enjoy a little bit as a God's prasadam? Third guy said, yes, what you said is right. We will convert all the money into gold and make a small undi. We will throw everything up. Whatever falls inside the undi, we will put it in the undi. Whatever falls outside, we will take that as a Balaji's prasad. The next guy said, no. Whatever falls outside, we will put it in the undi. Whatever falls inside, we will take it. Third guy, very intelligent guy, he said, we will throw everything up. Whatever God wants, let him take. Whatever falls, we will have it. After all, God is there above. All your prayers, you can see, is nothing but the projection of your greed. That's what I say. Even your spirituality is nothing but greed. Look, what all the ways you feel and you try to hide and you try to decorate your greed. First level fantasies. If it is your desires, you will never feel tired. You will never feel dull. You will never feel depressed. Have you seen any single animal suffering by obesity? Of course, natural animals never suffer. If they are pet animals, they suffer because they pick up the habit from you. No, the wild animals never suffer. Have you seen a single natural animal who is suffering, who is having headache, who is going to psychiatrist, who is having depression medication, who is suffering due to obesity? No. They have plenty of food, continuously available. They have everything, but they never suffer. Why? They work out only their desires. But in our life, we continuously pick up desires from others. Continuously seeing McDonald's advertisement is just nothing but picking up the desires. You are bombarded with fantasies. Continuously, the idea is put inside your mind. So naturally, when you see a Starbucks board, you think, let us have a coffee. You don't think whether you need or not. You never ask your body, do I need? No. Just the board. Immediately the inspiration. To stop your car, to have. See in how many levels continuously you are exploiting your body for the sake of your greed. Actually, we always blame our body. Oh, because of my body, because of my sensory pleasures only, I wasted my life. Never blame your senses. Never blame your body. Your body is actually intelligent. Your body is actually natural. The problem is your mind. Problem is actually your mind. Never think your body disturbs you. It is you who disturb your body. See how many times, how many nights you torture your body. Your body begs you to give a little rest. It is closing and it wants to sleep, but you sit and watch football match. And you are sitting in front of the cricket match. You sit and watch the football match. You sit and watch the cricket match. And I am surprised, especially these Indian fools. They think that cricket is patriotism. The idea of patriotism is associated with cricket. Please understand, if at all your country has to be represented, it can be only by 11 enlightened masters, not by 11 fools. I am not blaming the people who are playing the cricket. They are good people. Surely they have not done anything wrong. They are good guys. But they cannot be representative of your country, your culture, which is thousands and thousands of years old. If at all you have to be represented, you should be represented by Shankara, Ramanuja, Vivekananda, Ramana Maharishi, not by 11 fools. But somehow the idea of patriotism and cricket is associated. Basically the game is promoted by underworld. Understand? Of course, I am little open. I am bringing the truth. Even though it hurts, it is truth. Never think at least your country can never be represented by some players. Maybe other countries can be represented because that is their culture. All over their cities they build universities and stadiums. But your country, all over the city, all over the states, all over the village, you build only temples and ashrams. Your country can be represented only by 11 enlightened masters, never by 11 players. Anyhow, how many times you torture your body just for the sake of your joy, and your tongue is burning, your stomach is burning, but do you leave that gongura chutney? No. You just push it inside. Just the very mentioning of the word, now many tongues have started giving saliva. Many times you torture your body for the sake of your joy. Whenever your body feels comfortable after the enjoyment, it is your need. If it feels tired or disturbed, it is your greed. Understand, this is the scale. After the enjoyment, if you feel fulfilled, if you feel ecstasy, if you feel that you have flowered, it is a need. After the enjoyment, if you feel tired, if you feel disturbed, if you feel uneasy in your body and mind, it is just greed. Same with the second level. The scale is for every pleasure, not only for food, not only for eyes, for ears, for smell and for sex, for all the 5 pleasures. This is the scale. This is the scale with which you can measure whether you are having need or you are having greed. Second level pleasure, name and fame. In this, how to find out whether we are having need or greed? If it is just a need, of course, attention is a basic need for human being. Understand, psychologists say 90 days you can be without food, but you can't be mentally balanced more than 14 days without somebody's attention. 90 days you can be alive without food, but you can't be mentally balanced more than 14 days without somebody's attention. If you are not attended, if you are not cared, if you are not loved, naturally you feel something is missing. If continuously 14 days, if you are not attended by anybody, anything, you will become imbalanced. You will lose your balance, psychologists say. Attention is a need. In every one of our life, we must be attended, we must be loved, we must be cared by somebody. If it is just a need, not only you will have it, you will simply reciprocate. You will automatically give it to the other. When you are attended, naturally you will feel fulfilled and you will give it back, you will reciprocate. If it is a greed, how much you are attended, you will only suck others' energy. You will never feel like giving back. You will feel more and more powerful. The more and more you are attended, you will feel more and more powerful. But you will never feel like giving it back. You can see these things in politicians. The more the crowd, you will see they will feel more powerful. The voice will be more. The promises will be more. More they feel energetic, less they do service. More they feel energetic, again they work only to get more attention, more name, not to do something in reality. Attention need and attention greed. Attention need is usual, should be there in your life, will be there in your life. Attention need is the basic instinct which created the family system. You give attention to her and she gives her attention to you. Both of you help each other to live happily. That is the vow you take when you marry. When you marry, you take the Saptapadi. In that, there is a vow. Till the end of my life, I will support whenever you mentally feel depressed. And the other person says, I will support you whenever you feel depressed. The problem is nowadays none of us know the meaning of all these mantras. Only Purohits get married. Never we. There are beautiful vows which you take in the time of marriage. According to Hindu system, there is no divorce. Please understand. Hindu marriage system never accept the concept of divorce. You don't have divorce in our Hindu system. You take the oath in front of Agni on the food which you intake. Food, that's why you offer the rice. Annam, Agni, Akasha and Devatas. Finally the Jadaragni which digests the food inside your being. You say till this Agni becomes cold, means till you die. I promise that I will keep up these vows. So in Hindu system there is no divorce. Divorce is neither socially nor spiritually accepted in the Hindu system. When you marry, you take this oath. I will give all my attention, all my love, all my care to her. And she takes the oath in turn. Let me give my attention, my love and my care to the other person. If you are really in attention need, you will have and you will give. The problem is, again you become attention, you get the greed. You have attention greed. Attention greed can never be fulfilled. Even if you have the attention of the people, you will never feel fulfilled. You want only more and more and more. People, why do you think people die to become celebrities? They do all sorts of things to become celebrities. Why? Because the attention greed can take you to any extreme. For the sake of attention greed, you take anything. If you have the attention greed, before getting attention also you will have the deep fear. Oh, will I get or not? The moment you start getting the attention, name and fame, you will have a next fear. Will I lose it? Will I lose it? Will my name be spoiled in some way? Will I lose this attention? Will I lose this name and fame? You can see, before achieving and after achieving, both the time they will have continuous fear. I always tell the people, celebrities are the slave of slaves. Never think leaders are leading you. You are leading the leaders. Mass is always leading the leaders. Never the leaders the mass. It is you who lead them. If you go near and live around any celebrity, if you see them in their close vicinity, you will understand how much of fear they have about you, about the mass. I know intimately many politicians and many celebrities. I have seen their life. That is why I am telling you. If you live in their vicinity, close vicinity, if you know them very intimately, you will understand how much they are afraid of you, the mass. We always think leaders are leading the mass. No. Mass is only leading the leaders. Because without you, they can't be celebrities. Their whole energy, whole life is based on you. If you are not there, they can't be any more celebrities. See, a Paramahamsa is a Paramahamsa, whether you are there or not. He is in ecstasy. He is there. For somebody to become a Paramahamsa, he doesn't need citizens. He doesn't need fans. But for somebody to become a politician, he needs citizens. For somebody to become a celebrity, he needs fans. So it is totally dependent on you. It is not dependent on their individual energy. So it is you who guide them. If you have the attention greed, again you are the same rut of getting more and more people and maintaining more and more people. To get and to maintain.
Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda, or Swamiji, is a revolutionary spiritual master of our millennium. He walks on a mission to heal the world through the powers of meditation. Swamiji chose to be born as Rajashekaran in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai in southern India. Mastering yoga and rigorous spiritual practices at a young age, Rajashekaran finally left home for the Himalayas in the quest of the ultimate truth. This quest led his feet to the holiest of pilgrimage spots and to great spiritual masters in India and Tibet. After years of wandering, study, and intense penance, the boy Rajashekaran experienced the ultimate flowering of consciousness on January 1st, 2000. Rajashekaran became Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Guided by a divine vision, Swamiji set up Dhyanapitham, a worldwide movement for meditation in Bidadi near Bangalore in India. At the ashram, seekers aged between 8 and 80 live and learn in the Master's presence. Ananda Healing, a unique healing science formulated by Swamiji, has been baffling the medical world by curing diseases ranging from migraine to cancer. Qualified individuals are also initiated by Swamiji into Ananda Healing. Today there are over 300 healing centers and over 700 healers worldwide. The Ananda Spurana program is an intensive workshop for chakra healing and meditation that brings together philosophies and techniques from the world's major spiritual streams. The Nithyananda Spurana program, or NSP, is an advanced level course where participants work on all their 7 energy bodies. Ananda Yoga is an introductory program to help integrate meditation into our normal lifestyle with practical and powerful techniques to cope with work stress, ill health, and failing relationships. Swamiji also reaches out to people with dhyana satsangs or mass meditation camps that take meditation to the remotest towns and villages of India. Swamiji travels the world, committed to spreading awareness about the role of individual transformation in shaping global communities. With a pragmatic vision that links Eastern philosophy to the Western scientific thought, Swamiji continues to awaken humanity to the significance of spirituality in our time.
I welcome you all with my heart. The eye problem is all today's topic. I think this is the only problem which has been faced by every human being There are thousands of problems in the world, but not all human beings face one problem. This one problem, almost all the human beings, every individual faces, every person undergoes it. Either in one way or the other, everybody faces the problem of I. What is actually the I problem? Somebody went to Ramana Maharshi and asked, Bhagavan, I want peace. He said, drop that I and the want, what remains is peace. Drop that I and the want, what remains is peace. Throughout his life, he preached nothing but only one thing, one technique. Ask who am I for any problem. Standard solution. Who am I? Almost all the religions and all the masters have spoken, explaining on this I problem. Upanishad says, Aham Brahmasmi. Jesus says, be still and know that I am God. Islam says, Anal Haq, I am the truth. Buddha says, Appadibo Bhava. Atma is the light. I is the light. Jesus says, I am the path, I am the goal. Krishna says, I am everything. The I, you all should understand, when Krishna says, I am everything, he does not mean his form. He does not mean the Vasudeva Krishna. He means that universal Krishna, that God, the divine, or the energy who is called in the name of Krishna. When he says, I am everything, it does not mean that his form is everything, or the boy who is taken birth for Vasudeva and Devaki. Not that small boy. He is the enlightened Krishna, the master Krishna. Some fanatic devotees of Krishna, they invited me to attend one program. I went to attend that program. They asked me, do you believe in Gita? I said, surely, great. Like Gita, there is no other expression in spirituality. It is an unabridged dictionary of world philosophies. Gita is the unabridged dictionary of the world philosophies. Such a great book. You cannot find a great book like Gita so easily. Then they said, then why are you worshipping other gods also? Krishna is everything, you should worship only Krishna. I told no, there you make a big mistake. They quoted Gita. In Gita, Krishna says, I am everything. I am everything. Then why are you worshipping other gods also? You should worship only Krishna. I told them, here your trouble starts. Here only the problem starts. In Gita, when Krishna says, I am everything, he is in the ecstasy of enlightenment. That's why he says, I am everything. Of course, when you are enlightened, you feel that your whole world is you, and you are the whole world. The energy which moves the sun, which moves the moon, which moves the earth, the same energy will be moving your body. You will see, you will experience. It is one and the same. Then you will feel that you are everything and everything is you. Only in that ecstasy, everything is you, you are everything. Not in the ordinary sense. Sometimes I do say, enlightened master is God. When he was in the ecstasy, when he was in the enlightenment mood, everything is he. Only in that meaning, he said, not that the form of the Krishna. People come and always tell me, Swamiji, you are God, just by your word, such a big problem has disappeared. And such a good things have happened. I always tell them, no. Don't think this form is God. This form is not God. The energy which is beyond this form is God. If you catch this form, then again problem starts. I always tell them, don't catch this form. The energy which moves, which works through this form is God. The other day I had been to some devotees' house. They were asking me, Swamiji, I was worshipping the other guru, another one master. Now I started feeling a deep reverence, respect, love for you. Is it a mistake? Is there any problem? Am I doing something wrong? Perfectly alright, nothing is wrong. It's not like a shop. If you go to other shop, you should not come to my shop. If you come to my shop, you should not go to other shop. No. It's not like a business. I tell them, go wherever it is possible. Go to all the masters. Go to all the gurus. Go to all the religions. Go to all the good places. Pluck flower from all the gardens and make a beautiful garland for you. Pluck flowers from all the gardens and make a beautiful mala for you. You be very clear. Go everywhere. If somebody says, don't go to other person, don't go only to that place. When somebody says, don't go anywhere else, be very sure, be very clear, that man is fake. An enlightened man can never say, don't go to the other persons, don't go to the other gurus, or don't go to the other places. I always tell them, go wherever you can. Pluck flowers from all the gardens and make a garland for you, garland for your being. Pluck flowers from all the gardens and make a beautiful bouquet for your being. It is your ego which makes you catch the form. Never be caught by the form. Never be attracted to the form. Just beyond the form. The energy which works, that is what is God, not this form. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, we are seeing your photos are being worshipped everywhere. What you feel? Devotees asked, what you feel when your photos are being worshipped, or when your name is being chanted? Thousands of people chant your name as a mantra. Thousands of people worship your photo as a god. What you feel? I told them, I tell you very clearly, it's my honest feeling. I don't feel this form is me, this body is me. I don't feel this name is mine. If you feel this body is you, then you will have ego. I don't feel this body is me. That is why when somebody worships, I also do namaskar. If I go to some devotee's house, there you will see in the puja room my photograph will be there. When I show the arati, I have to show for that also. I cannot say take away my photo, only then I can do puja. No. I show that photograph also. So I always tell them, I don't associate me, or I don't feel that I am only the 6 feet body. But if you feel I am only the 6 feet body, then you will be missing something very big. I told them, the Krishna when he says, I am the world, I am the God, everything is in me, he is the ecstasy of enlightenment. He means the energy which is called Krishna, not the man who is Krishna, not the ordinary man who is Krishna. Then they asked me, no. And Krishna says, it is only the man who is Krishna, the form which is Krishna. What is the proof? It is not the man. Where is the proof? It is not the man, it is only the energy, experience. And I quoted a small incident from Bharata, Mahabharata. I want to tell you the incident. After the Gita, after the Kurukshetra war, after the war which has happened for 18 days, once the war is over, after some 2-3 months, in a very relaxed way, Krishna and Arjuna, they were going for a outing, for a picnic to a nearby forest. At that time, again Arjuna asked Krishna, oh Krishna, you said so many great things in the Gita at the time of war. Because I was too busy with the war, I forgot all the truths which you uttered. I forgot your great teachings. Please, you repeat now once more. I want you to record the whole thing for my future reference. Please, can you repeat the whole thing? I have forgotten everything. You should remember this one word. Krishna says, forgive me, I have also forgotten. I have also forgotten. At that time he makes a beautiful statement. Then Arjuna is asking, what do you say? What do you mean? You have forgotten. Krishna says, I was in the inspired consciousness. When I spoke Gita, I was in the enlightened mood. The enlightened energy was working through me. He says, it is not me, deham naham. It is not this body which was speaking. When I gave the Gita, it is not Vasudeva Krishna, it is Parabrahma Krishna. It is not Vasudeva Krishna, it is Parabrahma Krishna. It is the divine energy which spoke those words. So, I do not know what I spoke. I can do one thing. Whatever I remember, I will recollect and present it to you, give it to you. If you want, note down those things. So second time, whatever he remembers, very little he repeats. And that is compiled and titled as Anu Gita. There is one more Gita said by Krishna in the Mahabharata, which is the proof Gita Krishna does not mean the form of Krishna. It is something beyond the energy. That is what Jesus also means. Be still and know that I am God. Means, he says that I within himself is God. And when Islam prophets say, Anal Haq, I am the truth. The I stands for the energy. I stands for the divinity. Can we have a board? Will it be possible?
Whiteboard?
I have to give this argument to support the Krishna fanatics. They are not Krishna devotees, Krishna fanatics. To prove when Krishna means, when Krishna says, I am everything, it does not mean the Vasudeva Krishna, he means the Parabrahma Krishna. The energy is Krishna. The formless spirit, which is Krishna. The I, the mistaking of the I, not only happens it also not only happens in the Puranic pages or between the master and disciple, it also happens in your system. The I, if it is understood, it becomes just the divine or the God. If it is not understood, it creates all sorts of trouble. All sorts of trouble. Anybody you ask, what is the reason for all the trouble? They will tell, ego Swamiji. Everybody knows which creates trouble, which creates the troubles. Everybody knows it is just the ego. Everybody knows it is just the ego. But nobody could overcome. Nobody could crash it. In one side, people say ego is the trouble. The other side, the masters, they declare, I am the God, I am the truth, I am everything. There also it is I, here also it is I. What is the difference between these two I? How can they say, I am the truth? There are beautiful sayings, there are beautiful utterances. Vedagameham purusham mahantam amritasya putra srinvantu vishve amritasya putra. I have known the ultimate truth. You people are the embodiment of divine consciousness. There are verses in the Upanishads. You people are the expression of the ultimate intelligence. In so many places, so many masters, they declare, I is God, I is the truth. In the Vedas, there is a big Mahavakya called Aham Brahmasmi, means I am the God. There is one more Mahavakya called Sivoham, I am the Shiva. Soham, I am that. In all the religion, the ultimate statement is I am the truth, I am the God. What do they mean when they say I? With the ordinary sense, the I only creates all the troubles. In our life, the I only creates all the trouble, all the problems. In their life, I only is felt as a God. What is the difference between your I and their I? What is the difference between our I and their I? With our I, we continuously suffer. From morning till night, everything. What do you think? What is there for me? Any incident, any situation, you try to put your I in front. The I smells very badly in our life. It creates very bad smell. You should see there are people, as I was telling you the other day, they will present one tube light to the temple. In the tube light, their whole family name will be there. If you switch on, only the black lines will be there on the wall. No light will come, will be out. Wherever we go, whatever situation comes, we are always present. We always project. We are always first to say what is there for me in our mind. Any situation you deal only, how can I be in front? How can I be in front? You try your best to push yourself. You try your best to be in the front, to show your I. But finally you get only the blues. Whenever we work hard to keep our I in front, we get only the blues, nothing else. Nothing else but the blues. With our life, I creates so much of problem. And not only that, the very I itself becomes a problem. With this great master's life, with these enlightened people's life, the very I is such a joy, ecstasy. What is the difference? For us, the same I is a hell. For them, the same I is heaven. For us, the same I is a problem. For them, the same I is bliss. There are verses you should read, that Sivoham Sivoham by Shankara. He says, I am the Shiva, I am the God. There is a beautiful Devi Suktam. Aham Rudrevi. I am the gods of all the universe. One side, the enlightened people worship the I. The other side, ordinary people are just crushed, disturbed, continuously facing problems after problems by this I. What is the difference between these two? Why they should suffer, they should have problems, and why masters should have bliss from the same I? Taittiriya Upanishad very beautifully says, there is a very big Upanishad which deals on this I subject. It says, ordinary person never uses his I totally. Enlightened persons uses his I totally. There is no difference between you and the enlightened. There is only one difference. If you know the methods and techniques to use your I totally, it expands. If you don't know to use your system, methods, your I totally, then you are in trouble. Whenever you don't use your being totally, don't think not only it's not used. The one more big trouble is that when it is not used, it becomes cancer in your being. Anything which is not used, which is not helping your system, which is not becoming your being, that will become a cancerous growth. Am I right? Anything which does not allow your body function, any new object, any new thing which is entered in your body, but which is not becoming your body, which is not becoming your being, which is not absorbed in your system, if it stands alone, if it stands separately, not only it is not useful, it will become cancer. It will become a seed for any cancerous growth. The same way, if you don't use your I totally, it's not only that you are not using it, that will become a cancer in your being. We all carry the cancer which is called I, the unused I, which we can name it as an ego. Whenever the water flows, please no cell phones, switch off all the cell phones. If you give me the undisturbed space, you will see the energy or the expression of the discourse will be going up and up. Even one disturbance can bring down the energy. You can always see the speakers, as time goes on, they will become tired. Masters, as time goes on, they will become more alive. Because it's like more like energy build-up. It's not like a speaking. You see, if a man speaks ordinarily from the mind, after 10 minutes or 20 minutes, his mind will be dry. That's all. Whatever is memorized and came here to vomit is over. Nothing else, then he has no other material. But whenever you speak from the no mind, just you are flooded with the truths, but only with the committed truth and only with the undisturbed energy. That is why even in the public in India, when we call for the mass meditation camps, when we conduct the mass meditation camps, 30,000, 40,000 people attend. Even in that big gatherings, we close the entry before I enter. Before I enter the hall, I always come at least half an hour, 1 hour late to allow the crowd to settle. So when they settle, the entry will be closed, only then we start. What is the difference between your eye and their eye? When you don't use your eye totally, it becomes cancerous. The river, if it continuously flows, river also will be pure. Whomsoever comes near the river, they will also be purified. If it does not flow, if it becomes a small pool, what happens? It gets dirty. It gets contaminated. First, it becomes dirty. Whomsoever comes near, they also become dirty. The same way your being, when you use your being totally, when it expands, when it becomes total, it will be joyful, blissful, it will be eternal bliss, Nithyananda. And it will make everybody joyful, everybody blissful, everybody beautiful. When is a very big difficulty. Just like the mind. Mind also. To switch off it is very big difficult. To start is not so difficult. To charge is also not so difficult. To switch off is very difficult. When you are flowing, expanding, you will be in eternal bliss and you will make whomsoever comes around you, you will put them also in the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. But when you become a pool, you will also be in a very low mood, depressed, always dull, dead. You know, that's a beautiful thing. When you don't want, you will see that it happens continuously. When you don't want something, you will see that it happens continuously. The very no will make the other thing to happen continuously. If you decide, for next 2-3 days, let me have rest, you will see unexpected all works will land up only on that next 2-3 days. You will have all your problems only on that next 2-3 days. The very no makes the world to do this. Whenever you choose something, you will see immediately that nature chooses the opposite. Just today I was telling you, when you choose to meditate and try to sit, you will see you will have more thoughts than usual mind. The ordinary time, you will get if you get 2-3 thoughts per kshana, In the meditation time, you will have at least 10 thoughts per kshana. 10 thoughts per kshana. That's a big problem. Whenever you choose something, it creates trouble. If you are a river, you make yourself joyful and others also. If you become a pool, not only you stink, you create smell, you disturb others also. Whomsoever comes around you, you put them also into the same smell. You create disturbance for them also. What is the way to be a river? What is the way to expand? What is the way to be total? What is the way to be a big I? I always say, the difference between your I and their I is small I and capital I. For you it's a small I, for them it's a big I. What's the difference between your I and their I? It's nothing but small I and capital I. Once you understand, you are a total. Once you start using your total, it's actually using nothing else. You have tremendous potential in your system. If you just know how to use, how to expand, that's enough. You will see. You reach the big I state. There are 5 techniques or understandings given to us to use ourself totally, to use ourself to the maximum by Taittiriya Upanishad, a great Upanishad. Upanishads are nothing but the research reports of the great enlightened masters. It's the research report of inner scientists. You have 2 kinds of scientists. One is outer scientists, whom you know, all these scientists who has created this mic, scientists who has created this video camera, scientists who has created this light. All these people are scientists of the outer world. There are scientists who work on the inner world. They are only called as rishis, enlightened masters. When an inner world scientist, when they become enlightened, they publish their research report, how they walk, what are the difficulties they faced, what are the ways they lived, what are the ways they overcome the difficulties, and how they reach the ultimate state. Their reports are only called as Upanishads. The Buddha's report to the world is what is Dhammapada. Shankara's report to the world is only all his bhashyas, all his commentaries. When masters publish their report, give their report to the world, it is called Upanishads. Here is a beautiful Upanishad, Taittiriya Upanishad. Gives 5 levels, 5 techniques, 5 understandings to live your life to its maximum, to its optimum. I'll just make a small diagram to show the 5 levels of your I, how your small I can become a bigger I. Let me explain. Of your eye is called Annamaya. Second layer is called Pranamaya. Third is called Manomaya. Fourth is called Vijnanamaya. Fifth is called Anandamaya. You can't, and there is no need to remember the Sanskrit names. Just if you understand, that's enough. Annamaya means the body which you use now, this body. This is the first layer. Pranamaya means the second layer. The air circulation which is happening in your system is second layer. Manomaya, the inner chattering which is continuously going in your system, is called third layer. The sleeping hours is called fourth layer. Your energy or your ananda, your excitement, your happiness, your bliss is called fifth layer. Then when you cross the fifth layer, you become the big eye, then the small eye. Here you are Buddha, here you are Buddha. When you don't use your being totally, you are simply Buddha. When you use all your five system, all your five layers, totally you are a Buddha. It is not that somebody can use and somebody can't use. Everybody can use. It is available for everybody. Only it is up to you whether to use it or not, whether to have it or not. It is your individual decision. Here, I am going to just give you few small explanation and understanding about these five layers. Then you can decide whether to use your systems and become joyful, whether to flow like a river or to be like a pool, small pond. But be very sure, whenever even one layer, if it is not used, not only you don't use 20% of your being, that 20% becomes cancer. It becomes a cancerous growth. Not only it's a less, it is something worse. Simply if it is only less, nothing much is lost. After all, little bit. But it is not only less, it becomes worse. Something cancerous in your system. First, Annamaya Kosha. The first layer. The Upanishad says beautifully, Annam Brahmedi Navyajanat. The food is God. Anna means the food. Food is God. Don't waste it. The original meaning is simply understood opposite way. People think don't waste it means, oh, Upanishad says eat it and everything. Whenever I go to the devotee's house, it is a prestige for them to feed me. For me, it's a life and death question. For them, it is only prestige. So what they do? They fill the whole table, not only the leaf, the whole table with all types of food. And then they put everything into my leaf. Then they tell me, no, Swamiji, you should not waste the food. Please eat it again. They try to guide me. No, you should not waste the food. Please eat it, Swamiji. See, if you waste the food outside, only the food will be wasted. If you waste the food inside, the system also will be wasted. Just because it will be wasted, if you put the food inside, what will happen? The system also will be wasted. There are few guidelines about your food to expand this body, to use this body at its maximum. At its maximum. If you follow these few basic guidelines on the food, you will see your body is alive, active throughout the day. From the moment you get up from your bed to the moment you go to bed. You know only one thing in your life, the no diseaseness, never the health. We forgot the very concept of health. There's a beautiful verse which says about health. Quotation which says about health. What is health means? It's from Tantra. When you get up from your bed, what will be your first activity? Go to the bathroom. Your steps from bed to the bathroom should never be as steps, it should be more like a dance. It should never be like a steps, it should be more like a dance. Then you can say you are healthy. The first activity, as soon as you wake up, your mood and your body language, if it is just bubbling, overflowing, joyful, ecstatic, alive, then you can say you are healthy. Otherwise, be very clear, you are clinically alright, that's all. You have no disease, but you cannot say you are healthy. You can never say you are healthy. The disease is yet to be discovered, that's all. Yet to be discovered, yet to be diagnosed. It is there, it is not yet known. Only when you are in that well-being, as soon as you come out of the unconsciousness in the early morning, as soon as you wake up from your bed, you come out of the unconsciousness. At that moment, if you radiate life, joy, ecstasy, you can be sure you are healthy. Otherwise, you are yet to be diagnosed, that's all. That is only title, not that you are healthy. Be very clear. Have you seen the nature? You can see early morning, a bird, as soon as it comes out of the sleep, it will just chirp and make sound. Cat, it will just stretch the whole body. Dog, it will just go and verify its boundaries, whether things are going well, whether everything is perfect. Calf, it will just at least round the mother or the small stump in which he is tied. All the animals you can see early morning, they will be alive, fresh, responding to the nature. Human being is the only animal, as soon as he gets, just turns and pulls the bedsheet that goes back to sleep. As soon as you get up, what you do? One turn, pull the bedsheet and go to sleep. Human being is the only animal who is not fresh after his sleep and after his food. Who is not fresh after his food. We are the only animals who have disconnected themselves from the nature. We are the only being who have disconnected ourselves from the nature. No other animal has missed the nature. A small story. Once a man who is 40 years, he somehow wants to get rid of his wife and the wife's cat. 40 to 50 only, the new knowledge descends on you. He somehow wants to get rid of his wife and the wife's cat. Anyway, he could do nothing about the wife. At least the wife's cat, he wants to try the cat. He took the cat in his car and some 10 miles away, he left the cat, came back to the house. As soon as he came to the house, he entered the house, he saw the cat is standing. Cats can catch the way by smiling. Next day, picked up the cat, went to some 20 miles, left the cat, came back to the house. Next day, he saw as soon as he came to the house, within 10 minutes, he heard the sound, turned and saw the cat is standing. That day he was terribly upset. He took the cat, put it in a gunny bag, packed it, took some unknown streets, unknown roads, right, left, some ranch, some forest. Then he felt, yes, this is surely new place even for me. I have never come here. Even for me it is a new place. Surely this cat cannot find a way. Let me leave this cat now here. He left the cat. He is driving back to the home. Suddenly in between he had a doubt, serious doubt. He rang up to the house. Here the cat has come, he is asking his wife. She said, oh, it is here. Somebody here. What are you talking? The next person he asked, please find out the way from cat, I have missed my way. I lost my way. Human being is the only animal who lost his touch with the nature, who lost his way. All the other animals know their way. Only human being is the animal who lost his way. Human being is the only animal who started eating the junk food. Have you seen any other animal becoming obese? Obesity is the problem faced only by the human beings. About the food, 2-3 tips to keep this body, the Annamaya Kosha, the first layer of your eye, alive, active and fresh. Three tips. If you understand these 3 is enough. First thing, the very first thing, there are 3 types of dosha. Dosha means, the dosha word cannot be exactly translated in English. Dosha means defects, you understand that much. 3 kinds of defects are there in the food. If you avoid these 3 kinds of defects, then you will see the body will be alive throughout the day. They call it Jadi dosha, Nimitta dosha, Asraya dosha. These are Sanskrit terms. You understand the meaning. Jadi dosha means by its own nature, the food which should not be taken. There are many food. By its own nature, it is not good for your health. How to find out? After eating, if you feel your stomach or your body, you will feel the uneasiness. All the junk food, all the soda items, all the junk food you can see. After eating, if you just sit and watch your system, you never sit and watch your system. You watch everybody's system. You watch everybody, but you never watch your own being, your own self. All the great masters, they say, your body always speaks to you. You never speak with your body. You never relate with your body. There is a meditation technique in Tantra to relate with your body, in which you are supposed to relate with your body, talk to your body. You feel awkward, what? How to talk with my body? You talk with everybody, but you never talk to yourself. You never sense or you never feel what happens in yourself, in your system. Whenever you take any junk food, you can always see, you feel too much. It is called Jadi dosha. By nature, the food which is to be avoided, non-veg, onion, garlic, green chili, which makes you tense. If you eat the hard food, I have seen, especially this Andhra, gongura chutney, just chili, nothing else. Ice will be pouring. Their body will beg them, please leave me. But for the sake of tongue, not even they will touch like this. With all 2-3 fingers they will take and taste. Just the word, I think many mouths are giving saliva. Just the word is enough, gongura chutney. Many mouths have started to be. Body just begs in many times your body begs you to allow yourself to leave. But just for the sake of taste, you put everything, anything and everything inside. Alcohol, smoke. By their very nature, the food which has to be avoided, vegetarian, the non-veg food has to be. These are the first thing. The next thing, of course, I'm not going to give any rules, I'm giving only the understanding. Because if I start giving rules, there will be 1,000 questions. If I allow this subject to be questioned, you will see, you will be stuck here itself. No, Swamiji, doctors say this is good, doctors say that is good. Somebody came and told me, Swamiji, doctor said me to drink wine. What should I do? Doctor would have suggested only little bit. But you use that as a visa. What can be done? It is you who has to decide, not me. I'm just giving you the understanding. If you want your being to be alive, to expand to the energy, if you want to keep yourself active, then understand these things. Try your best to follow. I am not giving you any rules or morality. I don't believe in conscience. I believe in consciousness. I don't believe in rules. I believe in experience. So, I am not here to give you any rules, but I can give you some understandings. These are just the research reports. Of course, and if you get into some trouble and go to some doctor or some psychiatrist, when he says, you will obey. And rishis or the masters say, we have all our reluctance and all our questions. We want to have all sorts of exemptions. People come and ask me. So, for healing, I give them 1 or 2 diets. Swamiji, can I have a little bit of this? I have to eat my kids, Swamiji. I have no other way. I can have a little bit of exemption. I tell them. For cancers and all, I tell them, please don't eat non-veg for 21 days so that healing will be effective. The healing will be more active. Please don't drink at least for 21 days till you get healed. They say, no, Swamiji, I have put this party, that party. Then go and die. Who says no? It's you to decide whether to go and die by cancer or should I get healed. It is your choice. It is their choice. They want the healing also and they want all exemptions also. Whenever we want me to go for exemption, we ask for exemption. What will I tell? If they come and ask me, what can I tell? I cannot say anything strict. I say, all right, carry on. It is only they should decide. Whenever the doctors say, they obey totally. When the masters say it's a little difficult, then they think no, he is giving it as a morality. He is giving it as a regulations. I am not giving these things as a regulations. I am not giving these things as a morality. I am giving these things as an understanding. The big difference is there. If you think you should not jump the red signal, if you think this is a rule, you always try to jump. If you think this as a rule, what will you do? You will just see if there is no calm. If you take things as a rule, you always try to go beyond because your nature is searching for freedom. Your instinct is asking for freedom. If you take anything as a rule, you will always try to go beyond it. You will try to break it. Don't take these things as a rule. You should not jump the red signal. It's an understanding. If you take that as an understanding, if I jump, if everybody starts jumping, the whole road will be mess. It will be an accident. It is a contract between me and my next person, the other person who drives the car. It is a contract, mutual contract between all of us. It is a contract between you and your next man, you and your other colleague. It is just an understanding. It is not the rule. When you look at the whole thing as this way, You will never feel like jumping the signal. You will never feel like crossing the signal. Because when it becomes understanding, it becomes your blood and bone. If it's a rule, it's only the skin deep. You try to go beyond. So take all these things as understanding, not as a rule. If you take all these things as a rule, as soon as you go out, what will you tell? Swami spoke nicely. He can do, he says, Swami, what we can do? We cannot practice all these things. These are impractical for us, you see. And especially even if we are in India, we could have done something. We are in America, it's a different culture, different society. Nothing. Simply our laziness, our misunderstanding. We put it on the society, we put it on the culture, we put on everybody's head except our head. Except our head, we put everything on everybody's head. Only never it reaches our head. Take all these things as understanding, not as a rule. Jati dosha is the thing. Food by its own nature to be avoided. Next thing, nimitta dosha. If there is a dirt, if it is some way became dirty, you shouldn't take. Of course, the hygienic standard of America is really good, so there is no need to bother about the nimitta dosha here. Third is asraya dosha. This is the great thing. This is the thing which you need to understand. Never ill-treat or misbehave with your cook. Don't think it's a rule. Now, I read the report. There's a book called Mind Matters. In that they say, if you eat the food which is cooked by your enemy or a person who is not happy with you, who is continuously having negative thoughts about you, within 21 days you get ulcer. Within 21 days, your stomach gets disturbed. Please be very clear. They say it is not that when you cook, you put only ingredients, you put your thoughts also. You put your thoughts also. Your thoughts play a major role in all your deed. And one more thing they say, the same the physics experiment in the physics, the same experiment done with the same instrument, in the same temperature, with the same things, by two persons, shows two different results. By this they come to the conclusion, the person, the thoughts, the being also plays a role in the outer activities. Your thoughts do have a major effect in all your deeds. And whatever you touch, Ramanuja says, Ramanuja is a great acharya. He says, don't eat the food cooked by wrong persons. Don't eat the food touched by your enemy. It's not that it is given as a morality. You need to understand one thing. Your thoughts play a major role in your deeds. And not only that, you radiate your thoughts. That's why with some people you feel naturally attracted. With some people you feel, just by one seeing or twice seeing, you feel as if you want to know about that person. As if you know him for a long time. You wanted him or her to be around you, or you want to meet them again. For some persons, as soon as you see, you feel like an escapee. If someone wants to run away, even if they come, you say thank you, you just move, walk off. Why? With somebody you fall in tune. With somebody, you just run away. Thoughts radiate a special male. Thoughts radiate a special light. It is called aura body. Just around your body, your thoughts just emit energy. So don't think thoughts are dead things. They are alive energy. Whenever somebody touches some food, their thoughts also enter into that food. So, if you eat the food cooked by a person who is not happy with you, what he will be thinking when he cooks? He will be only cursing you. I always tell them, never disturb your cook and the driver. Of course, here the problem, no driver, so no problem. Never disturb your cooks. Never misbehave with them. Give them all your respect and keep them always in a good mood. Keep them always in a good way. Because when they cook, don't think they put only the ingredients, they put also their thoughts. Jadi dosha, nimitta dosha, asraya dosha. When you understand these three basic things about the food, I'll tell you in the English, the nature of the food and the hygienic. Food should be totally clean. Third thing, main, the food should be handled only by the person who has got good thoughts. In the same way, if you cook always with the divine name in your heart and the good thoughts in your being, then you will see the whole house will have a beautiful, happy stomach. They will have nothing, no problem in the stomach. And even if you have to go and eat in the restaurants outside, before taking the food, any food, just meditate for a few minutes. Set the positive energy to the food. Then you take that food. You will see your body feels light. Your body feels very light. When you take the food which is cooked by the person who has got negative emotions, you will always see you are affected by it. One more thing. This is the main thing to be understood. Whenever you eat, how to eat, the attitude of eating. That's a small story. Once a king went to a Zen master and asked, Master, I heard that you are a great enlightened man. You are always happy. You are so joyful, radiant, alive. You just emit energy just by your presence. We feel so happy. What you do, what is the practice you do to reach this state, to be in this state? Tell me, what kind of meditations you do? What are the spiritual practices you are observing? He said, what practice? I eat when I eat, I sleep when I sleep, that's all. The king could not understand. He asked, please give me a little more explanation. Master says, no. When I eat, I eat. When I sleep, that's all. This much only is my practice. I am quite happy. Actually, when you eat, you don't eat. When you eat, at the time only you bring all your worries, all your troubles, all your planning. Just imagine, remember the scene of your eating. Quickly grabbing, that's one thing. Next thing, you will be having all sorts of planning mentally. What to do next, where to go, how about this, how about that, everything. If you don't think anything, she will be there to tell. I have to go to grocery store, I have to do this, I have to do that. Of course, here the lifestyle is different. Most of the time you eat in the vehicle or some outside restaurants. When you eat, except eating, your mind does everything. Your mind does everything. Your mind never enjoys, or your mind never feels the food. Your mind never feels the food. Your being never feels the food. You just grab the whole thing, you just put it inside and fill your body over. When the Upanishad says, Annam Brahme Navyajana, food is God, don't waste it. If you eat without paying attention to the food, you are disrespecting the food. It is just like throwing it into the dustbin. When you throw it into the dustbin, you don't bother what is there in the plate. The same way, when you throw it into your body, into your mouth, if you don't bother what you are eating, what is the food, if you are not sensitive to the food, what is happening? Again you are just misbehaving with the food. That is what is the right word. If you eat without enjoying it, without tasting it, if you eat thinking of something else, you are disrespecting the food. You are misbehaving with the food. You are just wasting the food. Nothing else. You are just wasting the food. When Upanishad says don't waste, they say eat with respect. You never do it. Understand this one thing. Whenever you eat, that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, give it for eating. Give it for eating and give it for drinking. You will see, first thing, the food becomes tasty. Next thing, your body becomes alive. You will not feel the heaviness. If you eat with awareness, you will never overeat. Because your body has got its own intelligence to control. If you eat with awareness, you will never overeat. And you can very clearly find out which food suits you, which food does not. If you just eat with awareness, that itself is a great meditation, nothing else. You don't need any other technique. The eating with awareness itself is enough. Itself is enough unto itself. Eating itself can become a meditation. Next thing, you will never overeat. Third thing, your body itself will understand what is good for you and what is not good for you. Your whole food habit will be regularized if you eat with the awareness. These are the few tips to keep your first layer of your eye to keep alive. Next thing, pranamaya kosha. Pranam brahmeti navyajana. Again the Upanishad says, prana is God. Don't waste it. You need to understand this word. Prana is God. Don't waste it. If you waste the 5 layers of your eye, then only you shrink yourself and you are only in the small eye. If you use all the layers of your eye, you will become a bigger eye. Prana is energy. Don't think prana means air. It is a subtle energy which is carried by air. It is called prana. Whenever the air circulation happens in your system, a subtle energy which goes in and comes out is the thing which is called prana. What is meant by don't waste it? Don't breathe in a very off-minded way. You breathe throughout the day, but do you mind your breathing? All of you, if you mind, you will see you are breathing only very short. You don't breathe in a deep, long way. Have you seen that Ganesha's statue? It's got a big belly. If you breathe totally, actually the Ganesha is considered as a god who is in Mooladhara Chakra. He is the God of intelligence. If you breathe deeply, you will see your intelligence also becomes just like Ganesha. That's why he showed the big nose, long nose. He is the God in Mooladhara. If you breathe deeply, the Mooladhara will be awakened. All your energy centers will be alive. As of now, you are alive, you are at your peak only in the moments of sex. Whenever your Mooladhara is active, alive, your whole being comes to life. Whenever you are fantasizing, whenever you are in the mood of sex, you will see your whole being is active, vibrant, alive. Now only in the time, at the time of sex and the fantasizing, you are alive. But by the deep breathing, your body can be alive throughout the day. Throughout the day and throughout the year, it can become alive. It can become beautiful. There is a meditation technique in the ASP which you will be practicing tomorrow, I think by this time. Many people come and tell me, report me, Swamiji, with that meditation I feel that I am reaching the state of peak. I feel that inside my being, the orgasmic experience is happening. What is happening? How can meditation take me to such a peak experience? I tell them, it is nothing to do with the outer person, outer man or woman. It is something to do with your own energy system. There's a book called Discovering Love. In that backside, I have given a quotation. When I say surrender in love, I don't say surrender to the partner. I say surrender to the experience which is love. The same way, it is an experience. It is not because of the other. We always mistake. The joy is because of the outer world, the outer man or outer woman. No. It is because of the inner alchemy. Because your energy is awakened, you feel the joy and the ecstasy. Never because of the outer man and the outer woman. A small example from Ramana Maharshi. A dog has got one bone, dry bone. It started biting and playing with the bone. And finally the bone has scratched his own mouth and blood started coming out, oozing from his mouth. And the dog was just enjoying the blood, thinking that blood is from the bone. Just like that dog, the dog which enjoys the dry bone and sucks his own blood, thinking that blood is coming from the bone. Blood is coming from the outside. Just like the dog, we also use the dry bones of the outer world and we get the joy from our own system, from our own being. But we think the joy is from the bone. It is just your alchemy. If you change your alchemy, if you can change your system, if you can change your breathing, you will see continuously 24 hours you are the orgasmic joy, you are the ecstasy. People ask, how can a man go beyond the worldly pleasures? I have seen many people, especially the intellectuals, people who have read too much. Actually, one person, one elderly Pandit, he was asking me, according to the Shastras, the Shastra says 25 years of brahmacharya, 25 years grihastha, 25 years vanaprastha, 25 years sannyasa. According to the rule, you should have been grihastha. He asked me, you should have been a grihastha. Why you became a sannyasi? I told him, according to the rules, you should have become sannyasi by this time because he was above 75. You are not become. To compensate like few persons only, I have become Swami. Then he said, poor man, in this young age you became Swami. I said, you poor, I feel only sorry for you. You don't know the state in the ecstasy or joy in which I am. Don't feel sorry for me. I only feel sorry for you, poor man, still now suffering in the world. He said, looking at me, oh, in this young age you have become Swami, very. I told him, I only should feel sorry. I only feel poor. Even after this age, you feel still, you are still suffering, caught up in the world and bondages. That is a beautiful Upanishad says. And a man becomes enlightened, every every hair follicles emits a joy or ecstasy of orgasm. Every hair fall. Just it emits the ecstasy. Every inch of your being emits the ecstasy of the joy continuously, 24 hours. I tell you from my experience, it is truth. It just continuously feels joyful, ecstatic. I tell them, because continuously inside the joy is flowing, it is just bubbling. I don't need the outer joys. This is the way the renunciation happens. When you are so ecstatic, bubbling inside your being, you don't need anything from the outer world, from the outside. Neither pleasure nor comforts. You are totally ease with your being, with your system. When you breathe with awareness, you will see your Mooladhara awakens. Vinayaka, Ganesh is the Mooladhara, representative of Mooladhara. Whenever you chant the Ganapati mantra, you will see that Mooladhara awakens. Gam is the Ganapati's bija. If you say the Gam, you will see exactly a Mooladhara it resonates. The Mooladhara it will resonate. Mooladhara means where your spinal cord ends. The sex center. If you utter that word Gam, you will see there like a hammer, it will be vibrating. The Ganapati mantra awakens the Mooladhara. Anyhow, if you just breathe deeply, that's enough. You will see the Pranamaya Kosha. The second layer of your body expands as deeply as possible. Whenever you find time, if you are driving, if you are just sitting, if you are relaxing in your house, if you are taking bath, whenever you remember, just start breathing as deeply as possible. You will see whole body gets awakened, alive. Whenever you are alive, you will see that the breathing will become fast. At the time of anger, at the time of sex, at the time of violence, whenever you remember somebody whom you hate, you can see always the breathing will become fast. Whenever you make the breath fast, you will become alive. Your being is flooded with life. You reach the beautiful, ecstatic layer. So whenever you remember, immediately start breathing as deeply as possible. Throughout the day, you will see you will be more alive and more active. There is a third layer, Manomaya Kosha. The inner chattering is what is third layer of your eye, Manomaya Kosha. How to keep the third layer alive, active. How to use the third layer alive and active. The Manomaya Kosha. Whenever you remember, there's a beautiful sutra. Manam Brahmedi Navyajanat. The layer of the mind is God. Don't waste it. You waste, how you know? Throughout the day you can see you will be continuously thinking for no use at all. Throughout the day you will be continuously thinking, but there will be no use. If you just sit for 5 minutes, today all of you practice this one thing. When you go back to your house, sit just for 5 minutes and write down all your thoughts. Write down all your thoughts. You will see more than 80% is only junk thoughts, like junk mails. When you see your mails, whatever is not useful for you, you say that as a junk mail. Just like that, if you write your thoughts and see, 80%, you may think, oh, 80% is too much, maybe 20-30%. But please, you write down and see. Then you will understand. 80% is not useful directly to your life. It is not useful directly to your life at all. Either for your growth, I am not telling only for the spiritual life, even for your ordinary life, it will not be useful for your money making, or for your business, or for your health, or for your being. You may say, no, 80% is too much. But I have experimented with hundreds of people. I always found this 80% is the right ratio. 80% will be just junk thoughts. Whenever you find time, sit and try to analyze your thoughts. It's like cleaning the cobwebs. Analyzing your thoughts is equal to cleaning your cobwebs at least once in 10 days. Analyzing thoughts, what are you thinking actually? What's going on in your mind? You see, all your thoughts put together, the totality of your thoughts only is your life. Am I right? Totality of your thoughts only is your life. If a big lunatic asylum is going on inside, what will be your life? If you note down your thoughts, if you write down your thoughts, you will find it's nothing but a big lunatic asylum going on. Every side, every corner, everybody is jumping. Each side is very shouting. You do not know what's happening in your system. It's just like asylum. In asylum you can see one fellow will be shouting, one fellow will be rolling, one fellow will be jumping, one fellow will be... Each one will be doing their own way. Nothing is regularized, nothing is controlled. Just the same way only you are mind. It's not, don't think it's a clear system, it's a chaotic system. Try to analyze your thoughts. Thoughts are weapons. Don't think they are just dead instruments. What you think, that only you will speak. Thoughts are nothing but weapons. Try to analyze your thoughts. I don't say correct your thoughts. Never try to correct them. Just analyze. You will see they correct by themselves. When you try to correct, you will be fighting with yourself. Never. You will be trying to fly by holding your shoes. By pulling your shoes, you will fly. Never. Never try to fight with your thoughts. Never try to correct them. Because I know all of you tried all your best to correct your thoughts. But never. It gets corrected only. You are getting corrected. You finally come to a conclusion, thoughts cannot be controlled. You don't correct, just analyze and find out where the trouble is. Thoughts are just like, mind is just like a small kid. If you tell him, keep quiet, do this, do that, he will never obey. Just you watch him very relaxedly, slowly. Let him move around the hall, just sit and watch him. You will see, within 2-3 minutes, he will just look at you once. Second time. Finally, when he sees that you are silently watching, he will automatically sit silently. Keep quiet. Am I right? If you try to control the kids, they will never respond. You just try to witness him, watch him. He will silently come and sit next to you. Mind is just like a child. A small incident happened in Buddha's life. Emperor came to see Buddha. He was sitting and just shaking like this, legs, shaking the legs. I have seen many people doing this. I have seen like this, just shaking. It shows the inner restlessness, nothing else. Inside restlessness. And like this doing only, finally they get into Parkinson's. It starts shaking by itself. After And sometimes you don't need to shake, but you shake by itself. Parkinson's. Now, this is a habit only. Ends up in the Parkinson's. And the emperor was just shaking continuously. Buddha didn't tell anything. He just watched him. He gave him a look. Suddenly emperor stopped. He understood. It stopped. The emperor asked, Master, how can I stop my mind? Buddha says, the same way the which I stopped your leg. I didn't say to stop you. I just watched you. I just gave a look. When you understood that you are shaking, you automatically stopped it. You automatically stopped it. It's not that you tried, you also took some time or the method or the technique to stop it. If I say stop your legs, you will ask, Swamiji, please give me the technique, how to stop. No need for any technique. Buddha just looked, the king stopped. Same way, look at your mind, you will see it will stop. Because mind works only when there is unconsciousness. Whenever you find time. Don't think whenever you find. No, when I say that whenever you find time, you decide, no, I don't have time. When I tell the people, meditate, they always tell me, Swamiji, I don't have time. Everybody else is doing nothing. He is the only person who is doing the whole world's work. You see, never say you don't have time. You say one thing, I can't give so much of importance to the meditation. I have much more important work than meditation. Then things are understood. Then what you say is truth. Because everybody has got only 24 hours. Is there anybody who has got some more time? Oh, now they have discovered 24 hours plus 2 minutes. How many minutes? Nobody from the 6. Nobody from this. Anyhow, 24 hours plus 2 minutes. That plus 2 minutes only comes as a leave here. 1 day extra. Everybody has got only that much of time. How can you say you don't have time? You can say, I can't give so much of importance to meditation because I have much more important work. You say that, then you can say you are honest. So never say you don't have time. Make some time. Instead of sitting and watching in front of your TV, the box which makes you idiot. That's called that nickname. The box is nicknamed as a, you know the nickname? Instead of sitting and watching, you can sit and watch your mind, but you will see much bigger shows inside your mind. You will see much beautiful shows inside your mind. When you sit and watch, witness your thoughts, you will see automatically they come to your rhythm, they come to your understanding. Your energy gets used. Your energy will be expanded properly in the dimension in which you want to grow. In the dimensions in which you want to grow. You take so much of time to clear your car, to clear your house, to clean your room, but you don't take time to clean your mind. And then you complain, Swamiji, in those days I used to have so much of peace of mind and so much of relaxed mood. Nowadays I am too stressed. Everybody says the same thing. I do not know which is the truth that those days. The man who is in the college level, he also comes and gives the same complaint. The man who is in his 30s, he also comes and says the same complaint. The man who is in 40s, he also says the same thing. The man who is in 80s, he also says the same thing. I was amazed that it's actually the peace. Everybody is in the past, once upon a time, so relaxed, so happy, so joyful. I had a lot of peace of mind. It is just your mind. At least once in a week, try to sit with yourself. Give appointment to yourself give appointment to so many thousands of people. Give appointment to yourself. Meditation is nothing but the time, the appointment which you give it to yourself. You spend so much of time on makeup. And I heard here they spend so much of time on manicure nails. What is happening?
Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda or Swamiji is a revolutionary spiritual master of our millennium. He walks on a mission to heal the world through the powers of meditation. Swamiji chose to be born as Rajashekaran in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai in southern India. Mastering yoga and rigorous spiritual practices at a young age, Rajashekaran finally left home for the Himalayas in the quest of the ultimate truth. This quest led his feet to the holiest of pilgrimage spots and to great spiritual masters in India and Tibet. After years of wandering, study, and intense penance, the boy Rajashekaran experienced the ultimate flowering of consciousness on January 1st, 2000. Rajashekaran became Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Guided by a divine vision, Swamiji set up Dhyanapita, a worldwide movement for meditation in Bidadi near Bangalore in India. At the ashram, seekers aged between 8 and 80 live and learn in the Master's presence. Ananda Healing, a unique healing science formulated by Swamiji, has been baffling the medical world by curing diseases ranging from migraine to cancer. Qualified individuals are also initiated by Swamiji into Ananda Healing. Today there are over 300 healing centers and over 700 healers worldwide. The Ananda Spurana program is an intensive workshop for chakra healing and meditation that brings together philosophies and techniques from the world's major spiritual streams. The Nithyananda Spurana program, or NSP, is an advanced level course where participants work on all their 7 energy bodies. Ananda Yoga is an introductory program to help integrate meditation into our normal lifestyle with practical and powerful techniques to cope with work stress, ill health, and failing relationships. Swamiji also reaches out to people with dhyana satsangs or mass meditation camps that take meditation to the remotest towns and villages of India. Swamiji travels the world committed to spreading awareness about the role of individual transformation in shaping global communities. With a pragmatic vision that links Eastern philosophy to the Western scientific thought, Swamiji continues to awaken humanity to the significance of spirituality in our time.
My best discourses are given always when the group is small. People ask me, Swamiji, generally public speakers, they speak when the crowd is more. They are in their maximum, they are in their total, they are in their optimum when the crowd is more. But all your best lectures are delivered only when the group is small. Why? It is totally opposite in your case, Swamiji. If you are addressing a political meeting, if it is political, you need number. Number counts. Quantity counts. If it is spiritual, the quality counts. It's not the quantity, it is the quality. How many are willing? That is why in all tradition, not in one tradition, in all tradition, mystics always live away from the society. It's one of the technique to find out who are really interested. So who are really interested, they will travel. If it is a India, always in Himalayas. If it is a Japan, always in the caves where the Zen masters stay. Anywhere,
They just live far away from the society just to see how many are really interested. How many are really interested? The quality, that only really inspires the masters. Whenever it is political, you need quantity. Whenever it is spiritual, you need quality. The number never counts. The intensity, that really counts. The subject is lifestyle is not life. The same introduction what I gave. Lifestyle is all about the quantity of things which you have. Life is all about the quality of your consciousness. Lifestyle is related to the way in which you live, the way in which you talk, the way in which you dress, the way in which you behave, the way in which you earn your money, the way in which you spend. All the things of the world is related to lifestyle. But life is something more deeper than the lifestyle. We are so much engrossed, or we are so much into our lifestyle, working just for our outwardly needs, we forget we have life. Almost the whole life we measure just by the bank balance. Now, especially in the modern world, if you give money, any service you get, any service just equated to money. No, there is nothing in the world which you can't get by money. So almost your whole life is reduced to money. The whole life is veiled based on the money. People feel the whole being is nothing but your lifestyle. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, I have achieved everything in the life. Whatever can be achieved in the life, I have achieved. But I don't feel fulfilled. What is happening, Swamiji? What is missing? Then I tell them, no, you achieved only whatever can be achieved in the lifestyle, not in the life. You achieved the lifestyle, not the life itself. Life is not lifestyle. Lifestyle is not life. For lifestyle, just the outwardly things are enough. But to live a life, you need to have more awareness. You need to have more consciousness. Life is something related to your quality of consciousness. Universities, schools, colleges, everywhere you are continuously taught how to create a better lifestyle, how to achieve better lifestyle, but nowhere you learn how to achieve a better life, how to live a better life. The quality of your consciousness is never helped. The quality of your being is never supported by any of this so-called education. There starts the whole trouble. Our whole energy is trained and spent. It is the whole time, energy, or the mind, whatever you have, is spent, is directed towards the lifestyle. And people are so much bothered about the nail, about the decoration of the nail. What do you call here? There are the special shops where they... No, not only that. There's a special name for hand nails and manicure. We're so much bothered about the manicuring. And then for legs, what they call? Pedicure. We are so much bothered about it. But we forgot the important aspect of your being, your mind, your very being, your awareness, which is much, much, much more important than anything else. Lifestyle is all about how to make, how to purchase, how to get bigger cart. Lifestyle is about king size or queen size bed. Life is about how deeply you sleep. We did all our things for lifestyle to increase the height of our bed, but we forgot to increase the depth of our sleep. We worked so much for the lifestyle, we forgot about the attention which we need to send, which we need to diverse towards the very life itself. Why we are so much bothered about lifestyle? Because we do not know anything about life. We think lifestyle itself is life. The main thing you need to understand, lifestyle is very poor substitute for life. Life, when I say the word lifestyle, not only I mean the worldly life or so-called ordinary life, even in the spiritual life, there are many kinds of lifestyle. The worldly life, or the spiritual life, or the yogic life, there are many kinds of lifestyle. Whenever you divert your energy so much for lifestyle, you forget the core of life. Not only the people who live in the regular society, civilians, even the so-called spiritual people, many people I have seen who concentrate so much for the lifestyle. When I say lifestyle in the spiritual field, I mean rituals. When they are caught in the rituals, from morning till evening they spend their time in the rituals. Rituals is a lifestyle of spiritual guys. So again, they miss the whole life. Whenever you are engrossed in creating the bed, you forget you are supposed to sleep. Small story. Nasruddin is very famous for his memory. He forgets anything within few minutes. One day, he wanted to go and do 3 things in the house. So he made 3 knots in the kerchief. Went back to the house, did 2 things. The 3rd thing he is not able to remember. He is sitting, trying. Whole night he is trying to recollect that. What is the 3rd thing which I am supposed to do? I am not able to remember. Early morning around 4 o'clock, suddenly he remembered. I thought I should sleep relaxed way. That is the reason I put this 3rd knot. He made the 3rd knot so that he will go and sleep in a very relaxed way. But thinking about the 3rd knot and searching for the 3rd knot, what for he put? He lost the whole night. He lost the sleep. When you are caught in the lifestyle, you miss the life. When you are too much engrossed in the lifestyle, you miss the core of the life. There are 7 planes in which you live your life. There is a 7 major emotion. The other day I was reading a beautiful book. It's a wonderful book on movies, Hollywood movies. A big research work. The guy who is the author of that book, he says, still now, thousands of movies have come. All those Hollywood movies can be classified under 7 titles. There is only 7 story in whole Hollywood field. There is only 7 story. Not more than 7 stories. Only 7 stories. Any movie you can classify under that 7 story. No more stories. Only 7 stories are written, and the same 7 stories are in a different way. They are cooked and served to the society. And I was shocked when I read that 7 core stories which he has presented. All the 7 are exactly relating to the 7 major emotions depicted by Patanjali. I was shocked. If you have done our meditation course, you know about the 7 chakras I speak. That 7 chakras I speak about 7 emotion. I was surprised. All these 7 stories, the core point is the 7 emotions. So, 5,000 years ago, Patanjali declares there are only 7 emotions based on which you live. That 7 only we call it as 7 planes or 7 different space in which you relate with the world. The mythology says 7 lokas. It is not 7 lokas. It's not 7 worlds. 7 loka means 7 world. It's not 7 world. 7 different way of looking at the same world. When you have a green glass, you look at the whole world as a green thing. When you have a black glass, the whole world looks very black. So 7 different ways of looking into the world. When you are centered in 7 different emotions, you look at the world in a 7 different way. You enjoy the world in a 7 different way. The first plane, the first is sex, because from that plane only you are taking birth. Sex is the space from which you are born. Sex is the space from which you are coming out. The sex, the lifestyle of the sex is fantasy. Living filled with imagination and fantasy. Just seeing the outwardly things. That is why continuously anybody who falls in love with somebody and gets married, he always feels the other has cheated him. She says he has cheated me, and he says he has cheated me. He says she has cheated me, and she says he has cheated me. In this country, the he-she big problem. Because now lawyers also agree the he-she. Anyhow, we always feel the other has cheated us. The other never cheats. It is we who project our imaginations and gets cheated. People come and tell me, Swamiji, I am searching for a life partner. I tell them, never tell that. You are searching for a dream partner. You always search for a person on whom you can project your dreams and feel fulfilled. You are searching for lifestyle partner, not for life partner. How do you search? When you search, you think, when I go to a party, she will be next to me. And naturally, she should express my glory. She should be beautiful, or the way in which I wanted I should be presented, or how I want to present myself. She should be coping with that dreams. And not only that, even in the life, on whom I can project my dreams and feel fulfilled, who can fulfill my lifestyle. So you continuously search only the lifestyle partner. You do not know the life partner. Life means the being, your consciousness, your very center. I can say life means the way in which you feel totally satisfied. I can say life is an energy, life is an expression, life is a solid experience of your inner consciousness, and on which not only the activity, living in which way you feel totally satisfied. That's what I call it life, which gives you a deep satisfaction. I think I'll be able to explain what is life by this small story which happened in Einstein's life. The deathbed, Einstein was questioned by the junior scientists. Sir, if you get one more birth, because in the last phase of his life he started believing there is many births. Even though he's a Jew, he started believing. Not only he started believing, he started declaring in a public way, I know there are many births. And in the last phase of his life, he became more like a mystic than a scientist. All his words, he started speaking in the language of mystics. One of these junior scientists is asking, if you will get one more birth, if God gives you one more birth, what way you want to live? He says, better I will become a plumber than a scientist. Juniors were shocked. Then they asked him, what happened? Why you didn't enjoy the life of being a scientist? He says, I have achieved the lifestyle. I have got whatever I wanted to have. Technically, I have achieved everything. The money, name and fame, status, the respect, everything. But I feel I missed my life. The young age, I always wanted to be a plumber. And somehow, I was not able to adjust with my boss. So I escaped from his place and started my education, and I came in the scientist community, and by running, I have come to the top. Now standing in the top, I feel like a fool. What have I done? What has happened? What has been achieved? He says a beautiful statement in a beautiful way. The greatest truth of this century is discovered by me, but my life has become a lie. My life has become a lie. If he has lived as a plumber, nobody might have noticed him. He might not have achieved the lifestyle. But I tell you, you would have achieved the deep core of life itself. The life gives you such a deep satisfaction, such a deep fulfillment, you never bother about the lifestyle. Lifestyle is something related to your conditionings. If you are taught by your models, the actors or the ideals, wearing jeans is a lifestyle, you go for jeans. If you are taught by your ideals, the models, a different kind of fashion dress, immediately you go for that type of dress. So lifestyle is a conditioning given to you by society. Life is societal. Lifestyle, or what do you call as? Lifestyle is societal, but life is natural. Whatever comes to you as a natural is your life. Whatever is given to you by society is lifestyle. Lifestyle is the superficial thing, just a skin deep, but life is the core of your being. If you can keep in touch with your life, with your consciousness, even in the lifestyle you will be more happy. Whatever lifestyle you may live, you will be more happy. But we always run behind lifestyle. We think lifestyle needs to be changed. If you have any problem, immediately you think there is some problem in my lifestyle. No. There can be no problem in the lifestyle. If you start changing the lifestyle, you will never end. You will never end. In my camps, I ask the people, can you tell me what is worry? People always start telling me the reasons about worry. Tell them, no, don't tell me the reasons. Because if you start working on the reasons, you will never end. It's unending. Start working on the subjective experience of worry. So when you start working on the lifestyle, it will never end. Start working on the life itself. Create more awareness. Create more consciousness. As long as you are struggling with the lifestyle, you can never feel fulfilled. You can never experience the relaxedness. Man can never relax till he reaches graveyard if he is working with the lifestyle. Even in the tomb, he may be worrying, oh, these guys have put such a simple tomb for me. If you are running, if you are continuously bothered about lifestyle, you will bother how my graveyard is polished, how my tombstone is polished. And here I heard People purchase the plots. If it's onlooking, if it's a onlooking ocean or if it's onlooking a lake or something, the rate is high. When you are too much bothered about lifestyle, naturally you run, just to fall in the graveyard. Nothing more than that. There's a beautiful story in Zen Buddhism. One guy wanted to have 1 acre land so that he can grow his vegetables. He prayed to God, and instead of God appearing, Saturn appeared. And Saturn appeared in the form of God and said, "Don't worry, my son, I give you the boon, not only 1 acre. Tomorrow from morning till night, whatever area you cover by running, that land belongs to you." If God means, He would have given just 1 acre, and you would have really lived happily. But it is Saturn. He said, tomorrow from morning till night, whatever area you cover by your running belongs to you. This guy thought, oh, that's nice. I can walk up to 10 acres so that I will have enough space for vegetable and my house and for everything. After 1 hour he thought, I think I should walk 20 acres so that I will have for my next generation also. After 1 hour he thought, why not 100 acre? After all, God has told me I can have a small kingdom itself. Next day morning he decided, let me not calculate, let us do as much as possible, let me run as long as possible. The moment sun started, he started running. By the time he was carrying his food, by the time it is 2 o'clock, his body said, please give me a little food. He thought, no, tomorrow we can eat. Today, let me run. Today if I run a little more time, tomorrow we can eat. So food is afterwards, let me run. Again he started running. Around 6 o'clock, almost, his body is begging, please give me at least little water. He says, no, tomorrow you have water, now run. By 6:30, body said, no, I cannot even step. I cannot put even 1 step further. Please forgive me. He says, no, already there is a beautiful river. This bank of river belongs to me. Why not that bank also? So that I can have a bridge. Somehow pushed himself to cross the river. 7 o'clock, he saw that side of the river. There is a beautiful graveyard. He said, I have made enough place for the kingdom. I should make this graveyard also mine, so that my people will have proper graveyard. He started running. The sun is about to set. 7:15, sun is setting. Body says, no, I can't run anymore. He said, no, just let me finish this graveyard, so that I'll have a clear graveyard also for my country. He ran. The moment he saw the sun is setting, he fell and never got up. If you look little deeply, really the same thing happens to our life. We never relax. Understand? We never relax. We always postpone the enjoyment afterwards. We say, let me enjoy the life later on. Let me enjoy the life later on. When you are studying, you say, I will enjoy when I am married. When you are married, you say, after the kid. When you are having the kid, you say, let him get educated. Then you say, let me finish the job. Then you say, I'll retire and then I will enjoy the social security. By the time you are retired, you are trained to run. You create a mental setup which never lets you relax. You create a lifestyle which never lets you relax. You can see, I have seen in India, he would have got married, his son would have been married, even the grandson would have been married, but he will be sitting and reading the Hindu newspaper matrimonial column with a big glass. He will be reading the matrimonial column because there is no work. Same newspaper from morning till night, he will be sitting and reading. Even the editor wouldn't have read. Why? Whether you sit with a TV or you sit with a newspaper or you sit with some magazine, but you never sit with yourself. The capacity to sit with yourself is what I call life. The capacity to sit with yourself only gives you the first glimpse of life. Even if you don't have anything to do, you start thinking. You start planning or worrying. Continuous planning or worrying also. You are continuously bothered about lifestyle. You are bothered about what you heard or what you have seen or what you have read. These three, whatever inputs are put on you is all related to the lifestyle. Either you collect the data or process the data or work it out. You are continuously engaged in these three activities: collecting the data, processing it, or expressing it. In the level of greed, sex, you run, and just to drop dead. You never experience the life. If you really experience the life, you will never have the fear of death. Because life and death are not two things. It is both sides of a same coin. So if you really experience the life, you will never bother about death. If you experience life, you will understand death is not the end of the life. It is climax of the life. Climax is not end. It's the peak of your life. It's an intense experience, intense energy which is undergoing the transformation. Gita says death is nothing but changing the shirt. Just like changing the shirt, you change your body. And changing the body leads you to inner transformation. You change, you learn the new way to live. You learn new expression to live. The second level, you are caught in the fear. Again, in the fear. The whole lifestyle is based on fear. Our whole lifestyle, you can see, based on fear. Continuously, you are afraid of something or other. Even when you are enjoying something, you are afraid that you may lose that enjoyment. If you are not enjoying, please welcome. If you are enjoying something, again, you are afraid that anytime you may miss it. Anytime, please give them way. Anytime you may lose it. The very lifestyle is nothing but the fear, continuous fear. Your second plane is based on fear. If you experience the life, the awareness, the core of your being, you know there is nothing to be afraid. There is nothing to lose. There is nothing which you can lose. If you can lose something, let them be lost as early as possible. Better the early you are free from it. Anything which can be lost is not worth having. Anything which can be lost is not worth having. The third plane, you live in the unnecessary worrying, what I call corrupted inner chattering. If your inner chattering is corrupted, inner chattering means your inner thinking. If it is corrupted and if it is continuously disturbing your own self, that's what I call worrying. all your worrying is about the lifestyle. About your lifestyle. When you are centered on the lifestyle, you continuously worry about something or other. Either about car. If you have car, you worry about the spare parts. If you don't have, you worry about having car. If you have car and the spare parts, you bother about something else. Something or other comes up. If you don't get anything also, you try to get something. As long as you are centered on the lifestyle, you continue to corrupt your inner chattering. Your inner chattering is continuously disturbed. Next, attention from others. Attention need. That's the next plane. Now your problems become little more subtle. They become more emotional. Once the basic things are fulfilled, the basic thing is sex, death and worry. Sex, fear and worry. Then you come to the attention need. Others' attention. As long as you are a lifestyle based person, you continuously ask for others' attention. You feel you are happy or you are expanded if so many people give attention to yourself. That is why the people die to become celebrities. To become a celebrity, people do all sorts of things. All sorts of things. Why? Because being a celebrity gives you a boost. You feel you are somebody much bigger. You feel you are more than life size. You feel you are more important. Otherwise, you do not know the problems of being a celebrity. Being a celebrity, you get attention of so many people. Attention is energy. That is why politicians feel highly energetic, so active when they are among their followers. There's a thing called mob psychology. If the group is there, you will do anything. In the colleges, I have seen in Indian colleges, if the group is there, the leader will shout, "Principal, down, down." Just pick that guy up. Just pick that guy up and bring him separately. He will tremble. His whole body will tremble. The mob psychology. Whenever you feel energetic because of the group, because of the people, understand your whole lifestyle is based on attention. If somebody gives you attention, you feel you are energetic. Otherwise, you are dull. Lifestyle itself is designed by the people. We always think leaders are leading us. No, be very clear. Mass is leading the leader. Leader does what mass wants. We always have an idea. Mass does what leader wants. No, it is the other way. Leaders are doing what mass wants. Leaders are the worst slaves according to me. Leaders are the worst slaves because they are continuously receiving energy only by the attention of the people. Their energy is not based on themselves. It is based on so many persons. So if somebody's attention is missing, they feel they have lost something. So if you are based on the lifestyle, in the next plane, you feel you bother continuously about others' attention. Only if somebody gives you the certificate, you feel fulfilled. Otherwise, you feel dejected. You feel miserable. You feel something you have missed. Next is low self-esteem. Again, in this plane, why you feel low self-esteem at all? It is just based on others' opinions, because of others' attention. If many people say, you are nobody, you are nobody, you are nobody, you really feel you are nobody. You really start experiencing you are nobody. The opinion from others, based on that only you create opinion about yourself. According to me, you know about yourself from others' opinion. Why?
because you do not know anything about yourself. You create a personality just based on others' opinion, and you start believing you are that. Opinions are poor substitute for experience. If you experience about yourself, you will have solid knowledge. But if you are based on your lifestyle, if you are just based in the outwardly way, you can see very clearly your life just wants continuously other certificate. The more certificates you get, you feel you are more bigger. If you are based on life, you will have a tremendous deep satisfaction by what you do, not by what others say. By what you do, not by what others say. If the next ego, the next space is, one is low self-esteem, the sixth plane is high self-esteem. Low self-esteem means showing yourself or imagining yourself much less than what you are. High self-esteem is imagining yourself much more than what you are. Again, this is also based on others' opinion. If your lifestyle is too big, you think your life is also too big. You weigh yourself by the cars and bungalows which you have achieved, not by the quality of consciousness which you have achieved. Yesterday, the news reporter was asking me, how can you have so much of wisdom in such a young age? How is this possible? I told him, wisdom does not mean the experience. Wisdom does not mean the incidents which happened in your life. Wisdom means the intelligence or the right thing which you have learned from the experiences of your life. It is not just the number of incidents. It is the number of things which you have learned from the incidents. So if you are aware, if your eyes are open, even you don't have to undergo all the experiences. Life is too short to commit all the mistakes and learn. Life is too short to commit every mistake once and learn from the mistakes. No. Learn from others' mistakes. Learn from experiences. I was giving him a simple example. Experience means first touching the cigar fire and feeling, oh, cigar fire burns. Then touching the furnace fire and, oh, furnace fire also burns. Then touching charcoal fire, oh, charcoal fire also burns. Then touching the matchstick fire, oh, matchstick fire also burns. By the time you touch every type of fire and understand all fire will burn, your body will be ready to be burnt. Your life is over. By the time you touch all the fires and experience and find out all the fires will burn, you will become old. Your body will be ready to be burnt. This is what I call experience. That's another kind of thing. By touching one fire and experiencing it, immediately you understand all fire will burn. That is what I say wisdom. Experience is totally different from wisdom. Experience is based on lifestyle. Wisdom is based on life. When you have the sharp awareness, when you have a total intelligence, when you have the consciousness of being, every incident reveals its truth in front of you. You are more aware of what is happening inside your being and outside your being. You are more aware what do you want to fulfill your life and fulfill your lifestyle. There are many people who run to fulfill their ego. Run. The moment they achieve, suddenly they feel they are looking like fools. Because when they started, just the other day one lady was telling me, Swamiji, 8 years ago I came to the States. When I came, I was having an agenda, a plan, what all I want to achieve. I thought I will take 20 years to achieve. But
by God's grace, fortunately or unfortunately, I have achieved the whole thing. Technically, I have ticked everything. I have achieved in 8 years itself. But suddenly now I feel a deep void in me. I achieved what I want to achieve, but I have not achieved what far I want to achieve. What far is the joy and bliss that I have not achieved. Swamiji, tell me what is missing. What is happening to me? I have achieved what I want to, but I have not achieved what far I want to. I always tell them, the depression of failure is much better than depression of success. In depression of failure, at least you have hope that I may achieve tomorrow. I may achieve tomorrow. You can postpone your hope and you can have hope and you can live with that hope. But depression of success proves and makes you utterly understand the truth, which leads you to the straight truth. As long as you have a hope, it acts like a buffer for you. You don't feel the truth directly. But the hope, when the moment the hope is removed, the moment you start facing the reality, the moment you start experiencing the truth without the buffer, truth hurts. It is too much. You are left you are left in a deep depression. You have nothing else to achieve. You have nowhere to go. A deep hopelessness descends on you. The deep hopelessness. And from this point, 3 roads are available to you. This is the point from where you can take in this some one of these 3 roads. One is drugs, which majority of the people decide. When you achieve the success of, when you reach the step, the success of depression or depression of success, you are successful, but you have not achieved what you really wanted to feel. You achieved what you want to achieve, but you have not achieved what far you want to achieve. Then the depression leads you in a place from where 3 roads are taking. One is drugs. Not only drugs means, not only I mean only alcohol or marijuana, all these things. Even food addiction is an addiction. Any addiction is addiction. At least with drugs you know that you are doing something wrong. With food addiction, obesity, you do not even know you are doing something wrong. Even the obesity is because of the success of it is because of the depression of success. The countries who have achieved the depression of success, all the countries are obese. Because they have achieved what they want to achieve in the lifestyle, but they have not achieved the life itself. The life is sold for the sake of purchasing the lifestyle. You sell your eyes to purchase paintings. You sell your tongue to purchase the food. You sell your legs to pay for dance class. Lifestyle is achieved, but not the root core of the life itself. In the rat race, there's a beautiful saying. The biggest problem in the rat race is, even if you win, you are a rat, that's all. Even if you win, you are a rat. So, continuously, to prove your ego, you run. And finally, you feel like a fool. I have seen the people who continuously run. See, when you start to achieve something, you run. The moment you finished it, you suddenly feel the desire has disappeared. And I have seen many people coming and telling me, when I wanted to get a car, I thought the moment I get my car, my life will be heaven, Swamiji. Nothing else is necessary. But now I feel nothing much has changed. Nothing is happening. The moment you achieve
you understand the whole thing is just your own imagination, your own feeling, your own thing. And the moment you achieve the one more thing, you realize you have paid too much for your desire. There was no such a deep desire, but you wasted so much of your time and energy in fulfilling that one desire. So the moment you run behind the lifestyle, one more thing, as long as you are running behind the lifestyle, you are continuously, you will be under the pressure, under the stress, under the torture. You will be jumping from here to there or there to here, continuously this way, that way, this way, that way, this way, that way. No time to rest and enjoy, rest and live. Ultimately, a deep discontentment. That's the ultimate result of life. A deep discontentment. That is the seventh plane, the seventh emotion. If you are based on the lifestyle, you know, deep discontentment is the result which will come to you in the end. There's a beautiful story of a king called Yayadi in Mahabharata. This guy said to be a man of greed, had all sorts of pleasure and enjoyed it for 100 years. When the death came, he is not ready to die. He says, no, please give me just only 100 more years. Death said, no, you already lived 100 years. He said, please do something. Death said, all right, if any of your sons are ready to give their life, then I will extend your time. One son said, all right, I will give my life. He gave and he was extended 100 years more. Again after that 100 years, the end of these 100 years, death came and this guy said, no. I do not know how these 100 years passed. Please don't come so quickly. Death said, what is this? All right, one more extension. After all, you are a big king. Again the third time, Death said, no, this time no extension is possible. But somehow he went and got the recommendation of some god, and the recommendation worked out. That Death allowed, all right. So the same way it continued for 10 times. 10 times, 100 years. And after the 10th time, Yama says a beautiful word to the Yadi, that king. You are pouring ghee to put the fire off. You are pouring ghee to put the fire off. Can you ever achieve that? Can you ever quench your discontentment by putting more sensory pleasures, increasing your lifestyle? Suddenly Yayadi had a glimpse of realization. Satori, the first glimpse of realization, Yayadi gets, and he realizes, yes, why I forgot to look back. Now I understand. How much of ghee you pour, fire can never be quenched by the ghee. So how much of life I may have, I can never feel satisfied. So lifestyle can never fulfill the life itself. And the quantity, number of years can never make you feel fulfilled. Only the quality of life can make you fulfilled. Don't add years to your life. Add life to your years. If you are in the mission of adding years to your life, you will never end. You will end only in discontentment. If you are in the mission of adding life to your years, be more aware. When I say add life to your years, I say 3 things. Live in the present moment. Have more awareness. And be totally conscious. When I say awareness, I am speaking about the outer world. When I say consciousness, I am speaking about the inner changes. Live in the present moment and have deep awareness about what is happening around you, and have
deep consciousness, have deep consciousness about what is happening inside. These three will give you the glimpse of what I say life, or energy, or experience, or samadhi. So, if your life is more based on the being and the consciousness, you will see you achieve a tremendous satisfaction and tremendous feeling of fulfillment happens to you. In the level of sex, instead of fantasies, you will have a deep intimacy with your spouse. The level of death, instead of fear, you will have a deep fulfillment and you will welcome the death so that it can bring more transformation in you. The level of worry, instead of corrupted inner chattering, you will have a deep, clear planning. Instead of psychological worrying, you will have chronological planning about your life. In the level of attention, instead of asking and taking attention from others, you will start radiating the peace, you will start radiating energy by yourself. Instead of others being your energy source, you will start radiating energy independently. In the level of low self-esteem, instead of having low self-esteem or high self-esteem, you will know who you are, you will know where you are, and you will start flourishing, expanding in your own way. Next, in the level of ego, naturally, you will never work to swell your quantity of things which you have, to increase your ego, to expand your lifestyle. Instead of that, you will start learning how to enjoy the things which you have, how to live the things which you have. If you can't enjoy this ordinary sofa, you think you can enjoy the throne? Never. It is your body which enjoys, not the throne itself, not the seat itself. It's the life which enjoys, not the lifestyle. When you reach the highest plane, if you are too much oriented about the lifestyle, the deep discontentment, what happened to Yayadi will be the result. And if you are oriented on the life, deep fulfillment. There are so many great masters. Shankara left the body when he was 32, Vivekananda 39, Paramashivam very young, Ramakrishna 50. There are so many people who left their life, who left their body when they were young, and they had such a deep satisfaction because they have experienced the life. If you are oriented on lifestyle, you will continuously try add more things, more years, more time in your life. If you are oriented on your life itself, naturally you will see you are totally expressing the energy and bliss. You are radiating the new consciousness. Of course, unless you experience it, it's very difficult to convince. Unless you have the glimpse of consciousness, it's very difficult to understand. For outer things, you have a solid proof, logic, facts and figures. For the science, you have a clear facts and figures. But for the inner world, the problem is the experience is the only proof. It is something beyond logic. But all great things start beyond logic. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why don't you give some solid proof for God, the existence of God? I told him, the moment God is proved, the logic will become more bigger, the logic will become greater than God himself. God is great because he is never proved by logic. If he is proved by logic, then logic will become great. God will become only secondary. So, the very existence of the God is great because he can never be proved by the logic. He is something beyond, far, far, far away from the logic. The same way, life is never logical, it is paradoxical. It is something beyond logic. When you try to work based on the logic, you miss the very life itself. Let you go through these great ideas. Let these great ideas sink in your being. Let this awareness and consciousness flower in yourself. Let you experience the life, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. If you want to have a few minutes for question answer, you are welcome, or we will finish.
One thing, you said a successful person, when he achieved, when something happens and they go to depression, there is 3 ways you said. One is drugs. What is that?
Another one is addiction, drugs. The another one is suicide. Maybe instant, not immediately committing suicide, or slowly just getting faded away, staying the same depression and dying. The third one, very few intelligent guys, they decide meditation, going into the depression to see the end of it, to analyze it, to come out of it, the ultimate solution. These are 3 paths. Some choose the drugs, some choose the suicide, some choose the meditation, the transformation. So it's up to us to choose which we want.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम्
is answered. Now, I'll try to say a few words about these FAQs, frequently asked questions. The usual doubts, the usual difficulties people face when they enter into meditation, when they even hear about meditation. Many people think meditation is something like leaving the whole thing. People are afraid. They come and tell me, I am afraid that I may get too much attached into meditation. The meditation itself is nothing but removing your attachment. You can't get too much attached to meditation. They are afraid that their desires, their fears, their whatever they think as life will be taken away from them. I can say that is true. Whatever you think as your life will not be anymore part of your life. Many times you are trying to protect yourself from the unnecessary fears. The basic truth is you don't need to protect yourself from your fears because they do not have a base. The concept or the idea, you are a solid being and you have so many fears, will be shaken by meditation. What you think as your desires will be shaken. So naturally, what you think as your fears will also be shaken. The fear and desire and worry, whatever you think as your own, everything will start going through a big change. There will be a big psychological revolution. There will be practically a new birth. Your software will have new quality. I can say it's like a changing the software, changing the inner software. Your hardware may be the same, but your inner software will go through a big change. It will be completely changed. Meditation is all about changing the inner software. Your body may be same, your hardware may be same, the things with which you are living may be same, the persons with which you are living may be same, but the being with which you are living will be totally different. The being will have a different quality. The inner software will be new. This simple understanding, you can say, this simple understanding of these 4 states of consciousness can initiate the psychological revolution in you. This is like a master key. If you apply every moment in your life, if you are aware of these 4 states constantly, you will see before every decision, the mechanism or the way in which your thought process goes towards the decision will be changed. This is what I call cognitive shift. Receiving information, processing and deciding. That will become totally different. If you understand this 4 state, when you come out of deep sleep state to the dreaming, you understand deep sleep was lower than dreaming. When you come out of dreaming to waking, you understand the dream state was illusory. It was not real. Same way, when you move from waking state to the fourth state, Turiya, you will realize this state is not the reality. This is not as you think. Every time when you face the depression or low mood, this understanding starts rising from you within. But we manage such a way that psychological revolution does not happen inside us because too much is at stake. Too much is at stake. If that psychological revolution starts happening, you are afraid, you don't know what will happen, you don't know what you will decide about. Your cherished desires, cherished goals, cherished ideals, cherished ideas, you are afraid you may have to let go. When I started the session, I used the word atato brahmajignyasat. In that commentary, one great Acharya says, let us inquire into the reality means the Guru and disciple, both of them are deciding, let's have courage to follow where the reality leads us. Not just inquiring, let's have courage to go where this research leads us, where this understanding leads us, where we are moving. Just this simple understanding of these four states can transform the way in which we make decisions. The cognitive shift can happen. The psychological revolution can happen. Whether we directly want to understand or not, the truth is there is no scale. The state in which you are living is reality or authentic reality. Because when you come out of dream, you say that is illusory. When you go into the dream, this seems like illusion. When you reach the fourth state, only then you will realize this. Not only the dream state, even the waking state, so-called waking state is also an illusion. Again, the moment we hear the word illusion, we are afraid, we get frightened, we feel. If that idea illusion gets into our system, we may renounce, we may leave everything. Our lives may change. I tell you, you will renounce only one thing, that is your suffering, nothing else. Person who understands what is in front of him is not complete reality, he will renounce only one thing, is suffering.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Few words about Thanksgiving before entering into the sutras. This Thanksgiving is one of the wonderful thing I learned from the West. Understand? I am very open and honest. Whatever is said and done, somehow
The Thanksgiving idea was not there. The very idea did not get engraved so much in India. Only in the West, especially this function, this Thanksgiving function, I saw so much of importance and respect is given to it. And I understood, yes, there are some wonderful things we need to learn. In India, maybe there during Deepavali or something, but not keeping this as a main base or backbone structure. So this was one of the great thing, at least I learned from this country, from this tradition. And not only that, even verbally thanking is given so much of importance in this culture, which is needed. The Vedic tradition, the thanking or the gratitude, it has become more a spiritual quality. It was never a social quality. It was there, but more or less a spiritual quality. But here I saw it's vibrant, alive in every day-to-day life. It is a social quality which we need to really learn and imbibe. Maybe I can say this is a kind of a constant meditation, every day meditation. Whenever you say the word thank you, that's like a everyday meditation, reminding yourself. Okay, happy Thanksgiving. How the gratitude becomes a spiritual practice today. Very funny, but a very mystical incident. Today, Pradosha Puja was there. Means before the discourse, around 5:30, the puja for Nandi. Today is the day Mahadeva gave Shivasutras to Devi. Pradosham is the day Mahadeva spoke these teachings, these sutras to Devi. Today we have one of the wonderful, very powerful technique, sutra. So we had the puja, Pradosha puja. During that time, when Shiva gave the sutras to Devi, we usually do puja to Nandi. The story is that Shiva told Nandi to be in the entrance and take care of all the devotees and visitors who are coming, because he is giving the sutras to Devi. So that 1.5 hours, Nandi was in charge. Usually it is very easy to get things done by secretary. Then going to the top. So all boons and whatever people ask, Nandi just disperses it, no problem at all. Because 1.5 hours he is the authority. And it's like for a few hours, if you are given power, what will you do? You will just disperse everything to whoever wants. So anything you want which can't be done according to the dharma, some extra favors, that is the right time to approach. Nandi is the in charge. We always do the puja to Nandi. Today I went and sat there, and after the puja, the archana started. I was in such a deep silence and samadhi. The archana was going on. Slowly, I saw behind me the group which was sitting, 1 or 2 people were little uncomfortable, not settling down. Of course, I did not see physically, but because I was in samadhi, I can see very clearly what is going on in the minds, like a worms moving. I saw few minds little unsettled, little irritated.
I was thinking, this presence, anybody will fall in tune so beautifully, so wonderfully. What is the problem? I saw few guys are not able to, were a little agitated because that brahmachari was chanting the mantra. He chanted the name Nithyananda also, along with the mantra. These few, one or two brains doesn't understand the Rudra, the traditional Rudram itself. There is a word Nithyananda. It's a name of Shiva. It's name of Mahadeva. And I was just seeing. And another one funny thing is, I did not even remember or listen, it is my name, because I was in such a deep samadhi. Never feel, that's my name. And there are few intelligent guys, maybe who had the click or initiation, who had that gratitude or the love. I saw the more they heard that word, they were able to feel more and more connected, because, understand, the experience with the master will intensify your true devotion. Usually, master is used like an object to create devotion in you. Many of our disciples come and tell me, Swamiji, only after I felt connected to you, only now I feel connected to all the puja, rituals, tradition and everything. Till then I never had connection with all those things. All those things people used to do, I go there like a ritual. Only now it makes sense so much. It makes meaning. Master is like a window or a door. Feeling connected to him or grateful to him will open a new door of being grateful to everything. Feeling connected to everything. Few people who had that click, I saw very beautifully they were able to settle. And the few people, and even those few, it is not that they never know or never had any blessing or never had any benefits from the master. They had. But that gratitude, the thanking attitude has not started. If that starts, you will stop judging. Thanking is one of the very powerful quality. In our first meditation technique, the first meditation program, the 7th technique, the quality to open the Sahasrara chakra, the ultimate chakra, is gratitude. In gratitude, you will stop judging and fall in tune more and more and more. I saw today beautifully the power of thanksgiving, consciously. Power of thanksgiving. That those few guys, they also do not know traditionally the Nithyananda is one more name of Shiva. If you chant the Rudram, the original Rudram, from the Varanasi edition, there will be a name Nithyananda. And I saw the person, both of them do not know. Person who got agitated and person who felt connected. Both of them do not know traditionally it is the name of Shiva, so it is getting chanted. And the person who did not get agitated, he had some gratitude. Because of that, that name only connected him more and more. The person who did not have, because of that one word, one agitation, he was not able to connect to the whole ritual. The whole ritual. I just smiled and I understood the whole thing. I smiled and turned to the priest and said, stop chanting. He stopped. He just chanted only a few times, then he stopped. If you attended the puja, you would have seen why suddenly Swamiji stopped the recital of his name. That was the reason. Understand, whenever the one simple quality of gratitude, if it starts, gratitude is like a small fire which can burn all your karmas. All the karmas. Anything which you carry on, which you brought, which you are accumulating, anything can be burnt. A simple remembrance of gratitude, not only to the master, to every being, to everything. It brings so much of sensitivity. It brings so much of love and so much of settled feeling so much of connected feeling. It can just move. I saw the person who was agitated a little bit, whose mind was complicated. His mental thought, the structure was, why should his name being chanted? And he doesn't understand. The person whose name is chanted, he doesn't even remember it is his name. It is his name. Somebody asked me in the discourse, why should you be there and we should be here? I told him very beautifully, actually understanding these few ideas will really give you the deep insights about Thanksgiving, where we miss and what we miss. I told him, because I am nobody, I am here. Because you are somebody, you are there. Understand that if you are somebody, even if you are made to sit here, you will think, I think for my qualification, it should be little better. Wherever you go, whatever way you are respected, you will feel that something more has to be done, should have been done. If you are nobody, whether you are respected or not, you will never bother. You will be in such easiness, comfort. There will never be a disturbance. Person who has become nobody, wherever he is, he will be comfortable. Person who has become somebody, wherever he is, he will have some complications, some misunderstanding. The gratitude will make you as nobody. You will be a flowing energy. You will be just flowing energy. I have seen that flowing energy in the poems of Sufi mystics. Sufism is completely the tradition based on the gratitude. And the way in which they flow, it was such wonderful flow. It was such a gratitude-based tradition. It does not take any training at all to have the divine experience through Sufism. With all other tradition, to have divine experience, the experience beyond mind, it takes quite a lot of time. First understanding, then sadhana, austerity and all those things. With Sufism, it doesn't take time. Straight away it happens, because every step, every teaching is directed towards thanking, gratitude. So, understand this one great quality. It can really transport you to different plane.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं
शिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. And the representative from the city. Today's subject is Vedic Renaissance. Vedic Renaissance. First, let us understand why the Vedic Renaissance should happen. Because this tradition, the Vedic tradition, again and again reminds you to achieve something in the inner world. It's like a constant reminder, constant inspiration to work on the inner world, to transform yourself, to experience the different space, different world. First time in the history of humanity, human beings are enjoying such a luxurious, comfortable life. The outer world luxury and outer world comfort, we have reached peak. The medical care or the outer world comforts or the communication or luxury, you just can't imagine what we have achieved. Same way, just like how we are in the peak of luxury and comforts, we are in the peak of suffering and misery in the inner world. Humanity has never suffered so much in the inner world. The spiritual poverty, we call that as a spiritual poverty. We are living in a world which is experiencing spiritual poverty. Only Vedic Renaissance can fill the gap, can help the people to achieve peace and bliss. Only with the Vedic Renaissance, people will be able to experience even the comforts and luxuries we have created. Understand? Through the outer world, through the outer science, you may create a beautiful bed, but only with the Vedic system you will have deep sleep. You may create all possible luxurious things. You may create all comforts. To experience peace, to experience life, you need Vedic Renaissance. Somebody need to remind you. Somebody need to give you the experience that you are beyond this body, beyond this mind. You are beyond all the sufferings of the outer world. Your inner space is untouched by anything belongs to outer world. Only Vedic Renaissance can do that. Experiencing the spiritual truth, experiencing the inner world, experiencing your own consciousness can happen when the Vedic Renaissance happens inside you. Understand? When I say Vedic Renaissance, I am not telling you to go and change the whole world. No. Let the Vedic Renaissance happen in you first. First, we need to understand. First, we need to internalize. First, we need to transform our life. In Vedic tradition, we don't believe in conversion. We don't believe in going around and preaching. We believe more in practicing. We believe more in creating an intense vibration or the spiritual space, spiritual intensity. Vivekananda beautifully says, An ordinary teacher who is going around and meeting thousands of people will not be able to create such an intense energy like a person who is sitting in a cave and just radiating his enlightenment. Understand? Vedic Dharma is so courageous. It discourages even preaching. It says, let you achieve, let you radiate. Simply everything else will happen. For the renaissance of the Dharma, the renaissance of the Vedic tradition, first you need to do, let you become a seeker. Let you understand what for you are living. See, when I use the word seeker, let me define the word properly. I mean, person who understands the outer world is not everything. Whoever has got the clarity, the outer world is not everything. Life is something more than the outer world. Whoever has got that clarity, whoever feels that life is something more than the outer world, life is something more than what you experience through your eyes and ears. Life is little more than what you experience through senses. Whoever understands life is more than what you experience through your senses, you become seeker. You start seeking, which is beyond these five senses. You start seeking the truth. You start seeking something which is beyond your senses. In Sanskrit we call that mumukshutva, means start seeking something which is beyond your senses. Shankara, the great master, says, Manushyatva, Mumukshutva, Mahapurusha Sangama. Manushyatva, having human body. Mumukshutva, seeking towards the higher self. Mahapurusha Sangama, the experience with the enlightened being. Having the darshan or a touch of an enlightened being. All these three are very rare to achieve. After achieving all these three, if somebody is not enlightened, he is called fool. No other word. Because you have everything and you did not use it. There is no other word. Shankara says, all these three things are greatest things which can happen to any human being. Seeking. First thing, you need to start seeking. Once in a while, when you really feel the life is not under your control, understand? In a civilized society, especially living in a city, you are given a wrong impression by your mind, your life is under your control. I always tell people, go and live in Himalayas for some time. If you live in the Himalayas for some time, you will realize life is beyond your control. You will understand your life can't be controlled just by your logic. It is beyond your control. You will be reminded your logic is not the master. Your logic is not the master. But in these kind of societies, the cities, almost you are very clear about your routine. From morning till night, you know how you will walk, in which car you will use, where you will reach, what you will do, or what you will not do, and how you will come back, and what is your next routine. Even if there is a small accident, you know there is life insurance. There is insurance. Practically, Your ego gives an idea, your logic teaches you, your logic gives you the sort of a feeling. Your life is under your logic. Unconsciously you start believing your life is under your logic. That is why whenever some incident happens which is beyond your logic, which is not under your control, you are totally shaken. You are completely shaken. You are not able to handle. You don't know what to do. Either you fall in depression or you just suffer. You always expect, you always believe unconsciously that life is going to be only filled with the incidents which will be under your control, where your logic is going to play everything, where your logic is going to be a leader. Suddenly, when the truth is told to you, of course, life again and again reminds you the truth. Your life is beyond your logic, especially when somebody in your family or a friend circle dies or some accident, means losing job or something. Suddenly you will see life is not under your control. Your logic is not the leader. Life is beyond your logic. Life is beyond you. You start seeking. Then you start seeking. Few intelligent people start seeking the law of life. Understand? You know law of the outer world. Whoever wants to understand the law of the inner world, we call that as a dharma. Dharma is the word we use. Law of the inner world means the law of cosmic energy. Whoever is trying to search, whoever is trying to seek, whoever is trying to understand the law of the inner world, he is called mumukshu. He is called seeker. First thing, you need to work, you need to start seeking towards the law of life, dharma. What is really dharma? What for the human birth is offered to me? What I am really supposed to achieve? These few questions are the basic need for Vedic Renaissance in you. Understand? If Vedic Renaissance happens in you all, that is more than enough. Don't bother how to create Vedic Renaissance in others. I have always seen people who are too busy in creating Vedic Renaissance and others will never allow that to happen in themselves. Because they are too busy looking at others, chiseling others, working on others. They forget that they need to work on themselves. They forget they need to work on their own being. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, how should I express my gratitude to you? I feel I received so much. How can I help? I always tell people, just meditate. That's the best thing you will do for me. That's the greatest service you will do for me. People ask me, no. Should I do something for your mission? I tell them, first work towards enlightenment. That's the best thing you will do for my mission. People who try just to work for mission without working towards enlightenment, they will be the biggest problem creators. They will create only politics. They will create only politics. See, people who are not working towards their own enlightenment, who are just working for the mission or the public, they create all politics. They create all difficulties. they create all problems. If you start doing service without having enough of inner maturity, you will only create more problem for people. You will create trouble so that you can start serving. I have seen people first to create trouble, then start serving. See, unless you create trouble in the world, how will you serve? You will be jobless. So people who want to serve will create first problem. And same way I have seen the so-called teachers, just because they should start teaching, they will create the problems which does not exist. Which does not exist. I have seen the so-called teachers who themselves have not become enlightened, who start teaching. If a person is not enlightened and if he starts teaching, he will create more problem to society than what they have already. See, an enlightened person will live in a totally different way. Your logic or your mind will never be able to put that person in a frame. You can't put him in one frame. But with the teachers, you can always expect how they will behave, how they will be. And you can always expect, you can put them in one frame. So it is easy for your mind to believe teachers. It is difficult to trust masters, because masters' first work will be shaking you. I always tell people, if you feel that you are totally shaken, whatever you believe, whatever your ideas you carry is shaken, be very clear that master has started showering his compassion on you, his grace on you. Only when he showers his grace, only when he showers his compassion, your whole being will be shaken. Your whole being will be transformed. First thing you need to understand for Vedic Renaissance is seeking. Let the seeking start happening inside you. The big problem with our mind, whenever you listen these great words, for a few days you will really cherish them. But again, slowly your old inner chattering will come back. Slowly your old mental setup will come back. When your old mental setup comes back, over. You are again running. The peer pressure or the society just makes you run. You are running towards the goal which is not going to give you fulfillment and which never makes you feel alive. I always tell people, great difficulty in a rat race is, even if you win, you are a rat. Even if you win, you are just a rat. Run, what for? You don't even know. Many times people tell me, no, to take care of basic needs. But once you know that you have enough of basic needs and all the things are taken care, after that you think you will stop? Now you are habituated for running. See, by that time you achieve everything to relax and enjoy. Now you are trained to worry. You are trained to run. If you stop running, you feel lonely. You feel something is missing. You feel something is seriously absent in your being. You feel something more needs to be added. Something needs to be achieved. The seeking is the basic quality. First thing for Vedic Renaissance. The next thing. Very important truths. Seeking which starts in you should not be just an emotion, should not be just a thought. It should be a deep understanding. Seeking plus understanding leads to transformation. Just seeking. See, if you are just a seeker, anybody can give you words. Anybody can sell words to you. And it can be used for anything. It can be used. When the understanding is added to the seeking, you will see you are more balanced. When I say understanding, please understand this word understanding very clearly. Because this word is a very important thing. Use only one scale to measure what you are taught is right or wrong. Whatever ideas you are taught by masters or books, does it add more and more honesty in you? Means truthfulness in you. Does it add more and more chit, consciousness in you? Does it make yourself more conscious, aware of all the inner happenings? Does it add more joy and bliss, ananda to you? Just use this one scale, Sat, Chit, Ananda. Are you becoming more and more honest, Sat, truthful? Are you becoming more and more Chit, aware, conscious? Are you becoming more and more Ananda, blissful? By these teachings are the masters. This is what I call understanding. Please understand. Flood all the truth or message which you are receiving with this one idea. Are you becoming more and more intelligent, truthful? Only an intelligent person will be truthful in his life. Are you becoming more and more aware, Chit, of what is happening inside you? Are you becoming more and more blissful, Ananda? Understand? These three will always be together because the same energy, different names. Your being, the life which is inside your body, if it expresses through your head, intellect, it is called intelligence, Sat. If it expresses through your heart, it is called consciousness, awareness, Chit, compassion. If it just stays inside your being, it is called Ananda, bliss. Same energy, three different names. Just see, whatever you are learning, is it making all these three in your life? Then you are traveling in the right path. First seeking, then understanding. When the seeking and understanding is added, naturally you will start experiencing enlightenment. Do not think enlightenment is something which will happen in one moment. It will happen in one moment in the end, in a different way. But as and now, if you understand enlightenment as a gradual process, it will really help you. Enlightenment experience or the truth will be a sudden explosion, sudden experience. But as and now, if you understand that as a gradual process, you will be encouraged to move towards it, to work towards it. If you think of only the sudden enlightenment, that one flash, every chance you will fall in depression. People ask me, Swamiji, I did 2-day meditation, I did not become enlightened. God, I think he is waiting. When you will close your eyes so that he can appear in front of you. I think he has got much better jobs. With the sudden enlightenment idea, we always have a problem of you getting depressed. But with the gradual progress, you will not feel depressed. You will be inspired to work more and more. Add this understanding. Are you becoming more and more intelligent, more and more aware, more and more blissful? These three will not be separate. It will be all always together. If these two things happens in you, the Vedic Renaissance is happening on the planet Earth. Understand, when you change, whole world will change. when your attitude towards yourself changes, you will attract different kind of people around you. Always our people come and tell me, Swamiji, all my friends left me after I started meditating. No, it's a big problem. Please understand, it's not that they left you, you left them. You don't have anything common. You don't have anything else to talk. I am successful in creating so many communities around the world. More than 1,000 people are living inside our communities. People ask me, Swamiji, how so many communities are getting created? I tell them, all we need to do is just create a real sincere seeking. Once you start really sincerely seeking, you will see that you are attracted towards a spiritual community and you attract a spiritual community around you. Automatically you attract a spiritual community around you. I always tell people, all I need to create a community is one sincere seeker. That's all. Only one sincere seeker in one city is enough to create a beautiful spiritual community. Because his seeking is so intense, he will attract that kind of people around him. Understand? When a seeker attracts the same kind of people around him, it will be such a beautiful, peaceful arrangement, peaceful community. No legal structure is necessary. No rules is necessary. No regulations is necessary. The whole thing will be so beautiful. The whole thing will be so clear. They will live in Dharma. They will live in the natural law of life. Understand? The natural law is what we call Dharma. When you all gather, you all just know. Simply you all feel, I think he will do that. He will do this. I will do that. Each one will stand and take charge of something. I call this as a dharmic administration. Administration through Dharma. Administration through the natural law of life. Administration through the truth. Understand? The ancient Vedic tradition, in the ancient Gurukulam system, there was no community based on birth. It was purely based on the activity. A person who doesn't have anything else except his time, who shares his time, is called worker. A person who shares little products, he can create little products through his time. He creates some products, some jewelry or clothes, something, and sells. He shares the products. He is called Vaishya, seller, merchant, business community. A person who shares confidence on an ideology, who inspires people to stay together, who keeps the whole thing alive, who is father of the community, he is called Kshatriya, the warrior community, or the inspirers. Person who shares enlightenment, knowledge, leads the whole group towards the higher truth, he is called Brahmana, the saint. Understand? We did not create communities based on birth. The tradition created communities based on the activity. Person who shares his time is a worker. Person who shares some products is Vaishya. Person who shares courage and confidence is Kshatriya. Person who shares knowledge, enlightenment is Brahmana. This is the way our tradition was created. This is the way the Vedic system was created. Understand? The only way to bring the Vedic system back, to allow the Renaissance to happen, to help the Renaissance you need to understand the whole truth, how the law of life works, dharma, how the dharma happens. For example, in some field, you will feel more confident, more courageous. But maybe due to your engraved memories or samskaras, in some field, you will not feel confidence and courage. You will not feel courage or confidence. You will not feel that you will be able to face that situation. You can see. Women who can face her husband will not be able to face just a small insect. A rat is enough to shake her, or a small insect is enough to frighten her. Samskara, the engraved memory, or even just a darkness is enough to completely make her shiver in the fear. Just samskara. Even in your life, at some time, in some situations, you will express so much of courage and confidence. But in some place, you will not be able to stand. So the law of life is, wherever you feel confidence, you share that. Understand one more thing, important thing. Brahmana does not need to be a Brahmana throughout his life. All 24 hours, no. A Vaishya need not be a Vaishya all 24 hours, no. A Kshatriya need not be Kshatriya all 24 hours, no. A worker need not be a worker all 24 hours. It's like sometimes you play the role of Kshatriya, means giving confidence. Sometimes you play the role of Vaishya, sharing products. Sometimes you play the role of sharing knowledge, enlightenment. So, it is just the job, it is just the thing which you do. In your life also, if you understand this one truth, where you need to play the job of Vaishya, where you need to play the job of a Kshatriya, where you need to be a worker, where you need to be a Brahmana, your whole life will be beautiful. Big problem is, you do not know how to remove your personality and go to the next personality. How to use personality is like a coat. You are caught in one personality. Using the wrong personality in a wrong place is what I call ego. Understand? Where you need to be very polite and humble. If you are arrogant, violent, it's egoistic. And where you need to be very arrogant, courageous, if you are polite and humble, you are egoistic. Understand? Always we think, no, if I am humble, how can I be egoistic? No. Ego standing topsy-turvy is also ego. Inferior ego. One small incident. Once, the incident happened in a great masters like Ramana Maharshi. His disciple, one of his disciples, translated one of his book into different language. In the translation, the front side of the book, his name is also published, translated by that person's name. When that disciple saw that book, he went and told Bhagavan, they shouldn't have put my name. I don't feel like my name should be publicized. I am not that kind of a person. He went and shouted at the administration, the disciple, why did you put my name? And then came to Bhagavan and said, Bhagavan said, the ego which asks the name and ego which asks my name should not be put. Both are one and the same. If you ask, my name should be there. And if you say, my name should not be there, both are ego. Relax. Bhagavan beautifully says, it is called inferior ego. The ego which is trying to show the humbleness. Understand? With a superiority complex, with a violent, aggressive ego, at least society will teach you have ego. With a humble ego, you will escape from society. That is more dangerous. That is more dangerous. Very dangerous. It is called cunning ego. The ego which can nicely save itself. The real Vedic renaissance can happen if you understand where you need to be a Vaishya, businessman. The big problem is with your family, you do Vaishya job, business. With the business, in the business field, where you are supposed to do business, there you do charity. Or there you act like a worker. In the family, you can't carry the same personality of business. There you need to be more a Kshatriya, means sharing confidence. There your business will not work. Big problem is, we lost the attitude or the idea of trusting others. Because we lost that idea, you can't think in any other way except the way of business. I was surprised and shocked when I saw in this country people having their own accounts without the knowledge of the husband or wife. Many families have got their own wealth. Means the husband will not know or the wife will not know. Means what? You have a clear business contract. Please understand. You may be living in one house, you are not living together. You may be living in one house but not living together. You do not know how to handle these four personalities. Where to do the business and where to give confidence. You see, one more thing. If you are not able to trust others, other person, be very clear. Same way you did not teach that person also to trust you. Never ever think only you are not trusting that person and he or she is trusting you. No. If you are not trusting, the other person is also not trusting. If only when you feel insecure with the other person, you don't trust. So how you will feel insecure? Somewhere you have a data, information that he is not trusting you. So the trust happens if you behave like a Kshatriya, means a father. If you take the whole responsibility on your shoulder, the trust happens. See, seeking and understanding brings Vedic renaissance in you. Understanding the law of life, dharma, means the Vaishya, Kshatriya, Brahmana and worker. These four style, the community style, law of our dharma, the law of natural life, our dharma, will bring Vedic renaissance in your family. Step by step, I am explaining how the Vedic renaissance can be brought first in your personality, then in your family, then in your community. First thing, seeking and understanding to bring Vedic renaissance in you. The second thing, understanding the natural law, means the dharma, law of life. How our masters created the communities based on the attitude and personality, based on the work which you are supposed to do. Understanding this will bring Vedic renaissance in your families. Understand? Still, in Indian villages, hundreds of people live together as one family. Still, I know the families in which more than 100 people are members. 100 people living under one roof. Still, I know. I have seen more than 100 people living under one roof, one kitchen. How this is possible? One single proper Kshatriya is there. Means a person who gives confidence. All you need to do is be a right Kshatriya. Give confidence wherever you need to. Do business outside the home, not inside. If you are doing business inside the home, you are bringing wrong personality to the wrong place means ego. A person who can't say yes where you need to say yes is egoistic. Person who can't say no where you need to say no is egoistic. Ego does not mean only violent or aggressive. Even if you can't say no where you need to say no, be very clear, you are egoistic. You are too much bothered about others' opinion. That's the reason you have to say yes even when you can't say, when you don't want to say yes. You think, no, what they will think about me? Ego. You want deep ego satisfaction. If you understand how to play these different roles, where you need to be a worker, where you need to be a Vaishya, means the businessman, where you need to be a Kshatriya, giving confidence, and where you need to be a Brahmana, sharing knowledge. When you are counseling somebody, when you are helping somebody who is in depression by counseling, you are doing the job of a Brahman. You are leading the person to more light. You are radiating knowledge. So, try to handle your different personalities. See, instead of counseling, whenever you need to counsel, you start using your warrior personality. You start using your Kshatriya mold when you need to use the Brahmana mold. You start using your Vaishya mold when you need to use Kshatriya mold. That is where the problem starts. That is why the joint family system, living as a community, has disappeared. You can't find depression in the communities because you have so many people to relate. If you have to talk to the same person from morning till evening, if you have to see the same person in the house, naturally you will feel bored. You will feel, how many days you can see the same person? And after 1 or 2 years, you know the answers he will give. For any problem, you know exactly word. If you tell this word, what word he will speak, you know. So you start thinking, why to tell this and get that better, I myself repeat that word also. You will feel bored. The boredom starts happening when you are relating with only one person. One more thing, when you have different choices, you can create groups. You will feel attracted towards somebody. You will feel attracted towards one group. You will have more freedom to interact. One more thing, when you interact with so many people, your personality also becomes rich. You enrich yourself. You learn many things. And you have freedom. You have a little more space. If you are angry with somebody, 2 days you can stop talking to him. You can talk to somebody else. Now you have choice. In giant family, in community system, understand the greatness of the Vedic rishis who created this whole system, who created our Vedic way of living. You have choice. But now, if you are angry towards your husband or wife, of course, you won't talk to that person, but you don't have anybody else to talk, and you are sitting with your TV. How long you can sit with your TV? One more thing. When you talk to somebody else and open yourself, either you will get some consolation or counseling. There is a possibility for healing exists. When you don't have anybody else to open, naturally no possibility for healing. You go and give all your money to psychiatrists. No, really. See, in India, the sadhus are respected. Sadhus means sannyasis. Are respected. They are used like a psychiatrist. They do the job of psychiatrist. Listening to you. First thing, they listen to you. Second thing, either they console you. If you are right, you are given consolation. If you are wrong, you are given counseling. Something is done. You have somebody to relate with. The possibility for healing exists. That is why the joint families, depression is less, suicide rate is less, and people live more happily. Again, the one thing which is basically required for the joint family system, you should know where to play the mask of a worker, where to put on the mask of a Vaishya, businessman, where to put on the mask of a Kshatriya, warrior, where to use the mask of a Brahmana. One more thing, even your child can be a Brahmana for you. Even he can teach many things when you are in depression. When you are in low mood, he can teach you. He can give you courage. He can give you confidence. He can help you to stand. Helping others or helping each other to stand up again is what we call the Grihastha Dharma. See, Ramakrishna says beautifully, Grihastha Dharma is like a fighting from inside the fort. You can throw your arrows, but you will not be disturbed. You are inside the fort. You are safe, but you can always fight with your enemy because you have a deep security. Grihastha Dharma is like a fighting inside the fort, but Sannyas Dharma is directly facing the enemy, face to face. You don't have protection. When you are in depression, low mood, there is nobody who will lift you up. With Grihastha Dharma, the possibility for healing, possibility for consolation is more. But the difficulty is now in the single family system, in the small family system, just husband, wife and a child living together. In this family kind of a system, you are all practically swamis. Because for you also there is nobody to lift you out. You may live a Grihastha life. No, I can say you are much worse than swamis. Because not only there is nobody to lift you up, there is somebody to always push you down. There is somebody always to push you down. Big difficulty. If you understand how to play these different roles, if you understand, life itself is after all a psychodrama. Now the truth, simply psychodrama. If you understand, you are playing this drama again and again and again. You will realize just being a Brahmana is not something great. Just being Kshatriya is not something great. It's a one more role, that's all. People who never played the role of Brahmana is only so much greedy about that role. If you try to play for a few days, then you will understand. That's also one more work, that's all. That's also one more work, nothing else. I always tell people. People ask me, Swamiji, what is there for you? Wherever you go, people respect you, receive you. You just speak and come away. It's not a big job. I tell them, please come and sit in the throne for 2 days. Just sit here for 2 days and listen to all the worries and complaints people are giving. If you can listen all the worries and complaints and everything people tell you and go back and sleep in a relaxed way, you are enlightened. Really. Just sit. You don't have to give them energy darshan. You don't have to give them some support. You don't have to give them consoling or counseling. Nothing. You tell them, no, I am in Mauna. You just tell, I will listen. Now, whenever I send these new brahmacharis for training, I tell them, brahmacharis in Mauna, you just talk, you will listen, that's all. Because if he opens the mouth, he will prove that he doesn't know anything. It's better let him be in Mauna. So that people will not understand. People will not think he doesn't know anything. All you need to do, just sit and listen to people. Try to go back and sleep. You won't be able to. If you do the job of the Brahmana, you will understand. This is also one job, that's all. This is also one work, that's all. Nothing else. The whole life is just psychodrama. See, because you are there, I am here. Nothing else. Because disciples are there, Guru is there. Because somebody is a Brahmana, somebody is a Kshatriya. Because somebody is a Kshatriya, somebody is a Vaishya. That's all. See, it is just a psychodrama. Who chooses to play which role? That's all. It's purely your choice. If you are attracted too much towards one choice, go on, try to play that game. In 1 month, everything will become alright. One person went to Arunachala, the place of Ramana Maharshi, and he said, Master, to such a high energy place, so beautiful, so amazing. I know why you feel so blissful and peaceful here. Because of this place. Ramana Maharshi says, just stay here for 1 month, everything will become alright. See, I am not saying that Arunachala is not the energy center or a peaceful place, but your mind will take it for granted. In 1 month, your mind will say, I know all these things. I know these things. You will take people for granted. You will take place for granted. You will take things for granted. Understand? When you take things for granted, naturally, life will be boring. Life will be boring. Whenever you are trying to be jealous or greedy of the other roles, try to play that. You will understand, whole thing is just psychodrama. Only if you live that life, you will understand it is nothing. I am not joyful because I am playing the role of the Guru. I am joyful because I understood all the roles are foolishness. No role is going to give joy. Joy is supposed to come from your own being, not from any role which you are playing. That's why I am joyful. I always tell people, whenever this, especially this Swamis, the Brahmacharis, when they take training, they feel a little jealous. We are also talking the same thing. Swamiji is also talking the same thing. But why so much of crowd is gathering for Swamiji? I tell them, sometimes I tell them, hey, today is my program, but I am not going, you go and conduct the program. Just few days I send them. Then they understand. It's one more psychodrama, that's all. Nothing else. One more role being played. If you understand that, if you understand that all role which you are playing is not equivalent to yourself, you will know where to play which role, that's all. You will not be caught too much with the Vaishya attitude or too much with the Kshatriya attitude. Here, in this country especially I saw, all these people are caught too much with one attitude. You hold on to some one attitude. You do not know how to live the life playfully. Easily move from other attitudes. See, when you need to play the businessman role, play it. When you come out, just play some other role. Moving from role to role. Playing all the roles. A person who can play all the four roles and who is beyond, who has understood, he is beyond all the four roles, is called Paramahamsa. Paramahamsa is a person who can play all the four roles, who is not attached to one role, who is not attached to one attitude. All you need to do is understand the utility of these roles and futility of the roles. If you understand the utility of these four roles and futility of these four roles, you will live, you will bring. Understand? If somebody believes God is in the form of Krishna, from the young age, God will appear to him only in that form. If somebody believes God is in the form of Buddha, God will give darshan to him only in that form. Understanding the uniqueness of samskaras, engrams, and respecting all the engrams, all the unique engram structures, will bring Vedic renaissance in the whole community. See, when you understand the uniqueness of every faith, you will never try to convert. You will never try to convert. You will only help them to go beyond. See, helping a person to become enlightened is not conversion. Helping somebody for transformation is not conversion. Still now, no Vedic tradition, whether it is Hinduism or Buddhism or Jainism or Sikhism, all of them do not have any ritual for conversion. No. We don't have ritual for conversion because we don't believe in conversion. All we believe, whatever you are living, live intensely. Transform your life. Transform your life. That is the helping somebody to transform. It's not conversion. It's nothing to do with conversion. When you understand the uniqueness of every person's faith, every person's samskaras, engrams, you will bring Vedic renaissance in the outer world. If you try to convert somebody by greed or fear, you are not respecting the uniqueness of his samskaras, engrams. You are not respecting that person. You are counting him only as a number. See, in the army, you are given only the number. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. When you do not respect that person's uniqueness, you count him only as the number. If you count him as the number, only then you try to convert. In the Vedic tradition, we don't believe in conversion because we respect every being's unique samskaras, engram, unique setup of engrams. First, try to bring seeking and understanding inside you so that Vedic renaissance will happen in you. Try to understand futility and utility of these 4 roles: worker, Vaishya, businessman, Kshatriya, warrior, Brahmana, enlightened one. Understand the utility and futility of these 4 roles. You will bring Vedic renaissance in your family. Understand this important truth of respecting every individual's samskara, every individual's engrams. You will bring Vedic renaissance in the whole world, the whole community. So understand these few basic truths and bring Vedic renaissance in you, in your community, and in the whole society. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
नित्यं शरणं गच्छामि ध्यानं शरणं गच्छामि आनन्दं शरणं गच्छामि
Nithyananda teaches that man's true nature is bliss. His real innocence which he enjoyed as a child and all forms of happiness we experience is from our inner space.
Anandamaya, which you experience very rarely when your mind is totally in peace, when your mind is totally in silence. It's like if you are continuously asking for something, for example a sweet, you want to have it, you are working for it, suddenly one day you get that sweet. When you put that in your mouth, the restlessness which you had for that sweet, or continuous thinking which you had for that sweet, it disappears, it comes down. Your mind becomes a little calm for a few moments. That few moments you experience Anandamaya Kosha. You experience the joy which is from your being. But unfortunately, your mind starts thinking that joy is from the sweet, then you start running behind it. You think if you create a same situation, you will be able to experience the same joy. If that is the case, continuously the sweet must give you the same joy. But it's not giving. 4 sweets, okay. 5th, it's all right. 6th, you say, I think no, too much. 7th, you try to escape from it. If it is from the sweet, it must only continue or grow. If it is from particular space or particular situation, it must continue or grow, but it is not our experience.
Nithyananda encourages us to tune into our inner space through meditation and experience the bliss within us. One of the most common questions asked to Nithyananda is, can everyone learn meditation? Nithyananda says, you don't have to learn meditation. You are already a meditator. Remember any moment of extreme beauty, the golden sun rising from behind the majestic mountain, or the first time you hear a fantastic piece of music, or a beautiful scenery which you saw for the first time. Suddenly you become still, wordless, totally aware. That moment is meditation. Thus, meditation is nothing but recapturing and remaining in that tranquil and blissful state.
Sometimes you go to the beach, you feel sudden peace, calmness in your mind. If you think, oh, the beach is associated with peace and calmness, try to go every day. What you start experiencing? You will sit there and start your regular worries. That's what I always tell people. It is not the outer space which decides. It is the inner space which decides. When you try to associate peace or bliss with the outer space or the outer situation, outer things, you try to repeat the same thing. But you will not have the same calmness, same joy, same peace, same ananda from that space, from that thing again and again.
With nature or music, one experiences such a blissful state due to an external reason. In meditation, one can experience the causeless happiness, the bliss which is happening within us forever, the ananda.
If you are radiating happiness only based on emotion, please be very clear, it is only skin deep. Only when your joy or happiness is based on silence, it is bliss and it will radiate forever. It will radiate forever. Anything based on some reason cannot radiate forever. In Sanskrit we have beautiful 2 words, santosha. Santosha means happening because of something touching you. Ananda means happening here forever, which will never be reduced, which will never come down. So Ananda is different, Santosha is different.
Thus we see that meditation is not religion or any ritual. It is neither chanting of any mantra nor concentration. Meditation is simply the awareness of the present. It is active and fun. It leads to bliss and is also scientific. Nithyananda travels around the world committed to spreading awareness, the need of spirituality and meditation in our times, an updated understanding of the scriptures, and the role of individual transformation.
Depression of success. Please understand, you will never have depression if you fail. When you fail, what happens to you is not depression, it is failure. You have hope to stand up. You have hope. You think, if I achieve that, I may become happy. But the depression of success is the real depression. One person came to me, one NRI. He came and told me, Swamiji, I came to this country with a big list. A big house with a swimming pool, 2 cars, and a beautiful family, at least $2 million in bank balance, this much of share. All these things I made as a list before coming here. I thought I will take 10 years to achieve all these things. But I achieved the whole thing in 5 years. If I tick all the points, now all the points I have covered. Suddenly I realized I achieved what I want to achieve, but I have not achieved what far I want to achieve all these things. I achieved what I want to achieve, but I have not achieved what far I want to achieve all these things. I thought I will be happy, blissful, once I have all these things. But the poor guy missed one important point. He visualized all outer things, but he forgot something is necessary in your inner space for you to relax like that. There is something more, what is called inner space. I always tell people, if you are sitting in the office and worrying, it is called work. If you are sitting in the home and worrying, it is called homemaking, taking care of the house. If you are sitting in the beach and worrying, it is called vacation. That's all. But you are worrying in all 3 places. Be very clear, the man who has not worked to achieve something in the inner space can never have vacation. All your vacation is just change of place, not change of space. When you face the depression, you have 3 choices. One road leads to drugs, just to escape from the depression, forgetting the depression. When I say the word drugs, I don't mean only alcohol or LSD or these kind of drugs. I mean TV also. Sitting in front of TV and trying to forget you also is an addiction. Be very clear. At least with the drugs and alcohol, you know you have some addiction. With the TV, you don't even know you are addicted. One addiction, drugs, forgetting yourself, drowning yourself in something and forgetting. The word workaholic is really beautiful and meaningful. People try to forget themselves by putting them into the work. Even work can become an addiction. Workaholic or alcoholic, one and the same. Please be very clear. Of course, when you are workaholic, society pays you. So you always choose that. When you are alcoholic, society doesn't pay you. But whether you become workaholic or alcoholic, it is addiction. Next path, suicide. When I say suicide, I don't mean just killing yourself instantly. Dying slowly also is suicide. Means living like a live dead. Dull, dead, dragging life. That is also suicide. The third group, very small number, but very intelligent people, decide, choose the path of spirituality, meditation. There are few who choose spirituality. When you choose spirituality, depression is divine sent, divine ambassador.
And the beautiful word he asked, how can I renounce? Somebody asked me, Swamiji, should I renounce to become a full-time spiritual person? I told him, please renounce what you don't have, that is enough. Please renounce what you don't have. I am not asking you to renounce what you have. We never suffer with the things which we have. We suffer because of our fantasies and dreams, not because of the reality. If you renounce just what you don't have, that is more than enough. I don't ask you to renounce what you have.
Please live with whatever you have. Don't allow what you don't have to interfere in your real life. When you live with your real wife, don't allow your fantasy to come in between you and your wife. When you live with your real car, don't allow your fantasy car to come in between you and your real car. When you live in your real house, don't allow your fantasy home, your dream home, to come in between you and your real home. That is what is my request. The whole spirituality is not about renouncing what you have, it's about renouncing what you don't have. So please renounce what you don't have, that is more than enough. Naturally, your whole life will be different.
Can you talk to us about that?
We help people to heal themselves by giving them a simple meditation techniques and the conscious decision. See, by your nature, very nature, body constantly heals itself, rejuvenates itself and replaces itself. Even medical science agrees, body heals itself constantly. It rejuvenates itself constantly. Now you heal yourself without consciously. If you are helped, taught how you heal yourself, that simple science, if you consciously start practicing that science, encouraging that self-healing system, you quickly come out of the diseases. You quickly come out of the mental disorders. To quicken the healing process, which is already happening in him.
Well, I know that you think of meditation as a medication.
Yes, it can help because just a little alteration, the way in which you think about yourself can do miracles to your body and mind. Just a simple alteration, simple understandings added to you can just quicken the healing process so beautifully, it will be nothing less than miracles. Can meditation release toxins stored in the body? Yes, surely it can release, and it can help you not to accumulate. Both the way, it will help you. How long would it take? That's the problem. It is based on your intensity. I can say, surely not more than 15 days.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President, COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They are replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life, so the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area, and when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure chemicals. You eat the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data. Nithyananda's message has a multi-dimensional appeal. Understanding how the mind works and his dynamic meditation techniques help the corporates and youth to unburden the negative memories of the past and lead a stress-free life.
Leader consciousness. What do you mean by the word leader consciousness? Most of us achieve the status of leader, but not the state. State is totally different from status. Status comes from society, but the state is totally different. When I say the word state, I mean your inner space or your being should be matured enough to handle what you are entering in, or the responsibility which you are assuming. When we just get the status without achieving the state, all the problems, whatever exists in the corporate world, in the personal level, stress, tension, and in the level of the team, backfighting, politics, the whole thing starts happening when we don't achieve the state, just achieve the status. Here, I'm trying to express few truths, how to achieve the leader consciousness, how to achieve the state of leader, not just the status. Status is very easy. State is something which we really need to achieve. A man who has achieved the state of a leader, the status will simply follow him. Even if the status takes its own time, he will not be bothered. He will live like a king. his very life will be totally fulfilled. And the feeling of the fulfillment, which is invaluable, happens to beings who achieve the leader consciousness.
Most of us behave either instinct or intellect level. Another one is intellect. Okay, with conscious, but you don't have enough of enthusiasm. If we are standing only in the intellect level, we are not using our potential maximum. The next is intuition. Intuition is something which happens to you beyond your intellect. Suddenly you know for sure that this is the right thing, and you have enough energy also to do it, but you don't know the step. This energy is needed whenever you have a lot of choices. You are not able to decide what you are supposed to do. In these type of situations, the intuition energy can help you. The intuition power can give you the courage or give you the right choice. When you experience intuition, not only you get the intellectual clarity, not only you get the answer, you get enough of power to execute it. Now, the next question, how to awaken the intuition? We can prepare ourselves, we can tune ourselves to this intuition energy through techniques, through methods which we call meditation.
Yes, habit. Habit is also from engraved memories only. We all know about the physical habits like drinking or smoking or coffee. We know all these habits. But we should know one more important thing about this habit. You have something called mental habits also. Morning 9:30, if you are habituated to fall into the low mood, the tension, stress of the office, even in the weekends, when you don't have to go to the office, exactly 9:30, you will have that same stress. You will have that same low mood. You will have that same feeling. You may remember again and again, tell your mind, no, today is a Saturday, I don't have to go to the office, relax. Even if you remember, even if you tell your mind again and again, the mood will be same low mood. You have not only physical habits, mental habits also. Same way, if you are habituated to fall into the depression in the evenings, exactly when the time comes, whatever you do, you will have that same low mood. You will have that low mood. So it is good to work on your mind little bit to remove these engraved memories so that your decision making will be more clear. Sadashivasamarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryandam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is You Are the Source. Again and again, masters may use different words, but again and again they are pointing towards the same idea, same truth. Buddha was asked by a disciple, Bhagavan, you are speaking same thing for last 40 years, why? Buddha said, because you never heard. I have to speak the same thing for 40 years because you never heard. 112 meditation techniques, one truth, only one truth. But in 112 ways Shiva is expressing, because he is giving techniques and methods for all kinds of human beings and all possible situations in their life. I can't imagine our civilization, the Vedic civilization, has reached that peak, that high intelligence 10,000 years ago. See, only when you become affluent, sophisticated, you will have psychological problems. No, really. No, till you become affluent, luxurious, you won't have psychological problems because you don't have energy for all those things. You are not able to fulfill your basic survival problems like a physical need and food and shelter and all those things. You will have psychological problems only when you are really sophisticated. When all your other things are attended, you have too much of energy, too much of time, and nothing much to do, then you create psychological problems and start finding solutions. This is the truth. If we have so much of solutions recorded 10,000 years ago, means we had these problems. It means they lived such a affluent, luxurious, comfortable, developed life. That's what we need to understand. Of course, one nice thing, they had enlightened beings to solve the problems, not like modern day. In the modern day, we are also affluent, luxurious, and have all the psychological problems. Unfortunately, very less number of enlightened masters and very little tendency or attitude towards listening to the masters and developing ourselves. Somehow, the so-called psychiatrists and psychotherapists, they have started giving a very wrong idea that they themselves can give a complete solution. They can give a total solution. That is the basic problem. The mainstream has started believing that they can solve all the problems. If they can't solve, then there is no method to solve. That was the belief. That was the idea. Somehow the mainstream is settled with the so-called psychotherapy, psychoanalysts and the psychiatrists' helps. They are settled with that help. They forgot to look further. I always tell people, taking birth in India is such a big blessing because if you fall in depression or if you face some problems, you will go only to some guru or a teacher or master. You don't have any other possibility. You will turn to Asta channel and you will see so many variety of teachers, masters, gurus. It is good. Even if you go to a guru who is not enlightened, then going to a psychiatrist or psychoanalyst. Because if you work with a master or a teacher who is not enlightened, even with him, he can't change the concepts. He may not be able to give you the energy or the initiation to awaken you, but he can't change the concepts. So slowly, the very concepts lead you to the enlightened master. See, our masters are so intelligent. These guys have created the system which can be carried even by an unenlightened person, but the person who listens, he will get purified when he starts working on it. Whoever works on it, they will get purified. Even if a teacher is not enlightened, if you hear all these words and try to work on them, you will understand the truth that he is enlightened or not. And if you are very clear, you will at least start going towards a different direction, going towards other master, going towards somebody else. The teachings or the truths are so beautiful. And one more thing, some of these basic rules like not changing the sutras, all have been embedded in our blood, in our consciousness. Even if somebody comes and starts teaching without becoming enlightened, they have their own ethics that they don't go to the level of changing the sutras. Some of these sutras, these words are same for last 10,000 years. This has been taught from the beginning. If you understand, you tell your understanding. If you don't, at least tell the sutra as it is. No mantra is changed. Understand, our Rig Veda and our Upanishads are the most authentic books which has no interpretation, no alteration, no correction, no development. Those mantras are there as it is. Whenever somebody interprets, comments, it is called only as commentary, bhashya. There will be clear separation. This is original sutra, this is my bhashya, this is my commentary. Got saved because we don't have an organization to hide the original and release only the altered versions. We did not have one organization to represent God. God saved us. Now that is the ultimate good thing happened to the planet Earth. At least one living stream was left without one single organization to represent it. Because whenever one single organization represents, be very clear, corruption is bound to happen. Corrections are bound to happen. Here, thousands of people have studied and kept the original as it is. You can't change the original sutra. This technique is such a scientific, psychological technique. It gives solutions straight away for all the problems which modern day men face. All your sophisticated psychological disorders. In Indian villages, I don't see so many psychological disorders. All kinds of, I'm studying, getting new words, border personality. All these words I never heard. Let me be very honest. I promise that this is the truth. First time I heard the word depression only after coming to this country. No, really. I have not heard that word. Maybe because I don't know English, I didn't study English. But that word I heard only after coming to this country. Never heard of that word. I used to think, what is depression? What is there to get depressed? But when the society becomes sophisticated, affluent, depression is a luxury. You can have only when you have all other things. You can't have it when you don't have basic needs. You should have all basic needs. Only then you can have depression. Only then you will have enough time to create some worry, to think about it, to get depressed. There's a beautiful sutra in a Tamil literature. The book is called Tirumantram, means the sacred words, sacred mantras. In that he says, when you put your energy towards something which you think you can never achieve, you will not have the problems which is created by the stagnant energies. See, whenever you believe that this is your limit and all these other things you can't achieve, and you stop with that, be very clear, you will create all problems which will come by stagnation. constantly working towards asadhya sadhaka, trying to work which you think you can never do it. Understand? Trying to work towards something which your mind can't believe you will be able to achieve is the way to awaken all your energies, all your possibilities.
Nityam Sharanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Sharanam Gacchami, Anandam Sharanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Sharanam Gacchami.
Nityam Charanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Charanam Gacchami, Anandam Charanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Charanam Gacchami. Nityam Charanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Charanam Gacchami, Anandam Sharanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Sharanam Gacchami.
Nityam Sharanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Sharanam Gacchami, Anandam Sharanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Sharanam Gacchami. Nityam Sharanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Sharanam Gacchami, Anandam Sharanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Sharanam Gacchami.
Shivoham, Shivoham, Shivaswarupam.
There is a beautiful story which happened in a life of a great master, Ramanuja. Ramanuja was a great enlightened master. See, there were three great acharyas who changed the destiny of India, Bharat. They created, actually if you read these three masters' life, you will know the spiritual history of India. Shankara, Ramanuja, Madhva. These three great people are called Mahacharyas. These three only created the three major philosophies which are alive in India. And these three are responsible for all the problems and wars also. Means the fight. These three did a great service and same way created enough problem. What to do? When people don't understand with the right spirit, naturally they create conflicts. Ramanuja, great master, in his life, a beautiful incident happened. One young guy came to him and asked, Master, please initiate me, teach me bhakti, devotion. Ramanuja asked, have you ever experienced love? Have you fallen in love with somebody? He said, what? No. I lived a pure life. I want to learn only about devotion and God. Teach me about that. I never did any mistake in my life. Then Ramanuja says, I can't teach you devotion and love. First go and fall in love with somebody. This guy was not able to understand. He said, what are you teaching? I came here thinking that I will learn about God. And you are telling me to go and fall in love with somebody. Ramanuja says beautifully, if you can't love some people who are in front of your eyes, how can you love somebody who is far away, who is not even seen by you? No, you can't. You can't experience that feeling connected unless you experience it first with some object or a person who is in front of you. If you have experienced or experiencing that deep feeling connection, sometimes you may not have that with some person, you may have it with your pet. No, really, if you can't love the human beings, you start loving pet animals, you start loving animals. It's a substitute. No, really, you can't possess a human being, but you can possess your pet. You can see that nobody enjoys him or enjoys that pet. The attention of the pet is not shared by anybody else. See, I am not against taking care of animals. I am all for it. But I am against possessing them. Tying a rope or the chain in their neck. Just imagine, if some other beings, maybe some beings from other planets, they come and take you and keep you as a pet and do all you do for your pets. They give you food, they give you all the basic needs, but they put a chain in your neck and they do everything you do for your pets. Will you be happy? Just imagine. And they will take you for everyday morning walk. They will get you a cushion. They will get you a place for drinking water. And the big difficulty, they will take you to the doctor. And just imagine, will you be happy? Then how do you think that your pets are happy with you? See, it's a poor substitute. When you can't love, loving the living beings, human beings, loving the living human beings is little costly. You need to open up. You need to take little risk. He may respond, may not respond as you expect. He may not reciprocate as you want. There is little risk of getting hurt. There is little risk of hearing the word no. You are afraid to get no in return. The fear of no, you never open up. Just because of fear of no, you stop opening up. You are frozen. You are completely frozen. The fear of no stopped the growth in your being, the emotional level. You are dead. You are frozen. That is why now you want pets. Pets can't say no because you are giving food, all their basic needs, and they don't know also how to say no. And you have your own interpretation. I heard that there is a separate yoga, even counseling for pets. God. They would have lived such a natural, wonderful life. And I was shocked to hear these pets are taken for yoga, some counseling, although I can't understand anyhow. Huh? Psychiatrist also. God. Poor psychiatrist. Anyhow, it's a poor substitute. It's a very poor substitute. And when you can't even open up to that much with a pet, you fall in love with some stone. Now, I have seen people really doing that. I have seen the Himalayas, some of these sadhus, they will fall in love with their kamandalu, means the water pot. They will wash that from morning till night. Washing, till it loses its shape. They will rub. See, they have dropped everything else, but they are not able to drop that one kamandalu. I have seen really. And they will fall in love with some small place. They will not leave that place for anybody else. All they do is sit there and beg, that's all. But they will reserve that place. Nobody else can sit. You fall in love with something. But at least that is much better than not falling in love with anything at all. The first choice is human beings. And the second choice is pet. Third choice, at least some stone or something. Okay. Learn to open up. Learn to relax. When you are in love with something, you stop thinking about you. You start thinking about that person or object. The attention is shifted. The energy is shifted. Constantly thinking about you creates so much of suffering in you. Just see. You suffer, you feel loneliness, depression, when you are constantly thinking about you. Just reduce a little bit. Stop the energy, flow towards that direction of constantly thinking about you. Find out something which will make you forget yourself. No drugs. I am not telling you drugs will make you forget yourself. No, but that is not going to help. That is not going to give you the eternal solution. No. That is not going to give you the solution. No. You will become more and more dull. When you are in love with some person or object, you may use this technique to achieve enlightenment. Let me repeat the sloka sutra, then we will enter into the translation. Understand the technique more clearly. The beauty is, Shiva is the only master who supports, who gives you the technique without judging you. If you go to Buddha and say that I am in love with somebody, please teach me how to become enlightened, he can't say anything. If you go to Mahavira, he will say, no, stop. Stop all this nonsense, renounce and come here. But Shiva is acceptance. He doesn't judge. He only gives techniques. Throughout this book, there is no single teaching. No teaching, no morality, no words, only techniques. Only techniques. He is not saying falling in love is right or wrong. He is just saying that is reality. Now I am here to help you to achieve enlightenment if you are in that reality. That's all. He is not judging you. Only with a master like Shiva, you can open up. See, if you know this guy is going to judge you, you will be able to open up. No, never. If you are clear, this guy only will give you solution, you will be able to open up. Here Shiva opens himself. He is not going to judge you. He is not judging you. All these 112 sutras, not a single sutra speaks about yama or niyama. No. That is why this book has never become popular like Patanjali Yoga Sutras or Gita. Because it is not talking about what you are supposed to do. This is not talking about vidhi nisheda, do's and don'ts. Human beings are so immature. They can't think anything other than vidhi nisheda, do's and don'ts. They want everything clear cut. Swamiji, you tell me what I should do and what I should not do. Don't tell me to decide on my own and all. When people come to me For problems, I tell them, please do this meditation. That will give you clarity and you can take your own decision. No. You just tell me what I am supposed to do. They want straightforward, clear-cut do's and don'ts. See, do's and don'ts are beautiful. When you have the nearness of living master, when you have the presence of a master, but when you don't have the master's presence, what will you do? If you are brought up only with the attitude of do's and don'ts, you will be paralyzed. You will experience conscious paralytic attack. Consciously, you will be paralyzed. You will not be able to move on your own when you don't have the master's presence. Shiva is the one and only great master who can liberate disciples, who says, have the torch, move on your own, who gives the truth, who gives enlightenment without judging, who directly gives techniques. He is not judging, no.
Nityam Sharanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Sharanam Gacchami, Anandam Sharanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Sharanam Gacchami.
Nityam Charanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Charanam Gacchami, Anandam Charanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Charanam Gacchami. Nityam Charanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Charanam Gacchami, Anandam Sharanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Sharanam Gacchami.
Nityam Sharanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Sharanam Gacchami, Anandam Sharanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Sharanam Gacchami. Nityam Sharanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Sharanam Gacchami, Anandam Sharanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Sharanam Gacchami.
It is because of that concentrated energy in Garva Mandir, your prayers become reality. You should understand one thing, how our prayers become reality. How our prayers comes to real life, how they become reality. If you keep a slide in front of a projector light, you will see that slide in screen as a reality. If you keep a temple slide, you will see the temple. If you keep an actor's slide, you will see that actor. If you keep an actor's slide, you will see the actors. Whatever you keep in front of the projector light, you will see that in reality. Same way, whatever thought you keep in front of a concentrated energy, you will see that that thought will become reality. The Garvamandirs of temples are a high intense energy, potential energy which is created by an enlightened master and maintained by a regular puja and mantras. Continuous repetition of mantras charges the whole energy, the whole space. It is kept alive. When you go and stand in front of that energy field, when you offer your thoughts, simply the whole thing becomes reality.
example, if you are continuously repeating a particular thought strongly again and again, you will see your body and mind, everything will be directed towards that thought. Same way, when you go and stand in front of a energized murti, in front of energy space in the temple, and create a thought, create a wish, your whole body and mind will be tuned to that thought. Naturally, it will become reality in your life. In the temples, two things will happen. First thing, you will have the Shakti to make your dreams into reality. Next thing, you will have the Buddhi to realize what you think as reality itself is a dream. Shakti to make your dreams into reality, Buddhi to realize the reality itself is a dream. Both happens when you are in energy space. Temples are created to replace an enlightened master's presence. Enlightened masters, when they leave the planet Earth, when they leave their body, they wanted there should be some space which can continuously inspire the people, which can continuously heal, inspire, which can give them the experience of spirituality and the sacred feeling. That is the reason they have created these structures. And you should understand the energizing process. It's a beautiful sloka in Taittiriya Upanishad. They say, from Akasha came the Vayu, from Vayu came the Agni, Agneir Apa Pratipyor Annam, from Agni came the water, from water came the earth, from earth the other things continued. Same way, the energy is also brought. First thing, the energy exists beyond the ether, beyond the space as Atman, Atma Shakti. Through the visualization or through meditation, the energy is brought to the Akash Shakti, the space. From there, through verbalization, through mantras, it is brought to the air. Through the chanting of mantras, it is brought to the air. From there, through the fire rituals, through homas, it is brought to the fire. From there, it is brought to the kumbha, the water. From there, it is brought and installed in bimba, the idol. That is the way the energy is brought and installed inside the statue or the idol, inside the murti, inside the vigraha. When the energy is installed inside the vigraha, you can't call that as a statue, it becomes a deity. There's a big difference between idol and deity. In Vaishnavism, we call it Archavatara. Different incarnations of God. God has taken a different incarnations. He took the incarnation of Rama, Krishna, Buddha, Parashurama, Kalki, so many incarnations. Same way, he takes the incarnation of Vigraha, Archavatara, to receive the worship and prayers of devotees. Once the energy is installed, once the prana pratishtha is done, once the energizing is done, it cannot be called anymore as idol. It is Archavatara. We call it as incarnation of God. The divine descended in the form of idol, Vigraha. They say in a beautiful way, the Brahmanda expresses itself in Pindanda through the idols. The cosmic energy radiates itself, makes itself available to us through these idols, through these vigrahas, through these statues. We need to understand how it is possible and how we can derive benefit from it. Even Einstein says there is no such thing as a matter and energy separately exists. We don't have a clear-cut boundary between matter and energy. After Einstein, the very idea matter and energy has disappeared, because he says whatever is energy. When he says E equal to mc square, whatever exists is energy. That is what the Upanishad says there. Last statement of science is E equal to mc square. Whatever is energy. The first statement of Upanishad is Ishavasyam idam sarvam. Whatever exists is energy. So the last statement of the science is the first statement of Upanishads. Whatever exists is energy. And whatever exists is energy, why not? We will be able to relate to that energy through these idols. Idols are the windows through which you can see the vast empty sky, through which you can see the whole sky. Sky is the Brahmanda. Idols are the windows through which you can see the Brahmanda. You can relate with the Brahmanda. For example, if suddenly some tsunami or some natural calamity happens, all of us have lost our cell phones except one person. Only one person has got one cell phone. If he says that I can speak through this small thing to the other part of the world, will you believe? No, we won't. We will not believe if he claims I can speak to anybody who is in the other part of the world just with this small instrument. First thing, you will not be able to believe. You will become a great saint. We will start worshipping him, respecting him. That's the same thing happened in our Eastern culture also. Temples are cell phones. In those days, everyone was able to relate. Today, the tsunami of Western civilization has entered and destroyed the whole thing. Tsunami of the cultural invasion happened and destroyed the whole thing. Now only few are able to operate that cell phone. First thing, the younger generation, they are not ready to believe the cell phone works. Next thing, if at all you see some proof, you make him a saint and you say, oh, it is such a big job, very difficult job, he is able to do, he is a great saint, an enlightened person. But I tell you, cell phone works and it is very easy. Not only it works, it is very easy. It is for common man. It is for common public. It is for all of us. Just because we lost few keys, we can't say this lock can never be opened. Just because we lost few techniques, we can't say our ancestors are fools for building these huge structures. They are not as we think.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे।
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. For thousands of years, monks and nuns have dedicated their entire lives for the goal of enlightenment. So few seem to attain the goal. What is the chance for an ordinary seeker? One thing, monks and nuns' goal of enlightenment, only in the initial level, when they broke the social bondage or family and entered into the monk life or nun life, only that time the spirit or the inspiration is alive in their system. Once they enter into monastery or nunnery, cool down, settle down, cool off, and they become much worse than normal so-called householders. At least a normal householder is constantly reminded he is not enlightened by the spouse. But in the monastery or nunnery, there is nobody to remind. Understand, monastery is the worst place to live. Our ashram is not monastery. Ashram. Ashram will become monastery when master is dead. Monastery plus master is ashram. Our ashram is a living ashram. I will be constantly reminding them that they are not enlightened. They have to work. I will be constantly giving them the opportunity to take jumps. I will not be letting them relax. But the monastery or nunnery is run based on dead rules. One more important thing, at least in Vedic tradition, the chance for when you take the sannyas, the jump is supposed to be too big. But in the monasteries or nunneries, Christian monasteries or nunneries, not too big, because the same comfortable the atmosphere which you had in the house, secure, safe, morning to evening routine, everything is there. The monastery also, sometimes little more comfortable than the ordinary home, the monasteries and nunneries. But in the Hindu tradition, you don't have any monastery or nunnery. If you want to become Swami, leave the house and start wandering, street to street, house to house, beg and eat. So the jump needs to be too big. At least once the jump can happen. In the other traditions which has got a huge monasteries, nunneries, I have seen many people become monks or nuns seeing the great huge monasteries. Oh, such big place, I think better let us become Swamis or monks or nuns. So, monastery is not the place to live. Monastery is the place to leave the body, not to live. That is not the becoming monk or nun does not mean that the seeking is kept alive in them. Many people, after the first jump, they don't have any more energy left for continuously taking any further decision. That is why they remain as monks and nuns. Not because they are alive. There are so many people who are not divorced, living in the family for social reasons. Not because they enjoy the family life or enjoy each other's company. For social reasons, how they live, not divorced, are living as a family. Same way, for social reasons, many people live without leaving the monastery, without leaving the nunnery. That is the worst thing. That is the worst thing can happen. And I already took all the steps that my ashram do not become one more monastery, do not become one more nunnery. After I see, first, the great spirit, you take the jump. Immediately, this is the biggest danger in the becoming monks or nuns. I always remind my swamis and my brahmacharis this danger only. When you take first the jump, after the jump, naturally after a big curve, there will be low curve. When your energy is settling or relaxed, you pick up wrong friends who are completely cool and you think, oh, they are also like this, why can't I be like that? You pick up wrong examples, people who don't have inspiration. You feel connected to them and start living like them in the depression. I always tell people, in monastic life or life of a nun, the friends you pick up are going to play the major role. They are going to play the major role. They are going to play the role of your family. How your family was molding you, guiding you, unconsciously taking you. Same way, the friends you pick up in monastery or nunnery are going to be the people who, whether only they are going to decide whether you are going to be an inspired, enlightened being or a dull, dead monk or dull, dead nun. Friends you pick up, whether you pick up a highly energetic, inspiring, whenever you come down, they will give their hand and they will remind you. They will remind you all the initiations you had from the master and just put you up. Or when you are in the high spirit and doing something great, this fellow spirit, you see, in 2 days he will cool off, relax, don't bother. When you are in high spirit and doing some intense meditation or doing some intense sadhana or some work, behind 4 fellows are standing and laughing. Let us see by tomorrow morning what this fellow spirit is. As if we don't know the spirit, as if we didn't have, it will all cool off that like that only. These idiots, whenever I see these idiots only, I finish them off in the ashram. Means I simply kick them out. These idiots are the corruption. They are the worst fellows. They are the worst fellows. And if you pick up this kind of friends, you are gone. Unfortunately, all monasteries and nunneries are filled with the second group and there is no master to kick them out. The second group becomes the rulers. Because second group, they became like a more or less an ideal. A balanced life. That is why in the Vedic tradition, ashrams had all 4 orders. It was not just, we don't even actually have an equivalent word for monastery in Sanskrit. We don't have an equivalent word for monastery in Sanskrit. Ashramam means all 4 varnas will stay, reducing their difficulties. Understand? Reducing their difficulties. All 4 people. Means the brahmachari, married person, vanaprasthi, sannyasi. We had a beautiful step-by-step procedure to go through. All 4 classes will stay. That is why I am trying to bring that same system back. See, for example, many youngsters, they are just, lost in my presence, in my nearness or the joy or the bliss they experience being around me, or they are just lost. Just because they are just, in tune with me or feeling connected to me, it does not need, they should become Swamis or Swaminis. Swamis or Swaminis' decision is supposed to be made on the engraved memories which they brought when they created the body. Not just because they fell in tune with me. Just because they feel connected. I will never force them or give them the pressure to become Swamis or Swaminis because I need workers. No. That is what all the so-called gurus are doing. Moment somebody is inspired, blast them with inspiration and brainwash them, shave the head, over. And then that poor fellow is caught. Poor fellow is caught. Not having sensitivity to the prarabdha, not having sensitivity to the birth of their samsara chakra, not having sensitivity to fulfill them. That's why I always tell people, you don't have to be Swami just to stay around me. You can be Grihastha and stay around me, nothing wrong. See, what do you want staying around me? Because you feel that's a great thing you need. Then just for that, you don't have to be perverted. Be natural. Be natural. And I give you all the 4 or 5 options. See in which you are able to fit. In which you feel completely connected. That is why, even for these young kids who come and live around me, for them I say, first go through. All these steps are there. Go through. Which one you like, choose. See, I am not saying I won't give you sannyas. But I won't give you sannyas unless you are very clear about it. Sannyas is a spiritual decision. Celibacy is a spiritual decision. Not for any social reason it should be made. It should not be made for any social reason, including staying around the master. No social reason should be directly or indirectly inspiring a person to take celibacy. It should be pure flowering. Then you are safe. Then it will be a byproduct of enlightenment. Only then the enlightenment will start happening. Enlightenment process will be happening. It is not otherwise. It's a perversion. It's a very subtle subject. Almost all the fellows miss. I know one fellow is initiating all youngsters into brahmacharya, shaving the head. He himself is married and had a child. And this fellow has no right to initiate people into brahmacharya because he doesn't know the path. He doesn't know. Even if he has become enlightened as he claims, he has not become enlightened through this path. He doesn't know. He has no right. Just because he has got some power to mesmerize or hypnotize people, and people want to live around him, abusing lies left and right, initiating them into brahmacharya and shaving the head and not giving any proper technique or method or anything, just straight away left and right. And these guys are suffering in deep depression. I have seen those brahmacharis, you see. They don't even breathe deeply, because if you breathe deeply, your Muladhara will be awakened. Afraid even to breathe. Cut. What to do? You need sensitivity for lives. You need sensitivity for lives. I always tell people, only a person who has gone through the path clearly, in all dimensions, in all angles, will have the sensitivity to every individual and the life source of individual. Your life source is as of now samskaras. See, only when you become enlightened, your life source will become causeless energy or the sourceless light, tejas. Till then, your life source is only samskaras. Early morning you can get out of the bed only if you remember somebody whom you want to meet or whom you want to see, or some work which you want to do. So as of now, your life source is nothing but samskaras. So we should be sensitive to the samskaras. We should be cooperating to the samskara force. That blessed are the people who are caught by enlightened masters. This is the problem. Sometimes will happen if you are caught or attached to unenlightened gurus, because they themselves do not know the complete path. They will be traveling in some path with a lot of struggle. They will make you also do the same struggle, thinking, see, just because they have the faith that they are going to achieve, that does not mean they are authorized to teach the path in which they are struggling to you. They may have the faith, they may be honest, nothing wrong, but they have no right to share the technology with you unless they achieve the ultimate, and they are in the space where they don't need the technique anymore. They themselves are traveling and using some technique, maybe honest or sincere in their striving, but without seeing, if they put you also in the same struggle or striving, you are in trouble.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे। स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे। स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं
Namah Shivaya. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is actualize your potential. Beautiful subject. Means be alive every moment. Every moment be alive and aware. There are so many things possible inside your being every moment. If you can be alive and available, a small story. We'll start with a story. 3 friends die in a car accident, go to heaven for an interview. All 3 of them are in front of God. God asks, what you would like to hear from your family and friends who are standing in front of your caskets. First guy says, they should say he was a great doctor of his time and a great family man. Second guy says, they should mourn saying he was a great teacher, made big difference, the children of tomorrow, citizen of tomorrow. Third guy says, everyone should say, look, he's moving. Be spontaneous. Be alive every moment. Be very clear. Every moment God is asking, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? If you can be alive and available, you will actualize your potentiality. In my young age, I met a Bairagi. Bairagi means the people who travel from village to village telling the great epics of India, the Ramayana and Mahabharata. They are called Bairagis. We call them Bairagi Baba. If you are born and brought up in India, you will know that. They will go from village to village, they will stay in one village for 1 month and tell all the stories to everybody, and they will move to the next village. It's like all the kids will gather around them, they will tell the stories, they will entertain the kids, and people will take care of that Bairagis. I had an opportunity to see one Bairagi. He used to tell a beautiful thing. He told me, never think even one bad thought, because in the sky so many devatas are moving. Whenever they see you, they always bless tatastu, tadastu. Let you have what you want, let you have what you want. By mistake, if you tell a single word, if you think a wrong thought, one wrong thought, at that time if they go above you, if they bless, let you have what you want, you will be in trouble. And it used to tell, in the form of crows they fly. So I always used to look, before think anything, even before starting fight with my brothers or with my friends, first I will look up whether any crow is friend. If there is no crow, only then I will start fighting. Only then I will start asking anything. If there is a crow, simply I will sit. Oh, no. They will tell, let you have what you want. It's a beautiful idea. Actually, that time I didn't understand what he really meant. Whatever you think, every moment, yourself, your energy is available to you. Whatever thought you put in front of yourself, that becomes reality. Please understand. Just like if you put some picture in front of the projector light, that will be seen in reality, in the wall. Same way, whatever thought you put in front of your consciousness, inner space, you will see that in the outer world as a reality. The more number of time you put some thought, you will see it in the outer world. So when he says, do not think any wrong thought, because some gods will bless, let it happen, is true. Because we don't have to expect some God coming from somewhere. In you, the same God energy is there. That consciousness is constantly blessing. Let it happen, let it happen, let it happen. Be very clear. Whatever you are having, you pray towards yourself. There is a beautiful truth in Tantra. They call it Ichcha Shakti, Kriya Shakti. The desire is the Ichcha Shakti. And simply it becomes Kriya Shakti, means creativity. It becomes reality because you are Jnana Shakti. All your Ichcha Shakti, whatever you desire, becomes creativity, reality, Kriya Shakti, because you are Jnana Shakti. Then you may ask, I desire so many things, why they are not becoming reality, Swamiji? You must be having a lot of self-contradicting desires. One side, you may want to have a lot of money and all comforts. The other side, you may constantly want to swing in the hammock in the beach. One side you have the desire to have a lot of money, comfort, luxury. The other side, if you want to have money, luxury, comfort, you need to take the responsibility. The other side, you will have the self-contradicting desire, just swinging in the hammock in the beach side. You can't have self-contradicting desire. The self-contradicting desire will naturally have problem. A small story. Lady comes back to the home, a lady, and shouts, honey, I won the lottery, pack your bags. Yes. Should I pack for ocean or mountain? Where? That I don't care, just get out. Understand? One side always you want to hang in the hammock, in the beach or the ocean. The other side, you want the comfort and luxury. You must be creating a lot of self-contradicting desires. That must be the reason why many of your desires are not fulfilled. Otherwise, constantly your being is blessing, tadastu, let it happen, let it happen, let it happen. Whatever thought you keep in front of your inner space becomes reality. It gets the power. It gets the power. That is why Tantra says, all your Ichcha Shakti becomes Kriya Shakti because you are Jnana Shakti. All your Ichcha Shakti, all your desires become reality because you have tremendous wisdom and energy. People come to me and ask, Swamiji, how to be successful? I tell them, allow the thought of what you want to sink in your being, that's enough. Nothing else is necessary. Let it boil your blood. Let that thought penetrate your bone. Let that thought flow in your veins. That one goal, you will see that very goal is powerful, potential enough to show you the way. Any desire, once you contemplate upon it, once it penetrates your inner space, that will express power, not only giving you the intelligence, it will give you the way also to achieve it. Because every desire placed in front of your inner space becomes alive. It becomes alive. Icha Shakti placed in front of Jnana Shakti becomes Kriya Shakti. Desire which is submitted in front of wisdom or enlightening consciousness becomes reality. One more important thing you should understand. Tantra explains beautifully. Whenever your dreams become reality, suddenly the realization comes, what you think as reality is nothing but your dream. Whenever your dreams become reality, what you think as reality is nothing but your dream. Dream becoming reality and reality becoming dream. Dream becoming reality is power, Shakti. Reality becoming dream is intelligence, Buddhi. These two are available in your being. This both space exists in your being. To realize your dreams or to understand your dreams are reality, both dimensions are available to your being. Your being can travel in whichever direction it wants. Shiva says here, even if you travel this direction, you will end up only in that. Even if you travel in the direction of fulfilling your dreams, even if you travel in the direction of making your dreams into reality, you will end up by realizing the reality itself is nothing but one more dream. Nothing but one more dream. Actually, forget about the spiritual world. Even in a normal social world, normal society, if constantly all your dreams are realized, if you don't have to struggle for any of your desire, suddenly you feel emptiness. I call that only as a depression of success. Suddenly you feel empty. Nothing is there to be achieved. At least if you have some hope, you can run behind that hope. That is why the so-called developed countries suffer with so much of depression. And the poor countries doesn't have so much of depression because they have hope. They have hope. Always there is hope. The rishis, they know the human mind. That is why they created ultimate hope, heaven. Even if you achieve everything in this planet, you will have an idea constantly hanging in your mind, hope of heaven. Let me tell you a small story. How, when the hopes become reality, when the dreams become reality immediately, how you feel. 3 men die again in the car accident and reach the court of God. They were immediately sent to different places. One guy goes to a place and sits where he sees so many angels. They are all standing around him, asking what he want, what he want, what he want. The guy orders for this, that. Immediately they are delivered, all the products. And he enjoys. Next day he says, I want a palace. It is given. Third day he says, I want this. Given. Whatever he asked, everything is given. How many days you can live like this? You will just die out of boredom. Just sheer boredom, because you think it is there. Nothing, what to do? After 1 week he says, I feel a little bored. Can I go for outing? For a change? Can I just go to hell and see how it feels. The angels are asking, where do you think you are? Be very clear, only in hell all your desires are fulfilled. If all your desires are fulfilled, you would have created a hell for you. If all your desires are getting fulfilled, be very clear, you are in hell. Because there is nowhere to go, no way to proceed. When Shiva says actualize your potential, he doesn't mean fulfill all your desires. He means fulfill all the possibilities of your being. All the possibility means not only fulfilling your desires, not only realizing your dreams into reality, realizing the reality itself is a dream. Only then you achieve your complete potential energy. If you are just stopped with making your dreams into reality, you will fall only in depression, hell. Only when you understand the reality, all reality itself is nothing but a dream, you are in heaven, liberated. As long as you run, you work only to make your dreams into reality, be very clear, you are running fast towards hell. You can run as fast as possible. But of course in Houston you can't do anything because traffic jam. Too much of traffic. Anyhow, if you are running towards only realizing your dreams into reality, you are running towards hell. If you are working in other direction also, realizing the reality itself is a one more dream, be very clear, you are really entering into the realizing your potentiality, actualizing your potentiality. That is what I call self-actualization, self-realization. Here when Shiva says, actualize your potential, he means make all your dreams into reality and realize your reality is nothing but your dream.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्द.
The today's subject, Sutra, is a great technique to achieve enlightenment for people who are connected to music and who are poets. Shiva gives enlightenment technique for all kinds of human beings. The Shiva Sutra speaks about 112 meditation techniques which can lead to enlightenment all possible human beings. Now, he is giving a powerful technique. Let me read the sutra, then enter into the technique itself. Let you be centered on the sound of the Om, without akara, without makara, just on ukara. And very experience of being centered on the center of the mantra, let you be liberated into the cosmic consciousness. Pinda mantrasya sarvasya stulavarna kramena tu ardendu bindunadanta sunyoscharat bhaves shivaha. The meaning or the depth of the Sanskrit sloka is so beautiful. When I translate, any translation looks very pearl, very pale, very empty. Shiva wants to express through this sutra can't be expressed by translation. Maybe if I create the same energy, then I can do true to the Shiva, what Shiva wants. Understand? Adding few words or translating, I can't do true to Shiva. No. If I create the same ambience, same energy field, reproducing the same technique, same meditation, and help you all to enter into that same space, then I can be happy that I am doing true to something true to Shiva. This technique is such a subtle but powerful technique. Anybody who is more sensitive to ears, more sensitive to sound, can become enlightened. How to find out whether I am sensitive to sound or not? If you are constantly irritated by any small sound, be very clear, this is for you. It is not that just enjoying music, just being a poet, that you are in tune with the sound. Even if you are constantly irritated by a small sound, you are qualified for this meditation. Many times I have seen these people who want to meditate, they will create so much of sound to create silence in their house. They will be the most noisy people, shouting at everybody, keep quiet, don't you know I am going to meditate, don't do this, don't do that. And the whole house will become topsy-turvy. More than their silence, the sound which they create, the sound, the noise which they create will be amazing. If you are irritated by some sound constantly, even then you are qualified for this meditation, this technique. Shiva is such a powerful energy. He gives techniques for all possible beings. Only thing, when I try to translate, I feel the whole meaning can never be translated. He says, Pindamatrasya sarvasya stulavarana kramena tu. You need to understand the science of sound. All our sounds can be reduced to the 52 syllables of Sanskrit, and the whole Sanskrit can be reduced to Omkara. The whole Omkara can be reduced to the center sound of Omkara. Has got three sounds, A, U, Ma. It can be reduced to the central sound of O or U, the center vibration. You centering yourself in that center vibration, you can just go beyond the language, verbalization. Understand this logic? Your verbalization, your mind is nothing but the 52 sounds of that Sanskrit syllables. You can even say English language, whatever language you know. All the sounds, the beauty of Sanskrit language is all possible sounds are described in those 52 syllables. Sanskrit language is not just linguistic, created to convey, to transmit some ideas, prose or logic. Sanskrit is created to transmit a kind of a vibration also. It has got phonetic importance also. That is why our mantras are chanted even if you don't understand the meaning. If you understand, okay, you can feel connected. Even if you don't understand, those vibrations will work on you. They have phonetic importance. They are not just linguistic. In the East, language is used to transmit vibrations. That is why when an enlightened master utters the mantra, it is called initiation, diksha. Those vibrations straight away penetrates your being and starts working on you. Even if you don't understand the meaning, it may be surprising, because in the West, from the beginning you are taught, don't do anything which you don't understand. But in the East, the language was created, the technique was designed with a far more deeper, profound understanding. Do something even if you don't understand, is the Eastern masters. Don't do anything if you don't understand the Western logic. That is why the ABCD, American born confused desis, kids who are born here are suffering. Understand? I am not saying don't try to understand. Try to understand, but even if you don't understand, Sanskrit will have its own effect over you. Will create its own effect on your being, because that language is not just linguistic, it is phonetic also. World's most preserved, true to its form, scripture is Vedic literatures. After 10,000 years, the chanting method, not only the word or letter, even the way in which it is chanted, Udata, Swarita or elongation, even the way in which it is chanted, going up and down, is preserved same. That will be the real thing, all you need to understand. In India, we had enough of enlightened masters who commented on each Upanishad and each scripture as they want. Sometime you will be shocked if you see two enlightened masters commentary, two acharyas commentary on same Upanishad. You will just run away. No, really. If you see the commentary of Shankara and Ramanuja and Madhva on same scriptures, you will be shocked. What is going on? They are ready to go to any extreme to present their understanding, their theory, but never changed the sutra itself. If they want, they could have done it. They had enough power. They never did it. They always fight in their commentary, but the original sutra is preserved just because of phonetic importance. One more thing, in the Vedic tradition, when an enlightened master utters some words in Sanskrit, even if there is a grammatical mistake, grammatical error, grammar error, it is not corrected. It is taken as it is. It's called Arsha Prayoga. When a rishi utters, even if it is with a mistake, even if there is a grammar mistake, it is not corrected. It is accepted as the ultimate. And grammar is changed according to their expression. You will be surprised to see the freedom given to them, because they are trying to express which is inexpressible. They are trying to tell something which is beyond body and mind, which is beyond your logic. So very difficult. That is why they are given that liberation, freedom, to use their own way of expression. No grammar binds them. And these acharyas who commented also, they had their own interpretations, but never changed the original sutra, original word itself, because they know it has got phonetic importance also, not just linguistic. Not just linguistic. It has got phonetic importance also.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिम्
Escape into life. We all know escaping from life. Every magazine you open, every newspaper you open, continuously you will see advertisements to escape from life. Advertisements of resorts, holiday resorts, vacation beaches, hotels. All of them are constantly telling you to escape from life. But I am saying escape into life. Concept about life, if it is clear, then we will know what I mean by the word escape into life. Life is not the fight between your two identities. You carry two identities. Identity which you show to the outer world, which you want the world to believe as you, and the identity which you carry in the inner world as you. See, the identity which you show to the outer world will always be much more than what you are, because you are constantly taught how to sell yourself. It will be little more than what you are. It will always be more than what you are. And the identity which you carry in the inner world and you believe it as you will be always less than what you are. That is why you are constantly fighting with you. Identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you believe as you in the inner world. Our life is nothing but struggle between these two. The fight between these two. Struggle between these two is what I call tension or stress. If you think this is life, then you have to escape from life. But this is not life. Life is the space. Life is the energy where these two identities do not exist. One beautiful thing is when these two identities meet with each other, when they are connected to each other, both of them disappear. They can be alive as long as the gap is there in between both of them. The identity which you show to the outer world and the identity which you believe as you in the inner world. These two identities will exist only as long as there is a gap between these two. Means you should not be a person whom you are projecting to the outer world. If you integrate both of them, suddenly you will see both of them disappear and you are escaping into life. Ramakrishna says beautifully, the moment you integrate your heart and the words, man muk ek karo, in Bengali he says, your being and the word, when both of them are connected, integrated, you are liberated. The two identities, the identity which you show to the outer world, how we want to be recognized, it will always be more than what we are. An identity which we believe as us in the inner world, it will always be lower than what we are. You always calculate about yourself only based on your weakest actions. You remember only the failures. The identity we use in Sanskrit, we have two words in Sanskrit. Ahankar, Mamakar. Ahankar is one which we project to the outer world. Mamakar, which we believe as us in the inner world. The fight between these two is what I call mind or ego. If you lived only with your mind, then you have to escape from life. But if you know the life is beyond these two, Ahankar and Mamakar, then you have to escape into life. Escaping from life, escaping into life. Two different things. You all of you must have tried enough of times escaping from life. All of you must have tried enough because constantly you are bombarded with the advertisements. The moment you switch on the TV, you see photographs, ads. The moment you open the magazines, you see ads. In the newspaper, you see ads. Everywhere you see ads with a beautiful swimsuit, lying on the beach or the bank of a swimming pool or near a lake in some vacation resort. The photograph is constantly promising you, if you go to that place and lie down, you will be in heaven. See, it's a visual promise given to you. You also tried many times. I think every one of you would have tried at least few times. But it's not happening. And even in your own inner space, when you see those advertisements, when you see a beautiful snow-covered mountain, or a beautiful hill, or a vast ocean, in the photograph, or in the ad, or in TV, you feel, if you go to that place and lie down like that, you will be in heaven. But when you go there and catch the same chair, same spot, same weather, even the same glass, and lie down, but you are not in heaven. What is happening? Where we are missing? If you look a little deep inside, you will understand. When you see the photograph, when you see those moments in the ad, why you want to go there, why you feel you will be in heaven if you go there, but if you go there physically, you don't feel that same thing. If you look a little deep, you will understand why. Actually, deep down, all of us want to go away somewhere where nobody knows us, where you don't need to hold on to your identity for your survival, where you don't need to constantly protect, hold on, keep that identity like a shield. See, your identity is, in the initial level, you created it for protection as a shield. But by and by, because you don't know how to relax from it, it has become prison. If you know the door is open, this is a room. If you don't have the key and it is locked, this is prison. Identity also, you built it to be a home. But by and by, when you don't know how to relax from it, it has become prison. So deep down, all of us have the craving to go away somewhere where you don't need to hold on to your identity. You don't need to constantly protect yourself with your identity. The desire for vacation is nothing but the desire to be without your identity. If you understand this basic truth, you don't have to escape from life, you can escape into life. If you are sitting with a rational mind. What next? What next? Will I get? I am here. Will I get something in this 1 hour? You will not even have a long, deep breath. You will not even breathe in a deep way. You can see. If you decide, let me relax, let me be playful, no problem. What is there? I'll come, I'll enjoy, it's okay. The moment you bring little playfulness, the moment you relax, first thing will happen is you will take a deep breath. Your breathing will be deep. Your body will start experiencing the prana. Prana means the life source, life energy. Only when you relax from your logic, the life force, the life energy starts working in your being. That is why in India we have a method called pranayama to cure the diseases. Working with breath, nothing else, just working with breath. You may think just working with breath, how can you cure the diseases? It's possible. Because those few minutes, you are not caught by logic. See, all your disease is based on your logic. If you are taught to believe, if your logic believes, if you do all these things, you will have back pain. Even if you don't feel the back pain, you will be expecting, what is this? Today I did so much, still I have not got my back pain. What is happening? Nowadays things are not going right. Things are not going properly. You will expect, you will wait, you will meditate till you get it. Because you live with the logic. Unless your logic is proved, you feel uncomfortable. Unless your logic is fulfilled, you feel disturbed. You feel that you are not living. You feel that your whole being is shaken. Constantly, you create hell by your own logic. It's like you carrying your tent. You carry it. Wherever you go, wherever you want to rest, you erect your tent in half an hour. Same way you carry your logic. Wherever you go, just you erect your help in half an hour and start living with it. See, whenever you see in movies a beautiful snow-covered mountain or a beautiful beach or a beautiful natural scenery, you feel that you should be there to enjoy a beach or island. You always feel you should be there. But actually when you go to that place, you think, all right, when is the next flight? All right, what should I do next? Why you always feel like going to that place, and after going there, why you feel that you should do something next? Why you are not feeling that relaxation or joy which you think you will have it? Understand, it's an important truth. Because I am a traveler, I tell you this secret. This is the important secret, truth. First of all, why you want to go to that kind of places, deep down, always you have the thirst to go away somewhere where nobody knows you, where you don't need your logic to protect you. Understand? It is not interest towards that place. It is not interest towards that island or mountain or ocean or that place, or it is not even interest towards vacation. To go to a place where you don't need your logic for survival. To go to a place where nobody knows you. Where you don't have to use your identity. Where you can be free from your identity. Your identity is like a prison for you. You just want to be away. You just want to do whatever you want. You just want to be away from your identity. You don't want to be recognized by anybody. And the same way, you don't want to see the faces which you know. Deep down, everybody has got that craving, that feeling, that thirst. So whenever you see a place for first time, you know that nobody knows you there. So naturally you feel like being there. But after going there, you understand, you know you. You are carrying a person who knows you completely. He is constantly behind you to haunt you wherever you go. Your intimate enemy is with you. So you are not experiencing the joy or the feeling which you thought you will experience by being there. Even after going there, you will try to introduce yourself with your visiting card to people. You are there just to get rid of your identity, but even after going there, you will tell, hey, do you know who am I? Do you know what I am doing? How dare you sit next to me? You will try. You will try to introduce and create new people, new friends, and within 1 or 2 days, you are ready with your help. And now you know many people, and they know you. Again, the charm of that new place is lost. Now you are back in the same rut. And again, now you see something else in the TV. Now you are planning to go to that place. Because I am a traveler, I tell you, it's an important experience. It is not the interest on the place, not for vacation. It's the interest to be somewhere where you don't need your logic to protect you, where you don't need your logic to live your life, where you don't need to constantly protect you with your identity, where you can survive without your identity. Try a simple experiment, very simple experiment. It's a beautiful meditation to visualize and change your identity and live for a week. If you are a doctor, start thinking strongly you are an engineer. If you are male, start thinking strongly you are a female or gay. Something. Just shift your identity. Just for a week, try this experiment very playfully. Very playfully. If you are old, visualize you are young. If you are young, visualize you are old. Just opposite points. Or some other points. It doesn't even have to be completely opposite. Some other points. Create a new identity with all new points and try to visualize for a week. Just for a week. You will understand the amount of liberation you feel. In your being also you should have few tunes. Once in a while you should be able to go out of the logic. But normally you carry only one tune self. That logic, that's all. And you don't have other tunes. Actually, logical people think that emotional people are the people who can trust others are fools. But they don't understand. To question, to be logical, to doubt, you don't need intelligence. Any fool can do that. All fools will do that only. Only to trust, to open up, to relax, you need intelligence. Very rarely, only intelligent people relax. People who can relax, I have seen how gracefully they live and leave. They are living and leaving. Both will be so graceful. People who are caught just with the logic, who can't relax, during living and leaving. Both will be hell for them. Both will be hell, worst hell. Small story. In a monastery, all the brothers were getting a training by the chief priest how to talk, how to give a sermon. Chief is telling, when you talk about heaven, you should just express it in your body language. Your face should shine, your eyes should exhibit the joy, and your whole body should show that you are in heaven. It should just be told in your body language to inspire people. When you talk about hell, don't do anything, just be as you are. Nothing much needs to be done. If you are living with logic, you don't need to visualize hell because you are already in. You don't need to imagine hell because you are already in. It's very rare. Few genius individuals. Genius is a person who escapes from the social training of creating a strong logic. Understand? Genius is a person who escapes from the social conditioning or social training of creating a strong logic. Actually, if you somehow find a method or technique to escape from the strong logic, your logic will be able to penetrate the zones, penetrate the spaces which normal person's logic can't penetrate. You will have different flavor, you will have different quality, you will have different kind of inner space. Again, it is very difficult to express logically how you can go beyond logic, because words are logical. But now I am sitting and talking against the logic. There's a beautiful simile in Nyaya Sutra. It's a great book on logic in Vedic tradition. Maybe this example will give you an idea how we misuse the logic and how we misunderstand, how we miss the whole thing. There are two different kinds of logic. One logic is by listening to two statements, you can come to the conclusion of third statement. For example, all men have got one head. Socrates is a man. You know the third statement now. Socrates has got one head. This is a simple logic. This is one kind of a logic. There is the other kind of a logic. This room has got two gates. One gate is open. Naturally, your mind will come to the conclusion, to the third statement, the other gate is closed. But it doesn't have to be. Understand, there are two kinds of logic. The second logic, you can't come to the conclusion by listening to the first two statements. But many times, you come to the conclusion. You come to the conclusion without thinking. You apply the first logic in the second place. You create problems. If somebody comes and tells you, your wife loves somebody else, then immediately you start thinking, then she is not loving me. You don't have to come to that conclusion. Actually, a person whose inner space is more, whose inner space can accommodate many people, he only can shower himself on many people. Of course, I am not talking about the physical relationships. I am talking about opening yourself or opening your being, showering the same attention, love and care on many people. If your inner space is vast enough, If your inner space is pure enough, you will be able to shower the same love, same attention, same care to every being. Naturally, the person who feels that only he should get all your attention feels insecure. He thinks if you shower your love on somebody else, he may not get it. He may think that my share will reduce. I will not get the whole 100%. In the inner space, there is no such thing as 100%. It is just infinity. It is infinity. Only in the outer space, your logic, your percentage, your calculation, all these things will work. In the inner space, you can't have all this idea of logic, average, percentage. Sometimes I am surprised when I see these statistics and surveys done about human beings' minds. Here I read a lot of surveys, statistics. 66% are depressed. I am surprised, you can't. And that also they put percentage, 40% depression, 30% depression. You can't. The inner space cannot be measured with your so-called logical percentage. The psychoanalyst, psychotherapy, they have reduced mind also to a matter. Because all of you are brought up with the same mold. When one type of education is forced on all human beings, you are no more a human being. You are reduced just to an utility. See the whole game. Look at the whole game. You are educated, trained for some purpose to be an utility. And you are used and dispersed. That's all. When all of you are put in that one mold, over, you are no more human beings. You can, even your inner space can be calculated. You are predictable. Even in your unpredictable moments. Even the so-called unpredictable moments, what you will do, you are predictable. You are very clearly taught, if you become angry, you should become like that. If you are depressed, you should do that. Very clearly, all the ideas are inserted into you. Even in the unpredictable moment, what you are supposed to do. Already you have a manual. Be very clear. You are living only with the manual which is given to you by the society. As long as you are living with your so-called logic, you are not living with your logic, you are living with the society, the logic given to you by society. That is why I am saying, the logic, rational mind is your intimate enemy. Rational mind, your intimate enemy. That's today's subject. When you grow, your family, parents, university, society, everything teaches you to be rational, to be logical, to analyze, to question, to do everything after enquiring. It is good for your outer world businesses. If you are going to buy something, you need to question, you need to enquire, you need to decide what is the worthy of that product, what's the worth of that product, is it worthy of what you are paying, are you getting enough returns. If you are doing a business, it's beautiful. You need to be logical. You need to be analyzing. You need to be calculating. The society which teaches you, which taught you to be logical in the outer world, did not teach you to trust in the inner world. See, your life is not completely outer world. There are many things in your life which you need to approach with a different approach. They taught you all the ideas. They gave you all the instructions. They helped you to sharpen your logic. But they never helped you to sharpen your other dimension, to deepen the dimension of love, trust, existence, overflowing, just accepting, relaxing. These dimensions are never taught. They never neither understood nor experienced the other dimensions. Many ways the mind cheats you. From the young age, you are taught schools, society, university, colleges, everything teaches to analyze. Everything teaches you to use your logic to its best and all possible ways. But one important thing, you are never taught there is some space in your life where logic is not going to help. There is a space in your life you will achieve more if you relax from your logic. There is a space in your life you will achieve more by relaxing from your logic. The logic will be a good weapon if you know how to keep it away from you. If you know how to use it and how to keep it away from you, it will become a beautiful weapon. You can use it. But after some time you are caught by your own logic. Not only you will not be able to get out of it, slowly you will start hurting yourself with that same logic. Understand, the logic which you use to judge others, with that same logic only you will start judging yourself. You may think, no, I am very intelligent. To measure others, to judge others, I use this logic. For me, I will have a different logic. No, you are not that intelligent. Understand? Consciously, sometimes, you may use two logics in your life. For to measure others, to judge others, you will use a different logic. When it comes to you, you will use a different logic. Consciously, maybe few times you may do like that. But unconsciously, constantly, you will use the same words, same attitude towards you also. Because you are not that intelligent to be intelligent, constantly to be aware of two different logics. When he does a mistake, I will judge him in a different way. When I do that, I won't bother. It's okay. It's only for them. It's not for me. These all ideas you will have only when you are aware. But in the inner consciousness, in the unconscious way, you will use the same logic towards you also. That is why all studies will be masochists. All the people who torture others will be torturing themselves, no other way. You don't have two logic. Fortunately, you don't have two logic. From the young age, you are taught to build your whole identity based on logic. That is why Whenever you see an emotional being who trusts easily, you think he is a fool. I have seen many times, even during darshans, energy darshans, people come to me and they are crying, are asking for some solution, are asking for some boon. The other person who is standing outside, or standing, he will think, oh, what this fool, he is asking all these things to the Swami. Can the Swami solve the problems or what? I have seen many times, people standing and looking at a young guy like me. Good speaker, that's okay. But why these people are going and falling at his feet and asking that, please Swamiji, solve me this problem, solve my that problem and give me healing and take away my disease. So-called educated person can't relate. He can't feel connected. He can feel connected to teddy bears, not deities. See, these guys will carry the teddy bear from morning till night. But they can't feel connected to the deity. Because they are logic. Their rational mind. Many times I have seen. Few days ago, one incident happened. One lady came to me first day and she asked for a healing, for a pain. I said, all right, it will become all right. Next day she came and she told me, Swamiji, pain disappeared. I'm really feeling so relieved. One guy was standing next to me, he saw both the day what happened. First day he saw she coming and asking for healing. And second day he saw she coming and telling me that she is healed. And he came to me and asked in an inquiring way, can you heal my knee pain also? Like how you healed her pain? I said, I can't heal. Because for any miracle to happen, you need to create a different inner space. People ask me constantly, are you God? Because my wife is telling she attended your program. She is constantly telling me I am God. Or my brother is telling he attended your program. Are you God? I tell them, I am God only for the person who has experienced it, not for all. If you have experienced the godliness through me, or if you have experienced divinity in my presence, then you can have that faith or you can have that belief. But it is not common for all. It depends on you. When people come and ask me, are you God? I tell them, it depends on you, not on me. I am same for all. It depends on you. If your inner space is pure, if your inner space is matured enough to go beyond logic, beyond rational mind, you can experience God this moment. This moment you can experience. Miracles can happen in your life. Continuously, they are happening. One simple thing. I think the other day I was talking about this. When a telephone rings, suddenly you will remember some friend's name. When you go and pick up the phone, he will be there on the line. And somebody knocks the doorbell. You go and open the door. You remember somebody and you go and open the door and he is there. This is what I call power of coincidence. Power of coincidence. In each one of us, the power of coincidence, the power to create, the power of coincidence exists. In each one of us, the power to create miracles exists. But all we need to do is open that. Understand you have the power to create the power of coincidence. Trust your consciousness is connected to universe. Continuously, universe is caring for you. The divine is waiting for you. It responds to your thoughts. It is you who create what you want. Just how you create a whole world in your dream. In the dream, you project the whole thing and create. You have the same power to create your world even when you are conscious, when you are in the waking state. When you can create a world in the dream state, can't you create that in the waking state? You are doing it. Now, even now, you are creating your world. Next question will come. If we are creating, why are we creating so many miseries, Swamiji? Because you have vested interest in your sufferings. Please be very clear. You have vested interest in your sufferings. Maybe there are some more reason, some other utility you must be having because of your suffering. It is you who create your whole thing. When your inner consciousness changes, when you start residing in the eternal consciousness, automatically you attract the power of coincidence. You attract the power of coincidence. When you trust the existence is intelligence, you experience tremendous relaxation, relief from all your so-called responsibilities, and immediately you experience bliss. That very bliss energy creates the power of coincidence. So many things fall in place beautifully. I tell you, just 2.5 years ago, our whole movement was started. When I started the whole movement, we had only one, that is divine energy, that's all. Nothing else. Today we have 400 centers in 20 countries. More than 5,000 healers. Every day at least 10,000 people receive healing and meditation from our healers. And 200 teachers are continuously conducting meditation programs all over the world. Millions of people are touched by the meditation and these teachings. The whole thing has happened playfully. That's the beauty. Whole thing has happened playfully. Just because of one simple secret. Bliss creates, bliss radiates the power of coincidence. Automatically things fall in place and miracles happen in your life. Please be very clear. Being blissful is plan for miracles. When you surrender yourself to the divine, understanding the cosmos is intelligence, you create miracles around you. Automatically miracles start happening around you. In your house, you keep everything prepared for your life, outwardly life. Whatever you need, a bed for sleeping, kitchen for cooking, dining table for sitting and eating. You collect all the material one by one. And then luxurious things, jewelries. One day, one jewelry. According to your saree color, your jewelry also changes. Sometimes the shoe also they change. You have everything to match. You collect things, whatever you need for the outwardly life, outward comforts, you collect and store. But you forget an important fact. Same way how you collect things for the outer world existence, for outer space, you need to collect knowledge also for your inner space. Life solutions for your inner space. If you feel depressed, low, if you face some situation, how to react, how to handle, you need to have knowledge also for your inner space. Just like collecting things for the outwardly life, you need to collect life solutions for the happy, blissful life. Collecting life solutions is what he calls jnana yajna. Collecting life solutions. I tell you one thing. If you have life solutions in your mind, I always request people, at least half an hour every day, read some book which gives you life solutions. Some books of Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, there are so many books. I have explained, I have given some books like 6 Days to Total Transformation. There are so many books. Some book, spiritual book, which gives you life solution. At least half an hour spend. If you can't spend half an hour for reading, have some audio CDs and listen in the car. In this country, at least 1 hour every day, average you all spend in driving. Average 1 hour. Whatever profession you are, or even if you don't have any other profession, just for joy, some reason, at least even if you want to go for basic things like grocery and all those things, at least 1 hour you have to drive. Average, at least 1 hour you drive. You spend in driving in this country. That 1 hour don't waste. Always have some audio CDs which will give you life solutions. It is not that it should be only my lectures or anything. Anything. Something which you like, which gives you life solution. That 1 hour, let it become jnana yajna. Add more and more life solutions into your inner space. I tell you one thing. Suddenly, at the time of need, that life solution may come up. And the depth of the depression will be reduced. The moment some life solutions erupts from your inner consciousness, from your inner space, immediately the depth of the depression will be reduced. The low curve will be straightened. That's the reason. Make your driving into jnana yajna. Let the time be used for collecting life solutions. Whether you understand or not, start listening. Let that become habit. Automatically, those life solutions, those words will start staying in your inner space. If you don't do that, you will be driving and thinking of some of your worries. If you don't spend your time in finding life solutions, you will spend your time in finding problems. You will be creating problems. Be very clear. That same time, you will be thinking of something else. You will be bothering about something else. Even if you don't have any problem, you will create some problem. If you have some problem, you will bother about it. If you don't have any problem, if everything goes smooth, usually if everything goes smooth, what do you think? The first thought is, today everything is going well, I don't know what will happen tomorrow. Swamiji, always when things go well for one day, next day, always I face some problem. You strongly believe if things go well today, tomorrow you are going to have problems. It becomes a strong faith in you. Whether you have problem or not, you are going to worry. Better not to allow your mind worrying. Start listening. You are not an island. You are not an island. Don't think, you can think whatever you want in your inner space and your outer life will be different. Your outer life and the inner life is very deeply connected. If you live the spiritual life, automatically you will attract only spiritual friends around you. Your world also will become spiritual. All other relationships will drop by itself. You will not even feel like relating. Many of our devotees come and tell me, Swamiji, nowadays I am not able to go to parties. Even if I go, I have nothing else to talk. I am not able to talk anything. What usually these fellows will talk in parties? Same that stock market. Or who ran away with whom? Who is going with whom? And who is staying with whom? Same thing. Nothing useful. The same information. And everybody feels that they know some 4-5 secrets. They'll call somebody separately. Don't tell anybody. It's only for you. Do you know? Just 3 days ago, this is what happened. Understand, the existence responds to your thoughts. People who enter into the spiritual life, they can't go to the normal parties. They can't have the same old usual talks about your stock or who is with whom, what happened, where things happened, who ran away, all those things. You will not have time. You will not have energy. You will not have mood. Only based on your thought, you create relationships, friends, society, your circle, and naturally your whole world. Again and again, Vedanta says, Drishti Srishti. You create the universe from the angle of your vision. If your drishti changes, Srishti changes. If your vision changes, world changes. They say, not only they say, it is truth. You project your world and see. See, in front of a projector, whatever you keep, whatever slide you keep, that appears in the screen. If you keep a slide of God, that God photo picture will appear in the screen. If you keep an actress, that actress picture will appear in the slide, appear in the screen. Whatever slide you keep, that appears in the screen. Screen is this physical planet Earth. Whatever you keep in front of your consciousness, according to that you project your life, your world and experience. The slide decides the scene on the screen. Your mentality decides the way in which you perceive the world, the way in which you experience the world. A small change in the slide will change the scene. Small change in your mind will change your whole world. The screen is same. The backdrop screen is same, but the scene changes. Same way, if your inner space, if your thought changes, the whole universe changes. Whole universe responds. Whole existence responds to your inner space. Don't think you are an island. You are part of this whole existence. You are not alone here. If you think you are alone, you will continuously fight with existence, fight with the whole universe. You will see the rest of the universe as an enemy. Part can never see the whole as enemy. You are part. This is whole. If you see this as an enemy, you can never rest. Only a person who understands the whole is his own being. He is part of the whole. He can realize tremendous relaxation and bliss. He says, when you reside in my consciousness, whatever you lack, I get. And whatever you have, I preserve. We may think, yes, Swamiji, we know, we understand, universe responds to our thoughts, but how can I get what I want? Please understand, the moment you change your thoughts, the moment your inner space changes, automatically you start attracting things towards yourself. Please be very clear. If you tune your TV to BBC, you will see the BBC channel. You will tune your TV to ABC, you will see the ABC channel. If you tune to CNN, you will see CNN. Same way, if you tune your consciousness to bliss, continuously even material wealth will shower on you. We may think, how can it be possible? How can this happen? What kind of words Swamiji is giving? But I tell you, now it will look very difficult. You may feel very difficult to understand. But start experimenting. I courageously tell you, I declare from my own authority, this sloka is a solid truth. Because 9 years I lived. I tell you, this is a promise by the divine. 9 years I lived in utter insecurity. I know Krishna still proves his words. Still he proves his words. Yoga kshemam mahamyaham, he does. I can quote thousands of incidents from devotees' lives. Thousands of incidents. In so many devotees' lives, Tukaram, Tulsidas, so many masters' lives, I can quote. I can quote so many incidences from my own life, from my life. But I tell you, your very consciousness, inner space has got the quality to create miracles in your life. whatever exists is energy, automatically the fear will be taken away from your being. The fear will be taken away from the being. The next question, how can we say whatever exists is energy, Swamiji? How can we say whatever exists is God? That is all impossible. These all things good to listen but not to practice. Our mind will never accept. This all can be experienced, practiced. So Krishna continues. He goes on. He comes out with the basic secrets to understand this concept. Like the mighty wind moving everywhere, rests always in the sky. Similarly, you know this, that all beings rest in me. Just how the wind rests in the sky energy. Please understand how a earth is an energy. You know earth is an energy. Stone. If a stone is thrown at you, you know. Or if you throw a stone, you know the energy of the earth. Earth. Next, water. You know the energy of water. Whomsoever knows about New Orleans, they know the energy of the water. Next, Agni, fire. California people know the power of the fire. Next, air, storm, hurricanes, tornadoes. You know the power of air. Same way, Akasha is also Shakti. We don't know the power of Akasha because it doesn't create directly any impacts and effects on our life. Akasha is disturbed by your collective negative thoughts. The collective negativity is Akasha. Akasha is related to collective negativity. Sometimes the whole society will suffer. Especially there are few countries which suffers by depression. Means the Akasha is corrupted. Akasha is corrupted. Akasha, space is an energy. Just like how the other four elements are energy, space is energy. All the five are energy. See, if the matter, earth is corrupted, poison, only one person will suffer. For example, if your food is poisoned, you will suffer. That's all. If water is poisoned, that whole community, that county will suffer. Whomsoever gets the water supply, they will suffer. If the Agni means your inner being, the fire, whatever creates fire in you, if that is corrupted, big group will suffer. And air, if the air is polluted by chemicals, the whole country will suffer. Agni, we can say example for Agni is medicines. Because medicines are the things which keeps the Agni alive. You yourself, you healthy, physically fit. If the medicines are corrupted, the whole society will suffer. And if the air is corrupted, if medicines are corrupted, only the people who take medicine will suffer. The air is polluted, whole group will suffer. And if the space, Akasha is polluted, whole world will suffer. Each level, corruption will make the suffering for more and more people. More and more people will start suffering with the higher levels. The higher the corruption, number of people suffering will be more. Our thoughts corrupt space. Space is an energy. How the wind rests in the space, same way the whole universe rests in me. Don't think just the space is emptiness. Space is not just emptiness, it is energy. Because we are not able to see, we can't say it is an emptiness, it is energy. How the air rests in the space, our being, the whole universe, including our beings, we all rest in divine. Krishna says, all beings rest in me. young man from America went to London, was traveling in a train. The elderly British lady and gentleman. Lady had a pet dog. Suddenly, the dog jumped on this guy and vomited. This lady, instead of apologizing, he started patting the dog. Oh, what happened to you? I don't know. You have bad stomach. I should take you to the doctor. Young man kept quiet, did not speak much. After a few minutes, again this dog jumped on him and pissed. Again this lady, instead of apologizing, she started saying, oh, I should take you to the doctor immediately. I don't know what happened to you today. After a few minutes, again the dog jumped on him. Now you know what he would have done. Again this lady did not even care to say a word sorry. She just started patting the dog. I should take you to the doctor, and she started giving some food, medicine. She started taking care of the dog. Now it is too much. The young man silently got up, just picked the dog and threw out of the window. All this time, the old man was keeping quiet. Now he stood up and shouted, you Americans drive in the wrong side, measure with wrong scale, now threw the wrong bitch out of the window. Whenever you throw, you always throw only wrong bitch out of the window. All our choice, all our decisions always end in dilemma. This dilemma is what I call mind. Dilemma is the straight, direct explanation or a definition for mind. There are so many definitions for mind, but from my experience I can say this is the right word, dilemma. Continuously moving from this extreme to that extreme, continuously seeing the other side, continuously thinking, I should have done that, I should have done this, I should have taken that type of decision, I should have taken this type of decision. Continuously not accepting the present moment is what is the root of the mind. When you close your eyes, whatever happens in your space, whatever you think and whatever you can think, whatever you visualize, whatever you can visualize, whatever you experience, whatever you can experience, everything, the whole is what I call mind. The root of the mind is dilemma. If you can just accept this moment, the whole reality, the existence as it is, simply you will go beyond mind. You will go beyond mind, you will reach, experience the state which we call enlightenment or superconsciousness. Mind, the root of the mind is dilemma. Because you are continuously in dilemma, all your choices, I tell you, when I say all, I mean all, capital letter A-L-L. All our choices end in suffering. Bliss is choicelessness. When you are choiceless, when you are just accepting the flow, when you just accept the nature, you are in bliss. Actually, bliss is nothing but accepting the reality as it is. But we always say, I accept everything, Swamiji. Everything is beautiful. Just this one thing, it is around the corner. Let me correct this one thing. Tomorrow I will be happy. When we are in India, we think if we just get visa, it will be really great. Once we get the visa, if we can have a house in the States, it will be really great. Then green card, then citizenship, then car. One by one, by the time you have a family, already you have mortgaged your life. Already the life is mortgaged. We just postpone. Just after this, I will be happy. Postponing the bliss, postponing the ecstasy, postponing the joy which is continuously happening in you, which is your nature, is the root of the mind. Understand? In bliss you can't have mind, because bliss happens to you when you are choiceless. In the choicelessness, bliss starts happening. Whenever you choose, you always choose misery. Anything, naturally you will fall again and again. Suddenly you will forget. Oh, I started working out of fear. I started working out of greed. You will come back. Again and again you will come back. When you start working, naturally you will see there will be few problems. There will be few problems. A small story. There was a big spiritual organization. One monk was sent to a remote tribal area for doing the service. Suddenly, headquarters receives lot of complaint letters about that monk. The president says, after reading the complaint letters, we have posted right person, don't worry. The secretary asks, what is this? Master, we are getting all complaints about him. We are getting wrong information about him. How do you say that we have posted the right person? He says, if you are getting wrong information, if you are getting complaints, means he has already started working. At least something is going on. Always, when you start anything new, you will have three phases. First, resistance. Next, just avoiding. They will neither care nor resist. Indifference. Third, acceptance. This is the way anything will start. Same way, when you start doing anything inside your system, the same way you will start growing. First, resistance. Again and again you will fall. You will forget. Your system will resist. It will try to create all complications. all complaints, all possible arguments. When we resist, when our being resists, if you allow the resistance to grow, you are the worst enemy for yourself. That is what Krishna says here. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. Let you lift yourself by yourself. If you don't, you will be your worst enemy. It is up to you to help yourself as a best friend or to hurt yourself as a worst enemy. Please be very clear. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you allow. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you permit. Uttared atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Again and again these masters, they come and stand in the same point. Krishna says, let you lift yourself. If you have fallen, if you have failed, practicing these words which you learned yesterday, the teachings or the meditation technique, if you have forgotten, don't worry. Again and again lift yourself. Don't feel depressed. Don't have guilt. Don't think you will not be able to do. Again and again lift yourself. Even Buddha, the last teaching of the Buddha is Atma Deepo Bhava. The moment he was about to die, Buddha is about to leave the body. All his disciples are asking, Master, give us your message in one word. What's your ultimate message? Buddha says, Atma Deepo Bhava. Let you be light, guide unto yourself. Let you be guided by yourself. Atma Deepo Bhava. Let your being guide you. The same thing, Krishna says, Uttared atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Anything, naturally you will fall again and again. Suddenly you will forget. Oh, I started working out of fear. I started working out of greed. You will come back. Again and again you will come back. When you start working, naturally you will see there will be few problems. There will be few problems. A small story. There was a big spiritual organization. One monk was sent to a remote tribal area for doing the service. Suddenly, headquarters receives lot of complaint letters about that monk. The president says, after reading the complaint letters, we have posted right person, don't worry. The secretary asks, what is this? Master, we are getting all complaints about him. We are getting wrong information about him. How do you say that we have posted a right person? He says, if you are getting wrong information. If you are getting complaints, means he has already started working. At least something is going on. Always, when you start anything new, you will have three phases. First, resistance. Next, just avoiding. They will neither care nor resist. Indifference. Third, acceptance. This is the way anything will start. Same way, when you start doing anything inside your system, the same way you will start growing. First, resistance. Again and again you will fall. You will forget. Your system will resist. It will try to create all complications, all complaints, all possible arguments. When we resist, when our being resists, if you allow the resistance to grow, you are the worst enemy for yourself. That is what Krishna says here. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. Let you lift yourself by yourself. If you don't, you will be your worst enemy. It is up to you to help yourself as a best friend or to hurt yourself as a worst enemy. Please be very clear. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you allow. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you permit. Uttared atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Again and again these masters, they come and stand in the same point. Krishna says, let you lift yourself. If you have fallen, if you have failed, practicing these words which you learned yesterday, the teachings or the meditation technique, if you have forgotten, don't worry. Again and again lift yourself. Don't feel depressed. Don't have guilt. Don't think you will not be able to do. Again and again lift yourself. Even Buddha, the last teaching of the Buddha is Atma Deepo Bhava. The moment he was about to die, Buddha is about to leave the body. All his disciples are asking, Master, give us your message in one word. What's your ultimate message? Buddha says, Atma Deepo Bhava. Let you be light, guide unto yourself. Let you be guided by yourself. Atma Deepo Bhava. Let your being guide you. The same thing, Krishna says, Uttared atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Who experiences he is God will never go and harm anybody. This knowledge, if it is given to all, naturally they will harm themselves and they will harm others. They will hurt others. They will tell, I am God. Come here. I will do whatever I want. That is why this knowledge is kept as secret. It's like if terrorists know the secret of atom bomb, naturally it is dangerous for them and for the world. If terrorists know about the secrets of atom bomb, naturally it is dangerous. Same way, this is the secrets of spiritual world, inner world. A person who is not qualified, if he knows the secret, it is dangerous for him. Krishna revealed the secrets only to qualified people. He was blissful, he was happy. He says, I am God. I am everything. He says, in me whole world is functioning. He says, understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. He says, I am not even God, I am something more than God. Whatever you think as God rests in me. All created beings rest in me. He is declaring the truth to a person who can realize it, to a person who can understand it, not to the person who is not able to realize. You need to see whether the person is matured enough or not to receive the truth. Here, Krishna says it is secret because it can be delivered only to a person who is qualified. You see, the first 2-3 chapters, he speaks about the Shastra, intellectual knowledge which can be given to anybody. But these chapters are intimate secrets delivered only from a master to disciple. Only to a disciple who is qualified, who is really interested to receive this knowledge, who really wants this knowledge. One person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, please teach me about God. Give me enlightenment. I told him, please, it is time for prasad. Please go and eat in the ashram. They will serve you prasad. In Indian ashram, whosoever comes, we give them food. In India, that is a habit. Not only in our ashram, any temple, if you go, you should be given prasadam, the temple prasad. That's a tradition. Rishis believe that Aditi Devo Bhava, guest is God. Guest is God. So we give them little food. Whatever we eat, we share with them. I told him, please go and eat and come back. I will talk to you in the evening session. He says, no, Swamiji, I have to go for bus. I have only half an hour time. In half an hour, tell me about God. In half an hour, what can you tell? What can the person understand in half an hour? Naturally, God cannot be given like an instant coffee. Coffee can be given instant. Coca-Cola can be given. But not God. You cannot have God instantly. You need to realize, you need to have little patience. The more you hurry, more you will delay. In the inner world, please understand, this is a sutra of the inner world. The more you hurry, more you delay. The very hurrying, very tension, very stress will postpone the process, will postpone the experience, will not let you relax. Here, that is why Krishna says, these secrets can be told only to a person who is really interested, who is really intimate, who really wants. Beautiful word. All our scriptures are called Upanishad. Even Gita is called as Upanishad. We should understand the word Upanishad. Upanishad means sitting, that's all. Just sitting. The word Upanishad means just sitting. Nothing else. Why our books are called Upanishad? Because it can be taught only to a person who is waiting for master, who is just sitting and waiting for master. It cannot be given to a person who is doing business, means who wants to do business with master, who comes with an idea of give and take. No, it can be given only to a person who waits, who is waiting to receive this knowledge. If a person comes with a business agreement, business contract, he will say, why should I wait? You give that, I'll give this, over. It is just exchange. So I don't have to wait. That's why business people never wait. In business you don't need to wait. But when it comes to spiritual knowledge, it cannot be transmitted as business. I always tell people, spiritual knowledge is win-win situation. It is never business. If at all you can think it as a business, you also gain and master also gains. Both of them experience tremendous bliss by sharing. He says, this knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is by the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. See, a religion or a spiritual path should have three characters. First, it should describe the goal of the life clearly. Next, it should give you the path to achieve that goal clearly. Third, it should make you feel happy to travel in that path. The path itself should be joyful. There are some herbal doctors who put big board that they will cure everything. Like that one doctor. Here all diseases which you know the names and which you don't know the names will be cured. Big board. One person came with a disease. Doctor asked, what is the disease? This guy said, I don't know the name, please you diagnose by yourself. The doctor diagnosed, tried his best, he was not able to find. But he has put a big board, he has to cure. There is no other way. So he gave the medicine. The medicine is, swallow the crowbar without touching your teeth on it and drink 3 liters of water. You will be cured. What kind of medicine it is? The very medicine shows very clearly that person will not be cured. Same way, your solution or your path, your prescription should not be impractical. The path which you are showing should not be impractical. If it is impractical, naturally, you cannot practice it. There was a yogi in Himalayas. Same way, when disciples come to him, he will give a technique. Hold your nose for 2 hours and sit. Can anybody sit? And he will say, if you do that, you will become enlightened. Who can travel in that path? Nobody can travel. Path which you are explaining should not be complicated. Should be simple. So here, Krishna says, it is everlasting, means the result which you achieve is everlasting. All the advertising terms he is using. And it is joyfully performed. You don't need to struggle for it. You don't need to suffer. It is a deepest secret. All you need to understand is just realize the secret. Understand the secret. Why it is secret? Why it is secret? First thing we should analyze. If it is going to be so much of help, if it is going to be such an important thing, why should it be kept as a secret? Why not let the whole world use it? Please be very clear. The ultimate knowledge is not for mass. Mass always gets stuck with the small things. The same thing. If you run a cinema theater here, how much a crowd will be here? Or a public show, the crowd will be 10 times more. Because we built a temple, only few hundred people are here. Temple is only for the chosen few, not for all. You need intelligence to come to temple. You need intelligence to enter into spirituality. It is not for all. Yesterday I received a question. One lady gave me a question. Swamiji, my husband is not accepting, understanding the path in which I am traveling. The yoga path. My spouse does not understand the path of yoga that I am on. Coming to this program is important to me and I want to attend, but it is difficult for my husband. Do you have a suggestion to help this situation, to help bridge this gap? How to make husband or wife spiritual? How to convert them to spirituality? To tell you honestly, if I know the secret, why do you think I will become a Swami? Honest answer is, it cannot be done. It cannot be done. It has to only happen. It has to only happen. I can say one thing. All you can do is give him little intelligence about life. You cannot give directly spirituality. Please don't tell him to meditate. Don't tell him to come to the temple directly. Tell him again and again about the life. What kind of life we are living? What are we doing? Why don't you start thinking about the life? Again and again we are caught in the same rut. All we can do is give little intelligence about life, that's all. Nothing else can be done. Only by intelligence any man can come to spirituality. That is why this is preserved as a secret. If this intelligence, spiritual intelligence is given to all, without bothering about the qualification of a receiver, that person who receives, he will harm himself and harm others. First thing, he will harm himself if he is not understood completely. For example, the same word, you are God. If it is told for a criminal, what he will do? I am God, then let me do whatever I want. I don't have to bother. He will misuse the knowledge. He will not use it, he will abuse it. A person who really experiences his God, he will radiate compassion. He will radiate simplicity. He will radiate innocence. The divine qualities will start expressing through him. He can never hurt anybody. You can see a beautiful innocent child in him, a simplicity in him. He can never hurt anybody. He can never harm anybody. Your thoughts are creating your senses. Your mind creates your senses. Don't think you are living with what you have. You create what you want to have. You are not living with what you have. You are creating what you want to have. Your thoughts are so powerful. Your mind is so powerful. it can change the whole body. It can just change the whole body. For example, one thought just now, try to think a person who creates disturbance in you, or your enemy, person who took money from you, not giving back, a person who gave you money and asking it back. Just remember that person. Immediately you can see the change happening inside your system. The whole chemistry is changing. Blood is boiling. BP is rising. Heartbeat is rising. Pulse rate is increasing. Just one thought, your whole system is changing. A single thought can change the whole chemistry. Or one thought which creates lust, one board or one hoarding is enough. Immediately your whole body chemistry changes. Your whole body is now ready. Please be very clear. Single thought can change the chemistry of your body. Your body is again and again created by your thoughts. It is your thoughts which creates the body. That is why in India there is a great science called Samudrika Lakshana. Seeing the body, seeing your face, seeing your way of standing, sitting and walking, they will tell the quality of you. They will tell everything about your mind. Because the rishis know the secret. The mind creates the body. It is your mind which creates the body. Body is the outer expression of mind. Body is nothing but outer expression of mind. Mind is nothing but inner experience of body. So if your mind changes, your whole body can be changed. Your whole system can be changed. Your whole senses will be changed. A man whose mind is controlled, whose mind is clearly reprogrammed according to the spiritual ideas. If you reprogram your mind, as on now it is programmed for misery, towards dukkha. It is looking outward. If you can reprogram them to look in towards bliss, your whole senses can be changed. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, what do you mean by the word you achieved enlightenment? See, enlightenment doesn't mean that you became extraordinary, or you became something like a superhuman, or you became somewhere superlative. No. By enlightenment, you achieve one thing, a deep, homely feeling. Deeply rooted, centered in your being. You will feel a deep relaxation. You have come home. You are in your space. There is no other supernatural powers, or there is no other supernatural things associated with enlightenment. Having some supernatural power is no way related to enlightenment. Please understand. Some powers may express through enlightened person, that is different. But the powers are not criteria. Just doing some magic or a miracle is no way related to enlightenment. So magic or supernatural things are not the real criteria of enlightenment. Enlightenment is a deep feeling or deep settledness or a total relaxation which happens inside your being. When you know your being, when you feel in tune with your being, or when you experience your energy, you achieve the state of enlightenment. Let me tell you an incident which happened in my life. At the age of 10, I was taken to a great master, Annamalai Swamigal. He was there in my native place, Thiruvannamalai. As a small boy, I was taken to him. Usually, in India, the parents, they force the kids and take them to these Swamis and all these temples. I was also taken by force. He was talking to a group of Westerners. He was talking that we are not body, we are not disturbed, we will not have any pain or suffering, we are beyond pains, we are beyond suffering, all these high, great Vedantic ideas. He was talking. When I heard the first thing, I felt surprised. I was surprised. How can this be true? When my mom beats, I feel the pain. Of course, in India, kids will be beaten by parents. When my mother beats me, I feel the pain. When my teacher fires me, I feel the suffering. How can he say this statement? I went to the house and I wanted to experiment, test what he said. I took a knife and tried to cut myself. I cut my thigh to see whether I have pain or not. Of course, I had pain. I was taken to the doctor. They put the stitching and first aid, everything. They have done everything. After a few days, I went to the Swami again. I asked him, what is this? What did you teach? I went and cut myself. Why did you say all these things that we don't have pain and we don't have suffering? I went and tested it on myself. That Swami made a beautiful statement. Don't worry, my son. Do the small meditation technique. When time comes, you will understand what I said. Now you may not have understood. But when time comes, you will understand, realize what I said. Do this meditation. He taught me a simple technique of searching the source of your thoughts. Just start searching the source of your thoughts. So I said, all right, now you are teaching me the meditation, it's okay. But what about the pain which I am having? What about the suffering which I am having? Now I will do this meditation. This you could have told me earlier itself. What about the suffering? He told me the beautiful statement. Don't bother about this suffering. The courage to experiment the truth which you have is more than enough. That will liberate you. These one or two small mistakes, these small things, don't bother about it. It is worth doing. Or these troubles are worth facing. The courage to experiment with the truth, that's the greatest thing anybody can have. You have that. That is enough. That will guide you. That will lead you to the ultimate experience or to the end of the life. Of course, that one statement, the courage to experiment with the truth, that one statement gave me the courage to experiment with all these truths. To reach the being level, we need only one thing, the courage to experiment with the truths. seen hundreds of people coming and telling me, Swamiji, I have everything which a man can ask. I have everything, but I just feel I have nothing. I don't feel I belong to this. I don't feel I am at home. What is happening to me? What is wrong with me? We always think bliss is dependent on our outer life. That is why we try to make our outer life perfect. We miss one important thing. It is not based on the quantity, it is based on the quality. It is based on your inner quality. How much you can sit with yourself, how much you are comfortable with yourself, how much you can face yourself, how much you are relaxed within yourself. That decides how much you can be blissful, how joyful you are. It is the quality, not the quantity. Of course, I am not against the quantity. You can have all best things of the outer world. I don't say don't have the outer worldly comforts. I have everything. But don't sell the inner world to have the outward comforts. We sell our sleep to purchase bed. We sell our sleep to purchase bed. We sell our eyes to purchase drawings. We sell our life to purchase the outer comforts. That is where we do a big mistake. Instead of all inclusive, you choose. You sell your inner space to have outer space. And one important thing, this is a beautiful, very important statement from Tantra. Tantra says, there is no need for you to sell your inner space to have the outer space. There is no need to disturb, damage your inner space to develop the quality of your outer space. There is a technique, there is a method. You can create enough of energy, richness, quality in your inner space along with creating the outer space. Create the quality in your inner space, maintain the quality of your inner space is what I call meditation. People continuously they acquire. When you are sitting in an ordinary car, you think of SUV. When you are in SUV, you think of Mercedes. When you are in Mercedes, you think of Rolls Royce. By the time you get the Rolls Royce, you think of helicopter. Something continuously you are postponing. Continuously we run behind having, but not living, but not enjoying. The persons who are centered in the level of I, they are centered in the level of doing, just for the sake of ego. The persons who are centered on having, they are centered in the level of mind. I and mine. I is continuously doing, mine is continuously having. Continuously you try to expand your boundary. Continuously we try to change the outside things. Continuously we wanted to expand our boundary. I have seen people, if they have 5 acres, they will be standing near the boundary and try to expand the boundary little more. Suddenly, by fortune, someday if their boundary is, if they are given 500 acres, again they will be standing near the fence and try to push the boundary just few inches, just 3-4 feet. Whether it is 5 acre or 500 acre, these people are going to stay only near boundary. They are bound to be near boundary. They can't stay inside the home happily. Continuously pushing the boundary. Continuously trying to expand the boundary. These kind of personalities are based on having. They will feel happy. They will feel secure. They will feel relaxed only when they continuously possess more and more and more things. Deep feeling of insecurity, the fear, is what makes you to have more greed and continuously trying to possess things. Continuously possessing things is nothing but deep insecurity feeling. If you penetrate your being little deeply, we can understand it is nothing but feeling deeply insecure. All our possessions, the idea of possessing continuously more and more things is just because of fear, just because of feeling of insecurity. We think, let this be with us, let this be with us. You feel your boundary is more. You feel if you have more things, you will not be taken away from this world. We usually feel if we have more friends, more relatives, more things around us, we feel we are secure. We will not be taken away. There is a beautiful sloka in Mahabharata. Dharmaraja is a hero of the Mahabharata. He was questioned by a demigod. Beautiful question. Kimascharyam itaparam. What is the great surprise in the planet Earth, in this universe? What's the greatest surprise which you are seeing in the universe? Dharma beautifully answers. Aganyagani bhutani gacchantiha yamamandiram seshastiramischandi kimascharyam itaparam. The running translation goes, every day we are seeing so many beings reaching the abode of Yama. Aganyagani bhutani gacchantiha yamamandiram. Every day we are seeing so many beings reaching the Yama's abode, the Lord of Death's house. But even after seeing, we feel that we are going to be here eternally. We are going to be here eternally. We are going to be here forever. We never think, our being never feels that we are also going to leave. We don't think, we don't look, we don't prepare ourselves consciously for the whole life and death. We don't look the whole event. We don't look both sides. Either you try to forget yourself through greed, means expanding your boundary, or you try to forget yourself because of the fear. Of course, the fear also ends in expanding the boundary. We try to hide, we try to forget all these things by continuously expanding the boundary. Whether you stay in the level of doing or in the level of having, unless you reach the level of being, you will not be able to relax. You will not be able to experience what is really life. Actually, a person who is born blind, you can never make him understand what he is missing. Can you make him understand what he is missing? No. Same way, the person who has not experienced the ecstasy of being, the bliss of being, we can't explain to him what he is missing, what he is just not having. By not entering into the space of being, what we are missing can never be explained or expressed by words. That is the reason, again and again and again, our rishis, our masters insist on reaching the state of being. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is yoga for being, spirit. Now, yoga for spirit, being. As a being, the being level, you don't need any separate meditation or yoga. All our yoga or meditation is to reach that level. That's all. If you can experience that level or stay in that level, you don't need any meditation or yoga. The aim of the yoga is reaching the level of being or the spirit. First thing, what do I mean by the word being or spirit? Let's analyze. Let's analyze what do I mean by the word being. In Sanskrit we call Atman. You can translate it in a very superficial way as consciousness. Consciousness is not equivalent or exact translation of Atman, but we have no other way. We have to use the word consciousness. Soul is much poor word. Consciousness is at least a little better than soul. So I am using the word consciousness. Actually, being cannot be expressed by a single word. You can say what is not being and make people understand what is being. But you can't pinpoint and say what is being, because whatever you can pinpoint is only related to mind. You can't say anything about the being because it is something beyond mind. It is something above your intellect, above your, it is something beyond your logic. Again and again, our masters declare it is beyond the body, beyond the pranamaya, beyond the manomaya, beyond the vijnanamaya, the different sheets, different koshas. You have 5 bodies, according to our Upanishads, are the 5 parts of your being. First thing, physical body, which you are having, made out of flesh and bones, you know. Next thing, the pranic body, all the prana movement which is happening inside your system. Inhaling, exhaling, all the other prana movements in your system. Third thing, your inner chattering, that is called manomaya. Fourth thing, the deep sleep state, what they call vijnanamaya, which you experience at the time of deep sleep. Fifth thing, anandamaya, of course, which you experience very rarely when your mind is totally in peace, when your mind is totally in silence. It is very rare people experience this anandamaya kosha. It's like if you are continuously asking for something, for example a sweet, particular sweet, continuously you are thinking about it. You want to have it. You are working for it. Suddenly one day you get that sweet. When you put that in your mouth, the restlessness which you had for that sweet, or continuous thinking which you had for that sweet, it disappears, it comes down. Your mind becomes a little calm for a few moments. That few moments you experience Anandamaya Kosha. You experience the joy which is from your being. But unfortunately, your mind starts thinking that joy is from the sweet. Then you start running behind it. You think if you create a same situation or a same atmosphere, you will be able to experience the same joy. If that is the case, continuously the sweet must give you the same joy. But it is not giving. 4 sweets, okay. 5th, it's all right. 6th, you say, I think no, too much. 7th, you try to escape from it. If it is from the sweet, it must only continue or grow. If it is from particular space or particular situation, it must continue or grow, but it is not our experience. Sometimes you go to the beach, you feel sudden peace, calmness in your mind. If you think, oh, the beach is associated with peace and calmness, try to go every day, but you start experiencing. You will sit there and start your regular worries. That's what I always tell people. It is not the outer space which decides. It is the inner space which decides. The person who can't create the inner space of bliss can never have vacation. You may try your best to change the outer place, to try to have vacation. You may try all your best, all possible way. But finally, you will end up only in the changing the place. You will never have changing the space. It's like understand this one example. If you are sitting in the office and worrying, it is work. If you are sitting in the house and worrying, it is homework. If you are sitting in beach and worrying, it is vacation. That's all. learn the technique or manage to tune yourself with your being and open the Anandamaya Kosha, the bliss space, continuously you will be able to stay in that space. Continuously staying in that space is what I call Nitya Ananda, the eternal bliss. Eternal bliss. That is what I call the state of being. You exist in three levels: being, having and doing. Some people exist only in the level of doing, workaholics. They can't relax. The moment they relax from the work, they feel that they are not needed. Even if they don't get money, they will not be able to relax from that work. Many people I have seen, they take up some social service just because they can't keep quiet. Please understand, if you take up social service or serving others just because you can't keep quiet, you will only damage the society than helping. You will be only creating more misery. Unless you are totally in tune with yourself, how do you think you can help others? You can serve others. Many times I discourage people from serving. Usually, when you take up serving, usually people take up serving others just because they can't keep quiet. The first side effect will be ego. My name should be displayed. I should be given priority. This should be my place. This is the way I'll do. First side effect of doing service just because you can't keep quiet is ego, which is more dangerous. There's a beautiful Zen saying, even if a master kills somebody, it will do good to that person. Ordinary egoistic person, even if he serves others, it will do only disturbance to others. It is the quality of your being which decides whether you are going to do good or bad to the society, to the humanity. If you take up any service just because you can't keep quiet, just because of your workaholic attitude, be very clear, neither you will be peaceful nor others will be peaceful. Let all the service be outcome of bliss and joy, then you will never expect any other result. It's a beautiful story. Bodhidharma goes to China. There he was received by the king of China in the border. The king is very devoted to Buddhism. He has built thousands of monasteries. He has translated all Buddhist scriptures to Chinese language. And he has done all possible things to spread Buddhism. He is standing in the border and receiving the Bodhidharma. After receiving Bodhidharma, he asks Buddha, please tell me, I have done so much of service to Buddhism. What will I get after death? What is the reward for me? Because I have done so much of service. It's a wonderful story. He says, I asked so many Buddhist monks. They told me that I will reach the seventh heaven. But I wanted to listen from you. What will I get after my death? What will be the reward for me for all this service? Bodhidharma is a very honest man. Very honest man. Straight away he says, he doesn't even bother that he is a king of this country. He says, I can be sure of one thing, you will reach only seventh hell. I was totally shaken. The king was totally shaken. He said, what are you talking? I have done so much for Buddhism. How can you say that I will reach seventh hell? Bodhidharma makes a beautiful statement. If you have really done the service, the very service itself is a reward. If you have really done this out of your joy and bliss, from your being, the very service itself is a reward. You have done from your doing, just because you can't keep quiet. Your whole personality is centered on doing. Our personalities will be centered in 3 levels. Either it will be centered in being level, or having level, or doing level. Person who is centered in doing level, he is in hell. There is one more beautiful statement Bodhidharma makes. Don't think you will do some sins and then reach hell. You are doing sins because you are in hell. You will never hurt others. You will never be violent with others if you are happy, peaceful within yourself. You will do sinful acts, you will do wrong things because you are in hell. Very doing wrong things shows that we are in hell. Very doing right things shows that we are in heaven. Don't think you will do some sinful acts then go to hell. You are in hell, because of that you do sinful acts. Don't think you will do some good things and then reach heaven. No. You do good things because you are in heaven. The very mood with which you do the activities, that is heaven or hell. Heaven or hell is not geographical, it is psychological. Whether it is a spiritual activity or worldly activity, as long as you struggle with a purpose, you struggle with a goal, please be very clear, you can never relax. You can never relax. Person who surrenders to the flow of life, he experiences the inner space and the outer space both at a time. He enjoys the outer space and the inner space both at a time. Throughout these 17 chapters, what Krishna said, he is giving the gist. This is material life. This is spiritual life. This is your being. You have the goal here. You have some goal. In material life, you have some goal. In spiritual life, you have some goal. To achieve the material life goal, you are continuously struggling and working. You are somewhere here. To achieve the spiritual life goal, again you are working, intensely doing yoga, pranayama, pratyahara, all spiritual practices. You are somewhere, when you struggle with material life, you are somewhere here. When you struggle with the spiritual life, you are somewhere here. Please understand, as long as you are struggling, either you can struggle in this direction or in this direction. This is your being. This is your being. As long as you struggle for the material life, you will be avoiding the spiritual life and struggling. As long as you struggle for spiritual life, you will be avoiding the material life and you will be struggling. Both are struggles. You choose either material or spiritual, either horizontal or vertical. Krishna says, relax from both. You may think, what is this? What funny instruction he is giving? If I relax from both, I will lose both. Please understand, when you relax from both, you simply fall into your inner consciousness, into your being, into your inner space. And this space, your inner space, when you experience your inner consciousness, suddenly you realize you can explode in all directions. You don't have to choose between horizontal line and vertical line. You can travel in both the lines at a time. Not only that, you can explode in all directions. But the big difficulty is you need to surrender at least to your own being. You don't need to surrender to somebody else. To whom you surrender is not important. Just relax into your being. Just relax into your inner space. Just relax into your consciousness. Just surrender to your own inner space. Stop the struggle in the material world or in the spiritual world. In the material world, mind, the properties are the goal. You have some goal to achieve. So you are struggling towards that goal. Same way in the spiritual world. Please understand, spiritual world also by and by we fix the goal. Enlightenment or some goal. And we try to run towards that goal. According to me, the spiritual goal creates more ego than material goal. At least with material goal, you will understand at some point you cannot achieve and it is too tiring. But with the spiritual goal, you don't even understand what you are doing. Both the goals are taking away your being from your being. When you surrender and relax into your being, suddenly you realize you are not mind or body to choose between horizontal or vertical line. Please understand, as long as you believe you are mind, you will be forced to choose between horizontal or vertical line. Mind always chooses. You will be in dilemma. Mind and dilemma are one and the same. One more thing, the moment you come out of dilemma, mind cannot exist. Mind can exist as long as you have dilemmas. As long as you have confusions, mind can exist. Just tell me, have you seen your mind existing even for a single moment without dilemma? Mind never exists without dilemma. It continues to exist in the dilemma, whether this is right or that is right. When you choose, whatever you choose, at some one day, you will be thinking or bothering about your choice. Mind exists only with dilemmas. It is dilemma which is the base for your whole mind. As long as you are mind, you will be choosing between material and spiritual world. People who take up material life always feel they are missing spiritual life. People who take up spiritual life always feel they are missing material life. You choose between the two. Here, first time Krishna is giving ultimate technique for quantum spirituality. He is the first quantum scientist in the inner world. In the inner world. He gives a technique for quantum spirituality. He says, relax and surrender. Suddenly, you will experience the intensity of your consciousness. You will understand you don't have to choose between horizontal line and vertical line. You can explode in all the 360 degree. social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. If you read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help. Because in the last 2000 years, 3000 revolutions have happened. But still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help. Only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way.
From the time immemorial, not only Hindus, not only the people who belong to the Rishi culture, all over the world, in all traditions, creating a space for divine has become part of our life. Not only in the Hindu tradition, any religion, any master, any group, first thing they do is creating a space for divine. Not only human beings, even animals, when they live together, some of the beautiful researches that nowadays they videograph, some of these beautiful researchers, they say even animals don't use a particular area for their eating or for their regular life. Particular area they allot only for rest. They don't use the space for anything else. All they do is only resting. Of course, they don't know anything called worship or prayer. That's the reason they use only for rest. If they know, they would have used for it. We don't know. In every tradition, creating a space for divine or creating a place in which they can relate with the divine has become a
part of their culture, part of their life. Here, in these 3 series of discourses, I'll try to explore the science behind the Hindu temples, the idea behind the Hindu temples, why these structures are created, especially if you travel in India, you can see such huge structures. Then this whole university, completely done in granite. Every village of Tamil Nadu will have much bigger structure in granite. Why our ancestors have created such huge structures in every village? What is the need? What culturally, socially, spiritually we got from these huge structures? Why, first of all, they created it? Before entering into the subject, I would like to mention a beautiful scientific study done by a doctor from Rudolph. He went and stayed in Amazon along with a group of tribes for 30 years, not 1 year. 30 years he stayed with them to do some research about their lifestyle. There's an important thing which I wanted all of you to know. So the tribes, they believe by creating an image of a particular person and invoking that person's energy into the image, into the clay idol, they can heal that person or they can transmit any disease to that person. They believe in a phenomenon called transmitting disease or healing disease through a clay image. They create a clay image and invoke his energy into that image. Then they heal him through this image or they transmit a particular disease to him, even death. These tribes, they believe this idea. This doctor wanted to understand, study about it. He goes there with all his equipments to do research, with his video camera, whatever, to do research, to analyze what is happening behind this whole phenomenon. Not 1 year or 2 years, 30 years he stays with them, does a research, and then he publishes a beautiful paper. 3 things mainly he says. He says, if he has observed 100 incidents, more than 98 became true. That's the first statement he makes. He observed, if he has observed 100, more than 98, the disease is transmitted, or the health is transmitted, or the death is transmitted. That's the first thing. Second thing he says, not only to human beings, even to the trees they are able to transmit. That's the second thing he says. They make a clay model of a particular tree, and just by infusing that energy through some vibrations, through some sounds, they make the tree wither and die, or a dead tree is brought back to life. Third thing, not only with the living human beings, even with dead human beings they are able to play. A person who is dead, within 3 days they are able to bring them back, bring that person back to life. It's very mysterious and very strange. If you can get this book, book called Hidden Mysteries and read it. He gives enough of proof, evidence, and all his case studies and researches, whatever he has done in 30 years, he has published in a book called Hidden Mysteries. Finally, he comes to the conclusion. He gives the conclusion. This group of tribals, they are able to transmit disease or health or death through just clay image, even if the person is thousands of miles away. Even if the person is thousands of miles away. Second thing, not only to the persons, to the trees also, to the animals also. Third thing, not only with the living beings, even with the dead persons, they are able to play. They are able to bring dead persons back to life within 3 days, or they are able to talk to the dead persons for ever. They are able to relate continuously with that persons, even dead persons. Explain another one experiment. It's a beautiful experiment done by a Japanese doctor. He has published a book also called Messages from Water. A beautiful book which has become very popular in the recent times, especially after the movie What the Bleep Do We Know. It's a beautiful movie which has become very popular. In that they speak about his experiment. He has done a beautiful experiment. He takes 10 glasses of water, same type of glasses. 10 glasses he fills with water, keeps in 10 different rooms. He goes to one room and creates a positive good vibrations by uttering words like a peace, silence, meditation, good words. He utters good words, creates a positive vibration. Then he goes to the next room, starts screaming, violence, terrorism. These are the words he shouts, creates a negative vibration. He goes to the third room, chants few words from Dhammapada, Buddhist scripture. Like this, he chants different words in different rooms. Then he freezes the water, sees them through microscope and photographs them. He comes out with amazing results. He says, the water which he energized through positive words, they shine like diamond. The photographs, in photographs they shine like a diamond. And the waters which he used, negative words, like a war, terrorism, all these negative words. He says, I don't know from where the color darkness landed on them. They look dark like a devil, and almost like a devil pictures or the ideas are represented in those photographs. Not once or twice, more than 300 experiments he has done. And he says, water can just radiate, respond to your thoughts. Water can hold, radiate and respond to your thoughts. When a simple water can respond to our thoughts, our vibrations, why not a structure? Why not a temple? Why not a stone? It can become alive by our thoughts, with our emotions. Our masters have created so many methods, techniques to hold the positive energy so that the humanity can be helped by the positive energy. The methods or techniques which they created to hold the positive energy and radiate is what we call temples. They have created so many methods. They tried to install the energy in the earth element, in the stone. That is what is the idols, murtis. They have tried to install the same energy in the water. That is what is tirthas. That is why every Indian temple will have a tank or a river as a tirtha. Third, they try to install the same energy in the fire. Every Indian temple will have a lamp which is never switched off, which is never put off. Will have a lamp or agni which will be continuously burning. And ultimately, the air. The very air of the temple is filled with the vibrations of mantras. The mantras, continuously when they are repeated, chanted, the very air vibrates with that pure vibrations. Above all, the space, ether. You can see the temple architecture. It is always created in a dome structure. Whether it is South Indian or North Indian, the dome structure. The dome structure is created to hold the ether. It's almost like a battery. They say if you can hold one lightning, if you can store one lightning in a battery, if you have some battery or a method to store one lightning, you can supply electricity for any city more than a year. More than 1 year you can supply electricity for any city, any big city. Only thing, we don't have such a system or a method. We don't have the type of batteries. These temples are created just to hold enormous energy, so that when enlightened masters come, they will install their energy. All the Indian temples are installed by an enlightened master. It's like when a rich person dies, he leaves all his property through his will to somebody, some of his, maybe for his sons or daughters or some relatives. He leaves all the properties. Same way, when an enlightened person leaves his body, he leaves all his tapas, all his punya, all his merits. Our masters have designed beautiful battery which can hold this energy and radiate it for thousands of years. Temples are the batteries in which they have stored their energy. Parani is installed by a great saint called Bohar. Tanjavur is installed by a great saint called Karura. Tiruvannamalai is installed by a great saint called Idaikada. So every temple, of course Madurai, Shiva himself came down in the name of a Siddha. The name itself is Siddha. Shiva himself came down, Sachokanada, and he installed his own energy. Every temple is installed by an enlightened master. They have created a beautiful battery in which they can store their energy, where their energy can stay and radiate and help millions of people for thousands of years. Chattering is honestly what you experienced. Inner chattering means your thinking. If your thinking and experience is one and the same, you don't have to prepare. Just open up. Whatever comes out is your experience. It's like if somebody asks your name, do you prepare? Or do you carry hints to tell that? No. It's your experience. If something has not become your experience, you have to prepare to deliver a lecture. Be very clear. If you are preparing to deliver a lecture, or if you are afraid of public speaking, be very clear, you are filled with lies. Why do you think we are afraid of public speaking? We are afraid that we may speak what we are thinking. Nothing else. All our fear is, we may just spell out what is going on inside. Without our knowledge, we may just spell out what is going on inside. The only difficulty is, we know so much of garbage is going on inside. Dirt is there inside. Suddenly something may erupt out. Suddenly something may come out. That is why first you need to prepare what you should say. Then you should prepare how you should say. Then you should see that you don't say something else. Then you should be very clear, you remember one by one all the points, next. Otherwise, if you don't remember some one point, you may start talking on your own. Which is going to be the truth of what you are thinking. So all our preparation is just to hide what we are thinking. Be very clear, if you are a speaker and you are preparing for your speeches, be very sure what you are speaking is a pure lie. It has not become your experience. It is not become a truth of your being. It has not got internalized in your being. It is just memorized and vomited. What do you think? We prepare so many courteous words. Again and again we say, nice to see you. It is so nice to be around you. It is so nice to spend time with you. Just after that you will say, can I move? It is time. Even though I wanted to spend some time with you, I have some urgent work. You know what you are thinking. A small story. One teacher was walking in the corridor of a school. Students were all greeting her. She simply nodded her head and started telling under her breath, same to you, same to you. One of her colleagues asked, why you don't greet when kids greet you? You just say same to you, same to you. And she said, after all, I was also a student. I know what they are thinking in their mind. What they are thinking in their mind. So whenever you greet, just be aware, underneath your greeting, what is the thoughts going on? What's your thoughts? Just be little aware. How many times you have to edit when you speak? And I tell you, if you are established in only one thing, truth, your inner chattering will disappear. Your inner chattering will disappear. Your thinking will disappear. If you are established just in one thing called truth, if you are completely truthful, you don't have to think and speak. Whenever it is necessary, you can just speak and relax. Why do you continuously think? Not only for lectures or discourses or public speech, even when you go to meet your friend, in the car you will be sitting and thinking. Even when you go to meet your friend, what do you do? In the car itself you do the rehearsal of the whole show. Now you know what to start, how to start,
what to speak. If she asks this question, what to answer. If he asks this question, what to reply and how to take the conversation. You do a complete rehearsal. Practically you do complete rehearsal. When you go there, if he starts talking some other subject, you are lost. You make whole thing mess. That is different. Even to talk to your friend, see, if you have to prepare to talk to your boss, we can understand. It is your profession. You have to be courteous, otherwise you will lose your job. You will lose your job. You will lose your basic needs. That is at least basic need. Forget about it. But we have become so corrupted, even to talk to our friends, even to relate with our family people, continuously we prepare our dialogues. If you are preparing continuously, be very clear, whatever you are saying is lie.